You are listening to Rudolf Steiner Audio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Soul Economy and Waldorf Education, Collected Works, Volume 303, translated by Roland Everett. And they were given in Dornach, Switzerland between December 23rd, 1921 and January 7th, 1922. Lecture 1, Dornach, 23rd of December, 1921. First of all, I should like to express my great joy at meeting so many of you here in this hall. Anyone whose life is filled with enthusiasm for the movement which is centered here in the Goetheanum is bound to experience happiness and a deep inner satisfaction at witnessing the intense interest for our theme which your visit has shown. I should therefore like to begin this introductory lecture by welcoming you all most warmly. And I wish to extend a special welcome to Mrs. Mackenzie, whose initiative and efforts have brought this course about. Footnote, Millicent Mackenzie was professor of education at Cardiff University from 1910 until 1915. End of footnote. On behalf of the Anthroposophical movement, I owe her a particular debt of gratitude. I should like to add that it is not just a single person who is greeting you here, but that it is, above all, this building, the Goetheanum itself, which is receiving you. I can fully understand if some of you feel critical about certain features of this Goetheanum as a building, as a work of art. Any undertaking which makes its appearance in the world in this way must be left open to judgment, and any criticism made in good faith is appreciated, certainly by me. But whatever your reactions may be to this building, the Goetheanum itself is, nevertheless, welcoming you. By its forms and artistic composition alone, you can see that here the aim was not to erect a building which was to serve specific purposes, such as education, for example. The underlying spirit and style of this building shows that it was conceived and erected out of the spirit of our times in order to serve a movement, destined to play its part in this our present civilization. And as education represents an integral part of human civilization, it is right for it to be nurtured here at this center. The close relationship between anthroposophical activities and educational problems will occupy us in greater detail within the next few days. Today, however, as part of these introductory remarks, I should like to talk about something which really is part and parcel of any established movement. In a way, you have come here in order to acquaint yourselves with the various activities which are centered here in the Goetheanum in Dornach. And in greeting you as guests most warmly, I feel it right, first of all, to introduce you to our movement. The aims of this anthroposophical movement, which has been in existence now for some 20 years, are only gradually beginning to manifest themselves. Only lately has this movement been looked upon by the world in general in ways which are consistent with its original aims. But this movement has gone through different phases, and a description of these phases may best serve as a proper introduction. At first, the small circle of its adherents looked upon anthroposophy as a movement representing a religious world outlook in quite a narrow sense. This movement tended to attract people who were not particularly interested in its scientific background and who were not motivated to explore its artistic possibilities. Nor were they aware of how its practical activities could affect the entire social life. These first members were mainly people who felt dissatisfied with traditional religious practice. They were the kind of people who were prompted out of their deepest human longings to search for answers to problems inherent in the human soul and spirit, problems which could not be answered for them by the religious movements then existing. For me, it often was quite astonishing to witness how what I had to say about the fundamentals of anthroposophy was not at all understood by these members, who, nevertheless, supported the movement with deep sympathy and great devotion. When content of a more scientific nature was given, these first members extracted from it what spoke to their hearts, what appealed to their immediate feelings and sentiments. And I can truly say that this time was the most peaceful time within the Anthroposophical movement, although this was not at all what I had been looking for. Because of this situation, it was possible for the Anthroposophical movement in its first phase to join another movement, albeit only outwardly and mainly from an administrative point of view, which may be known to you as the Theosophical Society. People who, out of the simplicity of their hearts, are searching for knowledge of the eternal within human nature, will find satisfaction equally well in the Theosophical Society as in the Anthroposophical movement, unless they are able to discern vital and fundamental differences. The Theosophical Society is mainly concerned with a theoretical form of knowledge, embracing cosmology, philosophy, and religion, and using the spoken or printed word as its medium. People who are really quite satisfied with their lives in general, but who wish to learn more about spiritual matters than traditional doctrines have to offer, may find equal satisfaction in either of the two movements. And only when it became evident, though this was noticed by only a few members, that the aims of anthroposophy regarding cosmology, philosophy, and religion were not merely theoretical, but that these were meant to enter social life quite directly and practically, and in accordance with the demands of the spirit of our times, only then, gradually, did it become obvious for inner reasons that the Anthroposophical movement could no longer work together with the Theosophical Society. For in our time, and this will be made clearer in the forthcoming lectures, any movement which confines itself to questions of cosmology, philosophy, and religion in a more or less theoretical way is bound to degenerate into quite an intolerable dogmatism. And it was the futility of dogmatic arguments which finally caused the separation of the Anthroposophical movement from the Theosophical Society. It is self-evident that any sensible person conversant with Western culture could not take seriously what became the crux of these dogmatic quarrels at the time when the Anthroposophical movement split off from the Theosophical Society. These quarrels were sparked off by the claims that an Indian boy was the reincarnation of Christ. As such a claim was quite baseless. It was totally unacceptable. Footnote: Rudolf Steiner here refers to claims made by Annie Besant and Ledbetter of the reappearance of Christ in the person of the Indian boy Krishnamurti, who later on himself refuted these claims. End of footnote. To waste energy and strength on theoretical arguments is not the way of anthroposophy, which aims at entering life quite directly. When, in accordance with the true aims of anthroposophy, it became essential to work in the artistic, social, scientific, and above all in the educational sphere, the separation from the Theosophical Society became inevitable. Naturally, this did not happen all at once, but fundamentally everything that occurred in the Anthroposophical movement after 1912 was a sure sign that this movement had to fight for its independent position in the world in order to penetrate practical life. In 1907, during a congress at the Theosophical Society in Munich, I realized for the first time that it was not possible for me to work together with this movement. My friends from the German section of the Theosophical Society and I had been given the task of arranging the program for this congress. Apart from the usual kinds of items, we also included a performance of a mystery play by Edward Charest, entitled The Sacred Drama of Aloysius. In doing so, we decided to create a transition from the theoretical religious attitude of this movement to a wider outlook which would also encourage artistic activities. From our anthroposophical point of view, we had looked upon this performance as an artistic endeavor. However, those personalities within the movement who are trying to satisfy their religious feelings, which at times can be very egoistical, used this occasion for only a theoretical interpretation of the play. Questions were asked such as, what is the meaning of this personality in the drama? What does this other personality signify? These people were only happy when they had succeeded in reducing the whole play to a kind of theoretical terminology. Well, a movement which, because of its one-sided attitude, cannot embrace life in its fullness, is bound to end up as a sectarian movement. Anthroposophy, on the other hand, is not at all inclined toward such sectarianism, because its natural tendency is to bring ideals down to earth and to enter life in practical ways. These attempts at freeing the anthroposophical movement from a sectarian attitude through entering the artistic sphere represent the second phase of its history. Gradually, as the numbers of its members increased, a need was felt for the thought content of philosophy, cosmology, and religion to be expressed artistically, and this prompted me to write my mystery plays. On no account must these be interpreted theoretically or abstractly, for they are intended to be directly experienced on the stage. In order to bring this about, these plays were performed in ordinary hired theaters in Munich from 1910 to 1913. This, in turn, led to the impulse to build a center for the anthroposophical movement. Changing situations made it obvious that Munich was not the right place for such a building, and so we were finally led to the Dornach Hill, where the Goetheanum was built at the right and proper center for the anthroposophical movement. These new activities showed that in keeping with its true spirit, the anthroposophical movement is ever ready to pervade all branches of human life. Let us imagine that another movement of a more theoretical religious character had decided to build itself a center. What would have happened? First, its members would have collected funds among sympathizers, a step which unfortunately is indispensable, and then they would have chosen an architect to design a building for them, possibly in an antique or Renaissance style, in a Gothic or Baroque or any other traditional style. However, when the anthroposophical movement was in the happy position of being able to build its own home, such a procedure would have been totally unacceptable to me. For anything which forms an organic, living whole cannot possibly be put together out of heterogeneous parts. What relationship could any words spoken out of the spirit of anthroposophy have had with the forms surrounding the listener in a building of Baroque, antique, or Renaissance style? A movement expressing itself in theories is only capable of presenting abstract ideas. A living movement, on the other hand, must work into all branches of life through its own characteristic impulses. Therefore, the urge for expressing life, soul, and spirit in practical deeds, characteristic of anthroposophy, demanded that the surrounding architectural forms, the glowing colors of the wall paintings, the pillars meeting our gaze, that all these forms and colors should speak the same language as that spoken theoretically in ideas, in abstract thoughts. Any previous living movement which existed in the world in bygone times was equally comprehensive. The architecture of antiquity was by no means divorced from the culture of its days, but it grew out of the theoretical and practical activities of the times. The same can be said about the Renaissance, certainly about the Gothic, but also about the Baroque styles. In order to avoid a sectarian or theoretical ideology, anthroposophy had to find its own architectural and artistic style. As mentioned before, one may find this style unsatisfactory or even paradoxical. But the fact is that in accordance with its true nature, anthroposophy simply had to create its own physical enclosure. Let me make a comparison which may appear trivial, but which nevertheless may clarify these thoughts. Think of a walnut and its kernel. It is obvious that both nut and shell have been created by the same forces, for both together make a whole. Had anthroposophy been housed in an incongruous building, it would have been as if a walnut kernel had been found in the shell of a different plant. Nature produces nut and shell, and both speak the same language. Likewise, what was needed here was neither symbolism nor allegory, but anthroposophical impulses had to flow directly into artistic creativity. If thoughts are to be expressed in this building, they must have a fitting shell, both from an artistic and architectural point of view. This, however, was no easy task, for the tendency towards sectarianism is strong today, even among people who are looking for a widening of religious ideals. But anthroposophy must not be influenced by people's sympathies or antipathies. It must remain true to its own principles, which are closely linked to the needs and yearnings of our times, as will be shown in the next few days. And so anthroposophy entered the practical domain, as far as this was possible in those days. At that time I surprised some members with the following statement, quote, "Anthroposophy wants to enter all walks of life. Although conditions do not permit us to do so today, I should simply love to open banks run on anthroposophical lines." Close quote. This may sound paradoxical, but it was meant to indicate that anthroposophy is only in its right element if it can fertilize every aspect of life. On no account must it be looked upon merely as a philosophical and religious movement. We now come to the catastrophic and chaotic times of the World War I, which produced their own particular needs. In September 1913, we had laid the foundation stone of this building. In 1914, when the war broke out, we were building the foundations of the Goetheanum. Here I only wish to say that at the time when Europe was torn asunder by opposing nationalistic aspirations, here in Dornach we succeeded in keeping a place open where people from all nations could meet and work together peacefully, united by a common spirit. This was a source of deep inner satisfaction. Those war years could be considered as the second phase in the development of our movement. Despite the efforts made to continue anthroposophical work during the war, the outer activities of the anthroposophical movement were largely paralyzed. But one could experience how, gradually, among peoples everywhere, an inner need was felt for spiritual sustenance, which, in my opinion, could be given through anthroposophy. When, after 1918, the war had come to an end, at least outwardly, the interest in a spiritual renewal, such as anthroposophy wished to provide, grew enormously. Between autumn 1918 and spring 1919, a number of friends, many from Stuttgart, came to see me in Dornach. They were deeply concerned about the social conditions of the time, and they wanted the anthroposophical movement to take an active part in trying to deal with the social and economic upheavals. This led to the third phase of our movement. It happened that southern Germany, and Württemberg in particular, was the place which was open to such anthroposophical activities, and one had to work wherever this was possible. These activities, however, were colored a little by the problems of that particular region, problems which were the result of the prevailing social chaos. An indescribable misery had spread over the whole of Middle Europe at that time. Yet seen in a wider context, the suffering from material needs was small compared with what was happening in the soul sphere of the population. One could feel how mankind had to face the most fundamental questions of human existence, questions once raised by Rousseau, which led to outer consequences in the French Revolution, did not touch the most elementary human yearnings and needs to the same extent as the ones which presented themselves in 1919 in the very realms in which we wish to work. Everything connected with the social organism, as it had developed over the past centuries, out of its constituent tribes and peoples, was being questioned. This situation prompted me to address a short proclamation dealing with the threefold social order to the German people and to the civilized world in general. and also to publish my book titled Toward Social Renewal. Many other activities connected with the social question took place, at first in South Germany, and they were the outcome of this general situation with its prevailing mood. At that time it was essential, though immensely difficult, to touch the most fundamental aspirations of the human soul. Despite their physical and mental agony, people were called upon to search quite abstractly for great and sublime truths, but because of the general upheaval, they were incapable of doing so. Many a listener at my addresses said to me afterward, quote, "All of this may be quite right and even beautiful, but it concerns the future of man. We who have faced death so often during the last years have given up worrying about the future. We have to live from day to day. And why should we show any more interest in the future now than when we had to face the guns every day?" Close quote. Such a typical comment characterizes the apathy prevalent at that time toward the most important and fundamental questions of human development. In this situation, there grew in the hearts of my friends an awareness of a specific need within the body social. It was the realization that, perhaps, the only effective way of working toward a better future lay in our directing our efforts toward the young, toward their education. Our friend Emil Molt, who at that time was in charge of the Waldorf Astoria cigarette factory in Stuttgart, offered his services for such an enterprise by founding the Waldorf School for the children of his workers, and I was asked to take a leading part in the running of the school. During pre-war times, one could observe all kinds of educational experiments being carried out in various special schools. But in our case, there was no question of founding yet another country boarding school, nor of implementing a particular brand of educational principles. Our aim was to attempt to heal social ills and to serve the needs of mankind in general. You will learn more about the fundamentals of Waldorf education during the coming lectures. Here I merely wish to point out that, as also in every other field, anthroposophy sees its tasks in involving itself in the realities of a given situation. It was not for us to open a boarding school somewhere in a beautiful stretch of open countryside where we would be free to do as we pleased. We had to fit into definite given conditions. We were asked to teach children of a small town. That is to say, we had to open a school in a small town, where even our highest aspirations had to be founded entirely on pragmatic and sound educational principles. We were not free to choose a particular locality, nor to select our pupils according to ability or class, but we accepted given conditions with the aim of basing our work on spiritual knowledge. In this way, as a natural consequence of anthroposophical striving, Waldorf education came into existence. The Waldorf School in Stuttgart soon ceased to be what it was in the beginning, namely a school for the children of workers employed in the Waldorf Astoria cigarette factory. It soon attracted pupils from various social backgrounds, and today parents wish to send their children from all over the place. From its initial number of 140 pupils, it has now grown to over 600 pupils, and applications for further places are coming in all the time. A few days ago, we had to lay the foundation stone for a highly necessary extension to our school buildings, and we hope that despite all the difficulties which one has to face when engaged in this kind of work, we shall be able to expand our school further in the near future. However, I wish to emphasize that the characteristic feature of this school lies in its educational principles, based on the knowledge of man, and in its ability to adapt these to outer given realities. If one is able to choose pupils according to ability or social standing, or if one can choose one's locality, it is comparatively easy to carry out imaginary or perhaps even real educational reforms. But to found and develop a school on educational principles which are closely connected with the most fundamental human impulses, while at the same time keeping in close touch with the demands of practical life, is no easy task. In this way, during its third phase, our anthroposophical movement has spread into the social sphere, and this aspect will naturally occupy us in greater depth during the coming days. But you must realize that what has been happening in the Waldorf school up till now represents only a beginning of the endeavors to bring our fundamental aims right down into the practicalities of life. Concerning other anthroposophical activities which have been developed later on, I should like to mention that a large number of scientifically trained people came together because they hoped and believed that the anthroposophical movement also could fertilize the scientific branches of life. Medical men met here because they were dissatisfied with the ways of natural science, which only accept outer observation and experimentation. They were convinced that such a limited attitude could never lead to a full understanding of the human organism, both in its healthy and ill conditions. Doctors came who were deeply concerned about the unnecessary limitations set by modern medical science, such as the deep chasm dividing medical practice into pathology and therapy. These two branches coexist today almost as if they were separate sciences. In its search for knowledge, anthroposophy not only uses methods of outer experimentation, that is, the observation of outer phenomena synthesized by the intellect, but, looking upon man as a being of body, soul, and spirit, it employs also other means, which I shall characterize in the coming days. Instead of dealing with abstract thought content, it is in touch with the living spirit. And because of this, anthroposophy was able to meet the aspirations of persons who were urgently seeking to bring new life into medicine. As a consequence of this, I was asked to give 2 courses here in Dornach to university-trained specialists in medicine and to practicing doctors in order to outline the contribution anthroposophy could make in the field of pathology and therapy. Both here in Dornach and nearby in Arlesheim, as also in Stuttgart, medical therapeutic institutions have sprung up, which are working with their own medicaments and which are trying to utilize what anthroposophy can offer toward healing, toward dealing with sickness and health. Specialists in other sciences have also come to look for new impulses arising out of anthroposophy, and so courses were given in physics and astronomy. In this way, anthroposophical spirit knowledge was called upon to bring practical help to the various branches of scientific endeavor. A characteristic feature of this third phase of the anthroposophical movement lies in the fact that gradually, despite a certain amount of remaining opposition, people have come to recognize that spiritual science, as practiced here, can meet every demand for an exact scientific basis of working, and that anthroposophy, as represented here, can work with equal discipline and in harmony with any other scientific enterprise. In time, people will appreciate more and more what has been the potential of the anthroposophical movement all along during these last 20 years. Another example, showing how the most varied fields of human striving can be fructified through anthroposophy, is the creation of a new art of movement, which we call eurythmy. This art uses the human being as its means of expression, as its instrument, and in this way it aims at achieving its specific results. And so we try to let anthroposophical life, but not anthroposophical theories, flow into all kinds of other activities, such as the art of recitation and declamation, of which more details will be given in the next few days. This last phase, with its educational, medical, and artistic impulses, is the most characteristic one of the anthroposophical movement. Anthroposophy has many supporters as well as many enemies, even bitter enemies, but it has now entered upon the very stage of activities for which it has been waiting. and so it was a satisfying experience during my stay in Christiania, footnote now known as Oslo, from 23rd November to 4th December this year, to speak about anthroposophical life to educators and government economists, as well as to Norwegian students and to various other circles. All of these were willing to accept not theories or religious sectarian ideas, but what is waiting to reveal itself directly out of the spirit of our times, in answer to the great needs of humanity. So, much about the three phases of the anthroposophical movement. As an introduction to our course, I merely wished to acquaint you with this movement, to mention its name to you, as it were. Tomorrow, then, we shall begin with our actual theme. However, I want you to know that it is this anthroposophical movement, with its deep educational interests, which is happy to welcome you all here in the Goetheanum. The end of Lecture 1. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Soul Economy and Waldorf Education, translated by Roland Everett. This is Lecture 2, given in Dornach on the 24th of December, 1921. The art of education, about which a great deal will be spoken during this course of lectures, is entirely based on a knowledge of man. A deeply founded knowledge of man, however, can only be attained if it is based upon a knowledge of the entire universe, because man, with all his inherent abilities and powers, is rooted in the universe. Therefore, a real knowledge of man can only spring from a knowledge of the world in its entirety. Conversely, one can say that the attitude and the ideas regarding education, characteristic of any age, also reflect the general world outlook of that particular age. In order to make a correct assessment of contemporary views on education, we therefore must examine these against the background of the general world conception of our present time. In this context, it is helpful to look at the ideas expressed by a personality who is a typical representative of the present-day worldview, as it gradually developed during the last few centuries. There is no doubt that since that time, mankind has been looking with great pride upon the achievements brought about through intellectuality, and this is still largely true today. Footnote: Rudolf Steiner here uses the German word Intellektualismus, translated as intellectuality. With this word he tried to indicate the parasitic nature of the kind of intellect which proliferates into intellectuality. A distinction must be made between the words intelligence, intellect, and intellectuality. Translator's note, end of footnote. Fundamentally speaking, educated people of today have become very intellectualized, even if they will not admit to it. Everything in the world is judged through the instrument of the intellect. When we think of names which we associate with the first awakening of modern thinking, we are led to the founders of modern philosophy and of present-day attitudes to life. And these personalities have based all their work on their firm belief in man's intellectual powers. Names such as Galileo, Copernicus, Giordano Bruno come to mind, and they easily make one believe that their mode of thinking is relevant only to scientific matters. But this is not the case. If one observes without prejudice the outlook on life among the vast majority of people today, one will find a touch of natural scientific thinking hidden almost everywhere. And in this mode of thinking there lives intellectuality. One may be under the impression that in one's moral concepts or impulses, and in one's religious ideas and experiences, one is free from such scientific thinking. But one will soon discover that by being exposed to all that flows through newspapers and popular magazines into the masses, one easily allows oneself to be influenced in one's conceptual life by a natural scientific undertone. People who are unaware of the fact that today's citizen sits down at the breakfast table already filled with scientific concepts, that he takes these to bed when he goes to sleep at night, that he uses them in his daily work, and that he brings up his children with them. Such people simply do not see life as it really is. They live under the illusion of being free from a scientific way of thinking. We even take our scientific concepts to church services, and though we may hear quite traditional views expressed from the pulpit, we, nevertheless, hear them with ears attuned to natural scientific ways of thinking. And natural science is fed by intellectuality. Science quite rightly stresses the fact that all its results are based upon outer observation, upon experimentation and its interpretation. But nevertheless, the instrument of the soul which is used when such experiments are made in chemistry or physics represents the most intellectual part of the human entity. Therefore, the picture of the world which man is making for himself is nevertheless the result of his intellect. Educated people of the Western world have become quite enraptured by all the progress achieved through intellectuality, especially in our present time. This had led to the opinion that in earlier times mankind was more or less lacking in intelligence. Man of old is supposed to have lived with naive and childish ideas about the world, whereas now we believe we have reached an intelligent comprehension of the world. It is generally felt that the modern view of the world is the only one based on firm ground. People have become afraid of losing themselves in the world of fantasy as soon as they relinquish the same domain of the intellect. Anyone whose thinking follows along modern lines which have been gradually developing during the last few centuries, is bound to come to the conclusion that a realistic conception of life depends on the use of the intellect. Now, something very remarkable can be observed. What, on the one hand, is considered to be the most valuable asset, the most important feature of our modern civilization, namely this intellectuality, has, on the other hand, become questionable with regard to the upbringing and education of children, especially among people who are seriously concerned with education. Although one can see that mankind has made tremendous strides forward through the development of intellectuality, when looking at contemporary education, one can also find that if children are being educated only intellectually, their inborn capacities and their human potentials become seriously impaired and wither away. In some quarters, this realization has brought about a longing to replace intellectuality by something else. One has appealed to children's feelings and instincts. In order to steer away from the intellect, one has appealed to their moral and religious impulses. But how can one really find the right approach? Surely only by a thorough knowledge of man, which in turn must be the result of a thorough knowledge of the world in its entirety. As already mentioned, looking at a representative thinker of our times, one can find the present worldview reflected in educational trends. And if one considers all relevant features, Herbert Spencer could be chosen as one such representative thinker. Footnote, Herbert Spencer, 1820 to 1903. The following remarks relate to his book titled Education, printed in 1861, end of footnote. I do not quote Herbert Spencer because I consider his educational ideas to be particularly valuable for contemporary education. I am well aware of how open these are to all kinds of objections, and of how, because of certain amateurish features, they would have to be greatly elaborated. On the other hand, Herbert Spencer, in all his conceptions and ideas, is firmly grounded in the kind of thinking and the general culture as it has developed during the last few centuries. Emerson wrote about personalities whom he considered to be representative of the development of mankind, personalities such as Swedenborg, Goethe, and Dante. Footnote, Ralph Waldo Emerson, 1803 to 1882, see title Representative Men. End of footnote. But for modern ways of thinking and feeling, it is, above all, Herbert Spencer who is a typical representative of our time. Although such a person's way of thinking may be tinged with national traits, according to whether he is French, Italian, or Russian, Herbert Spencer transcends such national influences. It is not the conclusions reached by him in his many books on most aspects of life which are of importance, but the way in which he reaches them. For his mode of thinking is representative to a high degree of the thinking of all educated people, of people who are influenced by a scientific outlook and who endeavor to live in accordance with it. Intellectualistic natural science is the very matrix of all he has to say. And what are his conclusions? Herbert Spencer, who naturally never loses sight of the theory that man has gradually evolved from lower forms of life, and who then compares the human being with the animals, voices the following question: are we educating our young in accordance with our scientific ways of thinking? And he answers this question in the negative. In his essay on education, he deals with some of the most important questions of the modern science of education, such as, what kind of knowledge is of the greatest value? He critically surveys intellectual, moral, and physical education. But the real core of all his considerations is something which could have been postulated only by a modern thinker, namely, we educate our children so that they learn to put their physical faculties to full use in later life. We educate them in order to fit them into their professional lives. We educate them so that they may become good citizens. According to our conceptions, we may educate them to become moral or religious persons. But there is one thing for which we do not educate them at all, namely, to become educators themselves. This, according to Spencer, is what is missing in all our educational endeavors. He maintains that, fundamentally speaking, people are not educated to become educators or parents. Now, as a genuine natural scientific thinker, he goes on to say, just as the development of a living creature is complete only when it has acquired the capacity of procreating its own species, so should it be with perfect education. The educated person should be able to educate and guide growing children. Such a postulate aptly illustrates the way in which a modern person thinks. Looking at educational practice of today, what are Herbert Spencer's conclusions? Speaking metaphorically, he makes a somewhat drastic, but in my opinion a very appropriate comparison. First, he characterizes the tremendous claims made for education today, including, among others, also those made by Pestalozzi. Then, instead of qualifying these principles as being good or acceptable, he asks how they are implemented in practice and what life is really like in schools. In this context, he uses his somewhat drastic picture, saying, let us imagine that some 5 to 6 centuries hence, an archaeologist, digging up some archives, were to unearth a description of our present educational system. Studying these documents, he would hardly be able to believe that these were representative of the general practice of our time. For in them he would find that children were taught grammar in order to live themselves into their language. Yet we know well enough that the kind of grammar children are taught is hardly conducive to their being able to express themselves livingly in later life. Such an imaginary archaeologist would also discover that a large proportion of pupils were being taught Latin and Greek, which in our time are dead languages. From this he would conclude that the people those documents he was studying had no literature of their own, or if at all, that little benefit would be gained from studying it. In this way, Spencer tries to show how inadequately our present curricula prepare pupils for their later lives, despite all the claims made to the contrary. Finally, he lets the archaeologist conclude that as the unearthed document could not be indicative of the general educational practice of their times, he must have come across a syllabus used in some monastic order. He continues, and this naturally represents his opinion, the fact that adults who have undergone such educational practice are not entirely alienated from society, behaving like monks, is due to the pressures and the cruel demands which life makes upon them. Nevertheless, so judges our imaginary archaeologist, when having to face life's challenges, the former pupils respond clumsily because they have been educated as monks who now need to get on in an entirely different milieu. These views, expressed by a man of the world and not by someone engaged in practical teaching, in their own way characterize contemporary education. Now, it may be asked, what kind of value does a person put upon his life after having been immersed in a natural scientific, that is, in an intellectualistic attitude to the world? With the aid of natural laws, we are able to comprehend lifeless matter. This leads us to conclude that following the same methods, we shall also reach an understanding of living organisms. This is not the time to go into the details of such a problem, but one can say that at our present state of civilization, we tend to use thoughts which allow us to grasp only what is dead, and what consequently lies outside the human sphere. Through research in physics and chemistry, we construct a whole system of concepts which we then apply to the entire universe, albeit only hypothetically. It is true that today there are already quite a number of people who question the rightness of using laboratory results or information gained through telescope and microscope as a basis for a general picture of the world. However, the natural scientific explanation of the world was bound to come, and with it the ways in which it affects human feelings and emotions. And if one applies concepts which are the result of laboratory or observatory research to explain the origin and the future development of the earth, what happens then? One is driven to imagine the primeval nebula of the Kant-Laplace theory, or, as views have been modified since their time, something of a similar nature. But this notion of primeval nebula makes sense only if we apply to it the laws of aeromechanics. These laws, however, contain nothing pertaining to a soul or spiritual character. People who long for such a soul-spiritual element therefore have to imagine all kinds of divine powers as existing side by side with the aeromechanical conception of the universe. And then, somehow, these spirit beings have to be skillfully blended into the picture of the nebula. Man, certainly in his soul and spiritual aspect, is not part of this picture. He has been excluded from such a world conception. People who have grown accustomed to the idea that only intellect-based natural science can give concrete and satisfactory answers will find themselves in a quandary when looking for some kind of divine participation at the beginning of world existence. A hypothetical conception of the end of the world is bound to follow the laws of physics. In this context, we encounter the so-called second fundamental law of thermodynamics. According to this theory, all living forces are mutually transformable. However, if they are transformed into heat, or vice versa, if heat is transformed into them, the outcome is always an excess of heat. The final result for all processes on Earth would therefore be a complete transformation of all living forces into heat. This destruction through heat would produce a desert world containing no other forces except differences of temperature. Such a theory conjures up a picture of a gigantic graveyard in which lie buried all man's achievements, all his intellectual, moral, and religious ideals and impulses. If we place the human being between a world beginning from which he has been excluded and a world end in which again he has no place, all human ideals and achievements become nothing but nebulous illusions. In this way, an intellectualistic, natural scientific philosophy reduces the reality of man's existence to a mere illusion. Such an interpretation may be dismissed simply as an hypothesis. Yet, even if people today do not recognize how scientific theories affect their attitudes toward life, the negative consequences are nevertheless a reality. But the majority of people are not prepared to face realities. Neither do such scientific theories remain the prerogative of an educated minority, for they reach the masses through magazines and popular literature, often in very subtle ways. And against the background of such a negative soul mood, we try to educate our children. True enough, we also give them religious content, but here, above all, we are faced with a cleavage. For if we introduce religious ideas alongside our scientific conception of life, which is bound to affect our attitude of soul, we enter the realm of untruth. And untruth extracts its toll not only in ways the intellect can perceive, for it is active through its own inner power. Untruth, even if it remains unrevealed, even if it remains in the realm of the unconscious, nevertheless assumes a destructive power over life. We enter the realm of untruth if we are not willing to search for clarity regarding our attitudes to life. This clarity will show us that with the prevailing contemporary ideas, we can only gain knowledge of a world in which there is no room for man. Let us examine a scientific discovery which rightly fills us with pride. We follow the chain of evolution in the animal world from the simplest and most imperfect forms, via the more fully developed animals, right up to the coming of man, whom we consider to be the most highly developed being. Does this way of looking at evolution not imply that we consider man to be the most perfect animal? In this way, however, we do not concern ourselves with the true and real nature of man at all. By such a question, even if it remains an unconscious one, man's feeling for his essential humanity is diminished and set aside. Again, I wish to quote Herbert Spencer, because his views on contemporary education are so characteristic, especially with regard to latest attempts at reform, at bringing education into line with present-day scientific thinking. These reforms, generally, are based on conceptions which are quite alien to the human spirit. And again, Herbert Spencer is a representative example for what we meet in practical life almost everywhere. Spencer maintains that we ought to do away with the usual kind of influence exerted by adults over children, by parents or teachers. According to him, we have inherited from earlier times the bad habit of becoming angry if a child has done something wrong. We punish the child. We make him aware of our displeasure. With other words, we react in a way which is not directly linked to what the child has done. The child may have left things strewn all over the room, and we, the educator, may become angry when seeing it. To put it drastically, we might even hit the child. Now, what is the causal link? And the scientific researcher always looks for causal links between our hitting the child and his being untidy. There is none at all. Herbert Spencer therefore suggests that in order to educate rightly, we should become, quote, missionaries of causal processes, close quote. For instance, if we see a boy playing with fire by burning little bits of paper in a flame, we should recognize that he does so out of an inborn curiosity. We should not be upset because he might burn himself or possibly even set fire to the whole house, but we ought to realize that he acts out of an instinct of curiosity. We should make it happen with all due caution, of course, that he burns himself ever so little, for then, only then, will he experience the causal connection. Following such or similar methods, we should establish causal links. We should become missionaries of causal processes. Whenever you meet people who wish to reform education, you will hear the opinion expressed that this principle of causality is the only possible one. Any unbiased person will reply, as long as we consider the intellectualistic, natural scientific approach to be the only right one, This principle of causality also is the only right one. As long as we think along accepted scientific lines, there is no alternative in education. But where does all this lead to if we follow these methods to their extremes, and if we are absolutely truthful? We completely fetter the human being with all his powers of thinking and feeling to the processes of nature. His thoughts and feelings then also become mere processes of nature, bereft of their own identity and mere products of an unconscious and unfree participation. If man is considered to be nothing more than a link in the chain of natural necessity, he cannot free himself from nature's bonds in any way. This may seem to be the very opposite of what I said a few minutes ago when stating that if seen as the last link in evolution, man loses his separate identity and is therefore cast out of the world order. But just because his identity remains unknown, he is seen to be nothing but part of nature. Instead of being elevated from the complexities of nature, he is merely added to them. He becomes a being embodying the causal nexus. Such an interpretation casts out the human being, and consequently education places man into a sphere devoid of humanity. It completely loses sight of man himself. People do not see this situation clearly because they lack the courage to do so. But we have reached a turning point in the evolution of the world, and we must summon up the courage to face fundamental facts. For in the end, our conceptions will determine the paths of our lives. We have been opposed by people who, in all good faith, are convinced that the ordinary scientific explanation of world evolution can be the only right one. They equate the origin of the world with the primeval nebula, which are comprehensible only through the laws of aeromechanics. They equate the end of the world with total heat destruction, resulting in the final world grave. Into this framework they place the human being, who materializes from somewhere outside the human sphere, and who is destined to find that all his moral aspirations, his religious impulses, and all his other ideals are nothing but illusions. A mood of tragedy pervades such people. They are the ones who have to live consciously with what, for the majority of mankind, lies dormant in the subconscious. And this underlying mood has become the burden of our contemporary civilization. However, out of such a mood we cannot educate, because it excludes the kind of knowledge of the world from which knowledge of man can grow. It cannot sustain a knowledge of man in which he can find his true value and his true being, a knowledge of which he is in need if he is to experience himself as a reality in the world. We can educate to satisfy the necessities of outer life, but such an education hinders man from becoming a free individuality. If, nevertheless, we see children grow up into free personalities, this happens in spite of our education and not because of it. Today it is not enough merely to think about the world. Today we have to think about the world in such a way that our thinking becomes gradually transformed into a general feeling for the world, because out of such feelings grow impulses for reform, for progress. It is the aim of anthroposophy to present a knowledge of the world which does not remain in the abstract, but which will enliven the entire being of man, thereby becoming the right basis for educational principles and methods. Today we can already see the consequences of the materialistic world conception as an historical fact. Through his materialistic interpretation of the world, man was cast out. And the echo of what has thus lived in the thoughts of educated people for a long time can now be heard in the slogans of millions upon millions of the proletariat. But the civilized world shuts its eyes to the direct connection which exists between its own world conception and the echo coming from the working classes. The mood of tragedy, experienced by discerning people who have come to the conclusion that moral ideas and religious impulses are of an illusory nature, and that humanity exists only between the earth's nebulous beginning and its ultimate destruction by heat. This same mood we meet again in the outlook on life of millions of workers. For the only reality in their philosophy consists of economic processes and problems. According to the proletarian conception of life, the only things that matter are economics, how they have been dealt with in past ages, how labor and production were managed, how buying and selling were organized, and how through this process of production the physical needs of the people were satisfied. On the other hand, any moral aspirations, any religious ideas or political ideals are looked upon as ideology of a fundamentally illusory character and are considered as an unrealistic superstructure imposed on the only reality in life, namely the process of material production. In this way, what has been a theoretical and at best a semi-religious conviction among some educated circles of society has, in proletarian circles, become the determining factor for all human activities. This is the situation which man is facing today. Under these conditions, he is trying to educate. But to do justice to such a task, he must free himself from any bias, and he needs to observe and grasp this present situation. It is a characteristic feature of intellectuality with its naturalistic world outlook that it alienates man from the realities of life. From this point of view, you only need to look at earlier conceptions regarding life. There you will find modes of thinking which could well be linked to life, thoughts which people of past ages would never have looked upon as mere ideologies. These people were rooted in life, and because of this they never treated their thinking as if it were some kind of vapor rising up from the earth. Today this latter attitude has already invaded the practical spheres of a large part of the educated world, and people are groaning under the consequences of what has come to pass. Yet mankind is not ready to recognize that what is happening in Russia today, and what will spread into many other countries, is the natural consequence of the kind of teaching given at universities and schools. In these institutions, one teaches, one educates, and while in one part of the earth people lack the courage to recognize the dire consequences of their teaching, in the other part these consequences are ruthlessly pushed through to their extremes. We shall not be able to stop this wheel from running away unless we penetrate to clarity, especially in this domain, unless we learn to place the laws of causality into their proper context. Then we shall realize that the human being is placed into a reality which will leave him no room for maneuvering as long as he tries to comprehend the world by means of the intellect only. We shall recognize that intellectuality as an instrument does not possess the power of taking hold of realities. I once knew a poet who already decades ago tried to picture how the human being would end up if he were to develop more and more in a one-sided intellectualistic way. Footnote, the poet's name is Hermann Rollett, R-O-L-L-E-T-T, lived from 1819 to 1904, end of footnote. In the district where he was living, a somewhat drastic idea of men of intellect, of the intellectuals, was prevalent, for such people were called big heads, in German Großkopfet. Metaphorically speaking, they were supposed to carry large heads on their shoulders. This poet took up the local expression, arguing that human development was becoming more and more intellect-centered, and that consequently the human head would grow larger and larger, while the remaining parts of the body would gradually degenerate into some kind of rudimentary organs. He foresaw only rudimentary arms ending in tiny hands and rudimentary legs with tiny feet dangling from a disproportionately large head, until the moment would come when humans would move by rolling along like spheres. The day would come when the day would come when one would have to deal with large spheres from which arms and legs were hanging like rudimentary appendages. A very melancholic mood came over him when he tried to foresee the consequences of man's one-sidedly intellectual development. Looking objectively at the phenomenon of intellectuality, one can see that it alienates man from himself, that it removes him from reality. Consequently, an intellectual person will accept only the kind of reality which is recognized by the proletariat, the kind which cannot be denied because one hits against it, suffering many a bruise. In keeping with present educational systems, even the avowedly reformed ones, such people believe that one can draw conclusions only within the causal complex. Alternatively, if they have to suffer from deprivation, again they limit their grasp of the situation to the laws of causality. When one is deprived of the necessities of life, one can feel, see, and experience only too well what is real. But one is no longer able to penetrate into real causes. While thus distancing himself from reality, man becomes less and less differentiated. Metaphorically speaking, he's really turning into such a rolling sphere. It will become necessary for us to gain an insight into how in our universities, colleges, and schools we are cultivating the very things which we abhor when meeting them in actual life, as is the case today already to a high degree. People express criticism of what they witness, but little do they realize that they themselves have sown the seeds of what they criticize. The people of the West look at Russia and are appalled at what is going on there, but they do not realize that their Western teachers have sown the seeds of these events. As said already, intellectuality is not the instrument with which one can reach reality, and for this reason one cannot educate by its means. But if this is so, the important question arises: can we make any positive use of the intellect in education at all? This poignant question challenges us right at the beginning of our lecture cycle. We must use means other than those offered by intellectuality, and the best way of doing this is to look at a particular problem in such a way that it is seen as part of a totality. In what activities does modern society excel, and what has become a familiar pastime? Well, in public meetings. Instead of quietly familiarizing oneself with the real nature of problems, one prefers to attend conferences or meetings to thrash them out there, because intellectuality feels at home in such an environment. Often it is not the real nature of a problem which is discussed, for this, so it seems, has already been dealt with, but discussions are held for their own sake. Such a phenomenon is a typical byproduct of intellectuality, which leads us away from the realities of a given situation. And so one cannot help feeling that fundamentally such meetings or conferences are pervaded by an atmosphere of illusion hovering above the realities of life, while down below, at ground level, all sorts of things are happening. Clever discourses are held about them in multifarious public conferences. I am not trying to criticize or to run down efforts made at such meetings. On the contrary, I find that brilliant arguments are often put forth on such occasions. Usually the arguments are so convincingly built up that one cannot help agreeing with 2 or even 3 speakers who in actual fact represent totally opposing views. From a certain point of view, one can agree with everything that is said. Why? Because it is all permeated by intellectuality, which is incapable of providing realistic solutions. Therefore, contemporary life might just as well be allowed to take its own course without the many meetings called together to deal with its problems. Life could well do without all these conferences and debates, even though one is able to enjoy and admire the ingenuity displayed at such meetings. During the last 50 to 60 years, it was possible to follow most impressive theoretical arguments in the most varied fields of life. At the same time, when quietly observing life without prejudice, one could also notice that daily affairs moved in the opposite direction from that indicated by these often brilliant discussions. To give an actual example, when some time ago in various countries questions regarding the gold standard were discussed, most ingenious speeches were made recommending its usage. One can really say, I do not at all feel cynical about it, but am sincerely earnest, that in various parliaments, chambers of commerce, etc., most erudite speeches were made about the positive results the gold standard would bring. Discriminating and intelligent experts, also those of real practical experience, proved that if we accept the gold standard, we should also have free trade. But the latter was the consequence of the free trade, was the consequence of the former. But lo and behold, in most countries which adopted the gold standard, quite unbearable customs tariffs were introduced, which means that instead of allowing trade to flow freely, it was shackled. The opposite of what intellect-bred cleverness had predicted was the answer that life was giving. One must be clear about the fact that intellectuality is something quite alien to reality, that it makes the human being into a, quote, big head, close quote. Hence, it can never be the basis of a science of teaching, for it leads away from the understanding of man. Since teaching involves a relation between human beings, namely the relation between teacher and pupil, it must be based on human nature. This can only be done out of a real knowledge of human nature. It is the aim of anthroposophy to give such a knowledge of man. The end of Lecture 2. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Soul Economy and Waldorf Education, Collected Works, Volume 303, translated by Roland Everett. This is Lecture 3, given in Dornach on the 25th of December, 1921. If you study at greater depth what was brought before you yesterday, you will find that the current interpretation of the world cannot lead to an understanding of the human being. And if you go into further detail of what could be but briefly indicated here, and relate it to specific problems of life, you will find confirmation of all that has been postulated in yesterday's lecture. Now, strangely enough, exponents of the modern worldview seem quite unaware of the significance of their being unable to reach the specifically human sphere. Nor are they willing to admit that in this respect their interpretation of the universe is incomplete. This fact alone more than justifies all the efforts made by anthroposophical research. We shall grasp this situation all the more clearly by observing characteristic examples. When quoting Herbert Spencer, it was not my aim to prove anything. I merely wished to illustrate the modern mode of thinking. Herbert Spencer had already formulated his most important and fundamental ideas before the spreading of Darwinism. This so-called Darwinism aptly demonstrates how scientific, intellectualistic thinking approaches questions and problems which are the outcome of a deep-seated longing in the human soul. Charles Darwin's book, titled The Origin of the Species, published in 1858, certainly represents a landmark in modern spiritual life. His method of observation and the way in which he draws his conclusions are exemplary for a modern conceptual discipline. One can truly say that Charles Darwin observed the data offered to his sense perceptions with utmost exactitude, and that he searched for the underlying laws in quite a masterly fashion, taking into consideration everything that such observed phenomena could teach to his powers of comprehension. Never did he allow himself to be deflected, not even to the slightest degree, by his own subjectivity. He developed the habit of learning from the outer world in a way commensurate with the human intellect. Observing life in this way, Darwin was able to trace a link between the simplest, that is, the least developed organisms, and the highest organism found on Earth, man himself. The entire range of living organisms was contemplated by him in a strictly natural scientific manner. But what he actually observed was external to and not part of the essentially human nature. Neither the real being of man nor his spiritual aspirations were the object of his inquiry. However, when Darwin finally had to face an impasse, he reacted in a characteristic manner. For after having formulated his excellent conclusions, he now asked himself, why should it not have pleased the divine Creator just as much to begin his creation with a small number of comparatively undeveloped and primitive organic forms, which he gradually allowed to develop further, as to miraculously conjure forth fully developed forms right at the beginning of the world? But what does such a reaction signify? It shows that a personality who has made the intellectualistic, naturalistic outlook his own, applies it as far as a certain inner sensing will allow him to go, and that then he is prepared to accept newly found boundaries, without pondering too much whether possibilities exist of transcending them. In actual fact, he is even ready to fall back on traditional religious conceptions. Also, in his subsequent book, titled The Descent of Man, Darwin did not fundamentally modify his views. Apart from being a characteristic example of the times, Darwin's attitude also reveals certain national features, characteristic of Anglo-American attitudes, and differing from those of Middle Europe. For if one looks at modern life with open eyes, one can learn a great deal about such national characteristics. In Germany, Darwinism was received at first with open enthusiasm, which, however, spread into two opposite directions. There was, first of all, Ernst Haeckel, who, with youthful ardor, took up Darwin's methods of observation, valid only in non-human domains. But according to his Germanic disposition, he was not prepared to accept given boundaries with Darwin's natural grace. Haeckel did not capitulate to traditional religious conceptions, speaking of an Almighty who had created some imperfect archetypes. Using Darwin's excellent methods, relevant only for the non-human realm, as a basis for a new religion, Ernst Haeckel included both God and man in his considerations, thus deliberately crossing the boundary hitherto accepted by Darwin. Du Bois-Reymond took up Darwinism in another way. According to his views, the naturalistic, intellectualistic mode of thought can only be applied to the non-human realm. He therefore remained within its limits. But he did not stop there, unquestioning and guided by his feelings, but made this stopping point itself into a theory. Just there, where Darwin's observations tail off into the undefined, Du Bois-Reymond postulated an alternative, stating, either there are limits or there are no limits. And he found two such limits. One, when we turn our gaze outward into the world, we are confronted with matter. The second limit is when we turn our gaze inward to the experiences of our own consciousness, and find also these ultimately impenetrable. He therefore concluded that we have no means of reaching the supersensible, and made this into a theory. One would have to rise to the level of supernaturalism, that is the realm where religion may hold sway, but science has nothing to do with what belongs to this religious sphere. In this way, Du Bois-Reymond leaves everyone free to supplement, according to personal needs, all that has been substantiated by natural science with either mystical or traditionally accepted forms of religious beliefs. But he insists that such supernatural beliefs could never be subject to scientific scrutiny. The characteristic difference between the Middle European and the Western people lies in that the latter naturally lean toward the practical side of life. Consequently, they are quite prepared to allow their thoughts to tail off into what cannot be defined, just as it happens in practical life. Among Middle Europeans, on the other hand, there is a tendency of putting up with impracticalities as long as the train of thought remains theoretically consistent, until an either-or situation has been reached. And this we can see particularly clearly when fundamental issues regarding ultimate questions are at stake. But there is still a third book written by Darwin which deals with the expression of feeling, titled The Expression of the Emotions in Man and Animals. To anyone who occupies himself with the problems of the soul, this work appears to be of far greater importance than his title Origin of the Species and title The Descent of Man. If one lets this book, so full of fine observations regarding the expression of human emotions, work upon oneself, one can derive great satisfaction from it. For it shows that a person who has disciplined himself to observe in the natural scientific manner can also achieve faculties which are very well suited for research into the soul and spiritual sphere of man. It goes without saying that Darwin advanced along this road only as far as his instinct would allow him to go. Nevertheless, the excellence of his observations shows that a training in natural scientific observation can also lead to an ability of penetrating into the realm of the supersensible. On this fact rests the hope of anthroposophical endeavor, which does not wish to depart by a hair's breadth in any task that it undertakes from the disciplined training of the natural scientific method of thought. But at the same time, anthroposophy wishes to demonstrate how the natural scientific mode of working can be developed further, thereby transcending the practical limits established by Darwin, crossed so boldly with Haeckel's naturalism, and laid down as a theory by Du Bois-Reymond. It endeavors to show how the supersensible world can be reached so that real knowledge of man can finally be attained. The first step towards such higher knowledge does not take us directly into the world of education, which is to be our central theme during the coming days, but it consists of our trying to build a bridge from ordinary conceptual and emotional life to supersensible cognition. This can be achieved if, using ordinary means of cognition, we learn to apprehend the characteristic nature of the sense-bound interpretation of the world. In order to do so, I should like you to accept two hypotheses. Suppose that from our childhood days on, the world of matter had been transparent and clear to our understanding. Suppose that the material world surrounding us were not impermeable to our gaze, but that with our ordinary sense observation and thinking, we were able to penetrate and fully grasp its nature. If this were the case, we should be able to comprehend the material aspect of the mineral kingdom. We should also be able to understand the physical aspect of man. The human body would become entirely transparent to our gaze. However, if such an hypothesis were reality, you would have to eliminate from your mind something without which real life could not exist. You would have to think away all that we mean when we speak of love. For what does love depend upon? Be it love for another person, or for mankind in general, or for spiritual beings. It depends on our meeting the other person or being with forces which are totally different from those which illuminate our thoughts. If transparent or abstract thoughts were to light up as soon as we met another being, then even the very first seeds of love would immediately be destroyed. We simply would be unable to engender love. You only need to remember how, in ordinary life, love ceases to be when the light of abstract thought takes over. You only need to remember how right it is to speak of the coldness of abstract thoughts, how all inner warmth ceases when we approach the thinking realm. Warmth, revealing itself through love, could not come into being if we met outer material life only with our intellect. Love would be extinguished from our world. And now, suppose that there were nothing to prevent you from looking into your own inner organization, that when turning your gaze inward, you could perceive the forces and the weaving of substances within you with the same clarity with which you can see colors or hear tones in the outer world. If this were to happen, you would have the possibility of continuously experiencing your own inner being. However, in this case too, you would have to eliminate something from your mind without which the human being could not exist in the world as it is today. For what is it that lights up within you when you turn your gaze inward? You behold memory pictures of what you have experienced in the outer world. In actual fact, when looking inward, you do not see your inner being at all. You only see the reflection, the memory pictures of what you have experienced in the world. If you consider that on the one hand, without this faculty of remembering, without memory, personal life would not be possible, and on the other, that in order to perceive your own inner life, you would have to eliminate your memory, you will recognize the necessity of the limit inbuilt into our human organization. The possibility of clearly perceiving the nature of outer matter would presuppose a human being devoid of love. The possibility of perpetually perceiving one's own inner organization would presuppose a human being devoid of the faculty of remembering. Thus, the two hypotheses help us to realize the necessity of the two limits set to human nature in ordinary life and in ordinary consciousness. They exist for the sake of the development of love and because of the need of personal memories for man's inner life. But if there is a path beyond these boundaries into the supersensible world, the obvious question arises: can we tread this path without, on the one hand, damaging our personal life, and on the other, shunning social life with our fellows? Anthroposophy has the courage to declare that with the usual and established naturalistic approach, it is not possible to attain to supersensible knowledge. But at the same time, it must raise the question: are there any means which, when applied with the strict discipline of natural science, will enable us to enter supersensible realms? We cannot accept the statement that the crossing of the threshold into the supernatural world marks the boundary of scientific investigation. It is the aim of anthroposophy to open up a path into the supersensible by using equally exact means with which hitherto accepted science has succeeded in penetrating into the sense-perceptible world. In this way, anthroposophy is merely continuing to tread the path of modern science. Anthroposophy does not wish to rebel against present achievements, but it endeavors to bring what is needed in our time and what contemporary life cannot provide out of its own resources. If one looks at Darwin's attitude in the way I have presented it, one might feel prompted to say, well, if science can deal only with what is sense-perceptible, and if, therefore, one has to fall back on religious beliefs in order to approach what is supersensible, one simply has to accept the situation as being inevitable. Such a response, however, would do nothing to solve the fundamental and urgent human problems of our times. In this context, I should like to speak about two characteristic aspects of present-day life. because, apart from supplementing what has been said already, they also throw light on educational questions. They may help to illustrate how modern intellectual thinking, which is striving for absolute lucidity, nevertheless is prone to drift into the dark domains of the unconscious and instinctive. If you observe man's attitude toward the world in past ages, you will find that in ancient times religion was never looked upon as mere faith. This only happened in later times. But that religions were based on direct experience and on insight into the spiritual worlds. The knowledge thus gained was considered to be as real as are the results of our modern natural scientific investigations. Only in subsequent ages was knowledge confined to what is sense-perceptible, and consequently supersensible knowledge was relegated to the religious realm. And so the illusion came about that anything pertaining to metaphysical existence could be only a matter of faith. Yet, as long as religions rested on supersensible knowledge, this knowledge bestowed great power, affecting even the physical nature of man. Our modern civilization is not able to generate this kind of moral strength for the man of today. For when religion has become only a matter of faith, it loses power. It can no longer work right down into man's physical constitution. Though this is instinctively felt nowadays, its importance is not recognized. This instinctive feeling and searching for revitalizing forces has found an outlet which has become a distinctive feature of our civilization, and which belongs to all that we call sports. Religion has lost the power of strengthening man's physical constitution. Therefore, an instinctive urge has arisen in people to gain access to such a source of strength by outward physical means only. As life tends toward polarizations, we find that man instinctively wants to substitute the loss of invigoration previously drawn from his religious experiences by cultivating sportsmanship. I have no wish to harangue against sports. Neither do I wish to belittle their positive aspects. In fact, I feel confident that these activities eventually will develop in a healthy manner. Nevertheless, it must be said that sport will take on an altogether different position in human life from that of today, where it is a substitute for religious experience. Such a statement may well appear paradoxical, but truth today is paradoxical, because modern civilization has drifted into so many cross currents. A second characteristic of our intellectual and naturalistic civilization is that instead of embracing life in full, it tends to lead to soul-destroying contradictions. A person's thinking is driven along until it becomes entangled in chaotic thought webs and contradictions, without his or her becoming aware of the confusion wrought. For example, the fact that a young child, to a certain extent, will go through the various stages mankind has passed through from the days of primitive man up to our present civilization, fills certain naturalistic intellectuals with admiration. They observe the somewhat turned-up nostrils of a young child and the position of the eyes, which lie further apart than in later life. They observe the formation of the forehead with its characteristic curvature, and also the shape of the mouth. All these features are reminiscent of those found in primitive tribes, and so they look upon the young child as being a young savage. Yet at the same time, sentiments, such as those expressed by Rousseau, are trying to rise to the surface, sentiments which are completely at loggerheads with what has just been said. When contemplating educational aims, some people wish to, quote, return to nature, close quote, both from a physical and moral aspect. But, being under the influence of an intellectual atmosphere, they soon aim at arranging educational ideas according to the principles of logic, for intellectuality will always lead to logic in the thinking realm. Observing many illogical features in present education, they now wish to base it upon principles of logic, which in their eyes are entirely compatible with the child's natural development. Logic, however, does not meet the needs of the child at all. One close look at primitive races will make one realize soon enough that members of such tribes hardly apply logical thinking in their ways of living. And so some reformers are under the illusion that they are returning to nature by introducing a logical attitude in educating the young, who are supposed to be little savages, an attitude which is altogether alien to the child. In this way, adherents of Rousseau's message find themselves caught in a strange contradiction with an intellectualistic attitude. Striving to live in harmony with nature does not fit into an intellectualistic outlook. And as far as the education of the will is concerned, the intellectualistic thinker finds himself completely out of touch with reality. According to his ways of thinking, the child should, above all, be taught what is useful in life. For instance, such people never tire of pointing out the impracticability of our modern mode of dress, which does not satisfy the demands of utility. They advocate that in order to return to more natural ways, we should concentrate on the utilitarian aspects of life. Especially the education of girls is criticized most sharply by such reformers. And now they are faced with a paradoxical situation. Did primitive man, whose stage young people are supposed to recapitulate, live a life of utility? Certainly not. According to the findings of archaeologists, he neither developed logic in his thinking nor utility in his living. His essential needs were satisfied through the help of his inborn instincts. But what was it that captivated the interest of primitive man? Adornment. He did not wear clothing for practical reasons, but out of a longing for self-adornment. Whatever the members of such tribes chose to wear or not to wear in order to be able to show the patterns painted on their skin was not intended to serve useful purposes, but was an expression of their yearning for beauty, as they understood it. Similar traits can also be found in the young child. If a person interested in education thinks along rational and logical lines, and in terms of what is practical and useful in life, and if, on the other hand, he or she feels pulled in the direction of Rousseau's call to return to nature, he will find himself victim of strange contradictions. What he really does is to pass on to the child what appears to him of value to himself as a grown-up. He tries to graft onto the child something which is entirely alien to the child's own nature. Children really do seek, only in different ways from those advocated by Rousseau, for beauty, which for them neither expresses the good nor the useful, but which exists for its own sake. Anyone able to perceive these contradictions and imperfections in modern life will be ready to look for their causes, and he will recognize, more and more, how one-sided and limited the generally accepted intellect-based, naturalistic mode of thinking is, which does not look upon man in his entirety at all. Usually only man's waking state is taken account of, whereas in reality the hours spent in sleep are just as much part of human life as those of his day consciousness. You may object by saying that natural science has closely examined also the sleeping state of man, and indeed there exist many interesting theories about the nature of sleep and of dreams. But all these are premises made by persons in their waking state, and not by investigators who are able to penetrate the domains of sleep. In his waking state, man not only has consciousness, he also undergoes inner experiences, and he takes on an active part in life. During sleep, on the other hand, he loses his ordinary consciousness, and consequently, he can examine sleep only from the perspective of the awake person. However, a proper study of such a life phenomenon demands more than an abstract theory. To be able to enter sleep life in full consciousness is an essential prerequisite for its understanding. Though experiencing both wonder and astonishment when studying the phenomena of sleep, a serious and unbiased investigator is not likely to advance further along lines which, for example, Greek philosophy considered to be of importance. According to an ancient Greek adage, every philosophy, as a path toward cognition, begins with wonder. But this indicates only the beginning of the search for insight. One must move on. One must progress from wonder to cognition. However, the first step towards supersensible knowledge must not be made with the expectation of one's being able to enter the spiritual world directly, but rather with the intent of building a bridge from the ordinary sense-perceptible world to supersensible knowledge. One way of achieving this is by applying the same discipline with which we have learned to observe the phenomena of the sense-perceptible world to what comes to us from the realms of sleep and of dreams. Modern man certainly has learned to observe accurately. But in this case, it is not just a matter of observing accurately. In order to gain insight, one has to be able to direct one's observations to specific areas. I should like to give you an example of how this can be done when studying the phenomena of dreams, which infiltrate into our waking life in strange and mysterious ways. Here and there, one still comes across people who have remained aware of the characteristic difference between waking and sleeping, but their awareness has become only a dim and vague feeling. Nevertheless, such people are aware that an awake person is an altogether different kind of creature from the one who is asleep. Therefore, when they are told that sleep is a waste of time, and that a sleeper is an idle and lazy fellow, these simple minds will answer, quote, "As long as we sleep, we are free from sin." Close quote. In this way, they wish to express that man, whom they consider to be a sinful creature as long as he is awake, is innocent while he sleeps. A good instinctive wisdom is hidden in this somewhat naive attitude. But in order to reach clarity, one needs to train one's own observation. I wish to give you an example. Surely there are some among you, perhaps all of you, who have had dreams which are reminiscent of what might have happened to you in daily life. For example, you may have dreamt that you were taken to a river and that somehow you had to get across. So you found yourself searching for a boat, which after a great deal of trouble you managed to secure. Now you had to make great efforts to row across. In your dream you may have felt the physical exertion of plying the oars until at last you managed to get across, just as it might have happened in waking life. There are many such kinds of dreams. Their contents are definite reminiscences of our physical and sense-perceptible lives. But there are also other kinds of dreams which do not echo our waking life. For instance, someone again may dream that he or she has to cross a river. Wondering how this urge could possibly be fulfilled, the dreamer suddenly is able to spread his wings and, hey, presto, he simply flies across to land safely on the opposite bank. Such a dream certainly is not a reminiscence of what happens in waking life, because, to my knowledge, this is hardly the way ordinary mortals transport themselves across a river in real life. Here we have something which simply does not exist in physical life. And now, if we accurately observe the relationship between sleeping and waking life, we shall discover something really interesting. We shall find that the kind of dreams in which we experience the toil and exhaustion of waking life, dreams which reflect our waking life, make us wake up tired. On waking, our limbs feel heavy, and tiredness seems to drag on throughout the course of the day. With other words, if strains and pains of a life of drudgery reappear in our dreams, we wake up weakened rather than refreshed. But now observe the effects of the other kind of dream. If you have managed to fly weightlessly and with hearty enthusiasm, with wings which you do not possess in ordinary life, once you have flown across your river, you wake up bright and breezy, and your limbs feel light. We need to observe these differing effects of dreams on the waking life with the same accuracy with which we make our observations in mathematics or in physics. We know quite well that we should not get far in these two subjects without it. Yet dreams are not generally made the object of exact observations, and consequently no satisfactory results are achieved in this field. And such a situation hardly encourages people to strive for greater powers of insight into these somewhat obscure spheres of life. It is not just a case of putting forward some isolated glimpses of something, which apparently confirms previous indications. The more one ponders about the relevant facts, the more such reciprocal links between sleeping and waking life become evident. For instance, there are dreams in which you may see some very tasty dishes, which you then enjoy with a hearty appetite. You will find that usually, after having thus eaten in your dreams, you wake up without much appetite. You may even not eat during the following day, as if there were something wrong with your digestion. On the other hand, if in your dream you had the experience of speaking to an angel, and if you entered fully into a dialogue with him, you will awake with a keen edge to your appetite, which may persist during the whole of the day. Needless to say, partaking of food in one's dream represents a memory picture from waking life, for in the spiritual world one neither eats nor drinks. This surely you will accept without further proof. Therefore, enjoying food during a dream is a reminiscence of physical life, whereas speaking to an angel, an event which is unlikely to happen to people nowadays, is something which cannot be looked upon as an echo of daily life. Such an observation alone could show even an abstract thinker that something quite unknown happens to us in sleep, something which, nevertheless, plays into our daily lives. It is wrong to surmise that it is not possible to gain exact and clear conceptions in this realm. For is it not a clearly defined discovery that dreams echoing earthly reality, the kind so popular among naturalistic poets, ever eager to imitate earthly life and never ready to enter the supersensible realms, that such dreams have an unhealthy effect upon our waking lives? If ordinary life impressions reappear in dreams, these dreams have an injurious effect upon our health. On the other hand, if unrealistic dream pictures appear, the kind which would be so scornfully dismissed as mystical rubbish by an intellectualistic Philistine, these will make us feel bright and fresh upon awakening in the morning. It is certainly possible to observe the strange interplay and the reciprocal effects between dreaming and sleeping. And so we can say, something which is independent of man's physical condition must be happening to him during sleep, the effects of which we can observe in his physical organism. Dreams cause astonishment and wonder to ordinary consciousness because they elude us in our waking state. The more you try to collect such examples, the more you will find a real connection between man's sleeping and waking state. You only need to look closely at dreams to find their characteristic difference from what we experience in waking life. When awake, we are able to link or to separate mental images at will. This we cannot do when dreaming. The dream pictures are woven as objective appearances which lie beyond the influence of our will. In dream, the activities of the soul become passive, benumbed, and paralyzed. If we study dreams from yet another aspect, we shall find that they can reveal to us other secret sides of human existence. Observe, for instance, your judgment of people with whom you may have a certain relationship in life. You may find that you do not allow your full inner feelings of sympathy or antipathy to rise to the level of consciousness, and that your judgment of such people is colored by varying facts, such as their titles or their positions in social life, etc. However, when you dream about such a personality, something quite unexpected may happen. You may find yourself giving him a thorough hiding. Such behavior, so completely at odds with your attitude in waking life, allows you a glimpse into the more hidden regions of your sympathies and antipathies, some of which you would never dare to admit even to yourself while awake, but which the dream conjures up in your soul. Subconscious images are placed before the dreaming soul. These are comparatively easy to observe. But if you were to investigate at depth certain inexplicable moods of a person, moods of ill temper or of euphoria, which cannot be attributed to outer circumstances, you would find that they too were caused by dreams, completely forgotten by the people concerned. What is experienced in sleep and what may become revealed through dreams works into the unconscious and may lead to apparently inexplicable moods. Unless we consider this other side of life, this hidden domain of man's sleep life, by making exact investigations, we cannot understand human life in its totality. However, all these reciprocal effects happen without man's participation. Yet it is possible to lift what is thus happening unconsciously and involuntarily to a state of clear consciousness, which is equal to that of a person engaged in mathematics or other scientific investigations. When achieving this, one's powers of observation are enhanced beyond the indeterminate relationship between waking and sleeping to the fully conscious states of imagination, inspiration, and intuition. Only through these three capacities is it possible to attain to a true knowledge of man. What life vaguely hints at through the phenomenon of sleep can be developed in full consciousness by applying methods given by Anthroposophy, which strive toward a real knowledge of the world and of man. The end of Lecture 3. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Soul Economy and Waldorf Education. It is Collected Works, Volume 303, translated by Roland Everett. This is Lecture 4, given in Dornach on the 26th of December, 1921. In trying to comprehend the world through a natural scientific interpretation of its phenomena, both from a cognitional and a practical point of view, people generally take into account conditions only as they meet them at the present time. Such a statement may appear incorrect to anyone who merely looks at the surface of things. However, as we proceed with our deliberations, it will become evident that this is indeed the case. We have grown accustomed to investigate the physical organism of man with the accepted methods of biology, physics, and anatomy, but though this may appear incorrect at first, in the results thus obtained, we are dealing only with what the present moment of time reveals to us. For example, we observe the lungs of a child, of an adult, and of an old person in their successive stages, from the beginning to the end of life, and we draw certain conclusions. But in this way we do not really penetrate the element of time at all, for we are limiting ourselves to observations in space. These in turn we invest with qualities of time. We are doing the same thing, to use a simile, when we read the time by looking at a clock. We note its hands, say in the morning, and their spatial positions indicate the time to us. We may look at the clock again at midday and conclude the passage of time from the spatial changes of its hands. We take our bearing as to the course of time from the movements of the hands from point to point in space. This has become our habitual way of judging time in everyday life. But in this way, we cannot experience the true nature of time. And yet only by penetrating the element of time with the same awareness with which we experience space can we rightly judge human life between birth and death. I should like to illustrate these theoretical remarks by examples which will show the importance of living oneself into the dimension of time, especially if one wishes to practice the art of education. Take, for example, a child who is full of reverence toward grown-up people. Anyone with a healthy instinct would consider such an attitude in a child as something wholesome, especially if such reverence is justified, as indeed it should be in the case of an adult. However, people usually think no further. They merely attribute such a feeling of reverence toward adults to certain characteristics of childhood and leave it at that. But one will never be able to recognize the importance of such reverence unless one includes the entire course of a human life in one's considerations. As one grows older, one may have the opportunity of observing old people. One may discover that some of them have the gift of bringing soul comfort to others who are in need of it. Often it is not the content of what such old people have to say which acts like balm on a suffering soul, but merely the tone of their voice or the way in which they speak. If now you trace back such an old person's life to his or her childhood days, you will find that as a child he or she was full of such reverence and respect for the adult. Naturally, this attitude of reverence will disappear in later life, but only on the surface. Deeper down, it will gradually become transformed, only to re-emerge later as the gift of bringing solace and elevation to suffering and troubled minds. One could also put it in this way. If a young child has learned to pray, if it has learned to develop an inner mood of prayer, this mood will enter the subconscious, there to undergo a metamorphosis into the capacity of blessing in ripe old age. When we meet old people whose mere presence radiates blessing upon those around them, you will find that in their childhood they had experienced and developed such an inner mood of prayer. Such a transformation can only be discovered if one has learned to experience time as concretely as we are accustomed to experience space. We must learn to recognize the time element with the same awareness with which we experience space. Time must not be experienced in spatial terms only, as is the case when we look at a clock face. What I have been trying to illustrate with this example regarding the moral aspects of life needs to become very much part and parcel of our concept of man, certainly if a real art of education is to be developed. I should like to elaborate this point in greater detail. If we compare the human being with the animal, we find that from the moment of birth, animals, especially the higher species, are equipped with all the faculties necessary for their living. A chick leaving its shell does not need to learn to walk, for it is already adapted to its surroundings. Each animal's organs are firmly adapted to the specific needs of its species. This, however, is not at all the case with the human being, who comes into this world as a completely helpless creature. Only gradually can he develop the capacities and skills necessary for his life. And this is due to the fact that the most important period in his earthly life lies between the end of childhood and the coming of old age. This middle period, this time of maturity, is the most important feature of human life on earth. During that time, man adapts his organization to outer life by acquiring specific aptitudes and skills. He develops a reciprocal relationship to the outer world based on the range of his own experiences. This middle period, during which the human organs remain capable of evolving and adapting, is completely missing in the life of the animal. The animal is born into life in a state which fundamentally is comparable with that of the aged person whose organic forms have become rigid. If you wish to understand the animal's relationship to its surroundings, you must look upon it in terms of the human stage of old age. Now the question may arise, does the animal show characteristics of old age also with regard to its soul properties? This is not the case, because in the animal there also exists the opposite pole, which counteracts this falling into crabbed age, and that is its capacity for reproduction. The ability of procreation, be it in the human or animal kingdom, always engenders forces of rejuvenation. While, on the one hand, the animal falls prey to the influences of aging too rapidly, on the other it is saved from premature aging through inflowing forces of reproduction until it reaches sexual maturity. If you are able to observe an animal or an animal species without preconception, you will come to the conclusion that at the time when the animal is capable of procreation, it has already reached the stage which is equivalent to that of old age in man. The characteristic difference in the case of the human being consists in the fact that both old age and childhood, during which the reproductive system in the latter is slowly maturing, are placed at either end of the human middle period, and that during this middle period the flexibility of the human organism remains intact, thus enabling man to relate and adapt himself individually to outer conditions. By such an arrangement, the human being will be a child at the right time, leaving childhood at the appropriate age to enter the period of maturity. He will leave the age of maturity when the time comes for him to enter old age. If you look at human life from this time aspect, you can also understand certain abnormalities. You may come across individualities who, if I may put it this way, prematurely slip into old age. I am not so much thinking of obvious features generally associated with old age, such as gray hair or baldness. Even a bald head may have remained a childish person. I am thinking of more subtle symptoms, detectable only upon more intimate observations. One could call such features signs of a senile soul life, manifesting in a person already at a stage when he or she should still be living in the middle period of flexibility and adaptability. But the opposite may also happen. A person may be unable to leave the stage of childhood at the right time, carrying infantile features over into middle life. Then strange things may happen in the life of such a person, the symptoms of which we can only touch upon today. If we include the time element in our picture of man, we shall be able to diagnose various aberrations of human behavior. We know that as we approach old age, our head organization in particular loses inner mobility. Consequently, all the capacities which we have acquired during life attain more of a soul and spiritual quality. But this is only possible at the expense of the head organization, taking on certain animal-like properties. From a physical point of view, an old person undergoes conditions akin to those of a newborn animal. To a certain extent, he or she becomes animalized. In this way, provided their education was right, old people gain something which they may preserve for the rest of their lives. Their spiritual and soul experiences of the outer world no longer enter fully into their organization. The cranium has become so ossified and fixed. The aged person therefore depends more on soul and spiritual links with the surrounding world. He or she is no longer able to transform to the same extent outer happenings into inward qualities. Thereby a kind of animalization of the upper regions is taking place. Now, it is possible for such an animalization in the head organization to take place prematurely, that is, already during the middle period of life. But because a human being will remain human despite such a tendency toward animalization, we do not come across any outer symptoms, but we must become aware of certain changes within the realm of the soul. If the relationship to the outer world, characteristic of an aged person, establishes itself prematurely, and this can happen already during childhood, such a person's experiences will be drawn too much into the physical system, for naturally the general flexibility of the remaining human organization, typical of the younger age, still retains the upper hand. In this case, such a person will experience inwardly, but too early, what normally would result from a relationship to the outer world appropriate to old age. Communications between inner and outer world would be linked too much to the physical organization, thus bringing about properties of soul more akin to the animal world than would be the case in normal human beings. One could say, if one wished to express it in this way, that the animal has the advantage of a certain instinct over man. It is an instinct which links it more directly and more intimately to its surroundings than is the case in the normal human being. It is no mere myth, but absolutely accords with the peculiarities of animal life, that certain animals leave localities which are in danger of impending natural catastrophes. Regarding the self-preservation of life, animals are gifted with certain prophetic instincts. It is also correct to state that the animal experiences far more intensely the changing seasons than man does. It is able to sense the approach of the time when it has to migrate to other regions, for it has such an intimate and instinctive relationship to its surroundings. If one could look into an animal's soul life, one would find there, albeit entirely unconsciously, an instinctive wisdom of life, manifesting in the animals entirely living within the manifold processes and forces of nature. Now, if a person falls victim to encroaching age too early, such an animal-like, instinctive experience of the surroundings begins to develop, naturally in sublimated form, because in a human being everything is lifted into the human sphere. In what today is known as lower forms of clairvoyance, as telepathy, telekinesis, and so forth, often described correctly and often quite wrongly, these faculties which occur abnormally in human life are nothing but the result of such premature aging playing into the middle period of life. If the process of aging occurs at the right time, one will experience it in a healthy manner, whereas if it already makes its appearance in one's 20s, one becomes a clairvoyant of a low order. Symptoms of a premature aging represent an abnormality in life which does not reveal itself outwardly, but in a more hidden manner. If these forms of lower clairvoyance were to be studied from the aspect of man's premature aging, a far deeper insight into these phenomena could be achieved. This, however, is only possible if one observes life in a more realistic way. It is not good enough merely to investigate what one can see before one's eyes at the present moment of time. One must learn to recognize in these symptoms indications of a time shift from later to earlier stages of life. We shall see in the next 2 days how healing processes can come about through an exact insight into human nature. It is indeed possible that a kind of animalization of man could be manifested not in an outwardly visible aging process, but rather in that a close and instinctive relationship with the environment can encroach upon the lower regions of man, otherwise characteristic of the animal. The resulting phenomena of telepathy, telekinesis, and so on do not lose in interest by being recognized for what they really are, namely, not manifestations of the spiritual world, but the intrusion of a later stage of life upon an earlier. By developing a time consciousness, one is able to fathom the very depths of human nature. To live in the dimension of time is to survey the course of time until one is able to see into both past and future from the present moment of time. You will yourself feel how actually our present day observation, even though it may appear outwardly otherwise, is very remote from this more inward means of observation, which is more concurrent with time and its course. Insufficient interpretations of what meets us in life result from present-day observation. Contemporary scientific explanations and their effects upon life are full of such insufficient interpretations. Looking at the course of human life, we find that the reverse case of what has here been described is also possible. Childishness is carried over into the age of maturity. It is characteristic of the child that it not only experiences the external world less consciously than grown-up people, but also that its experiences are much more intimately bound up with metabolic changes. If a child sees colors, their impressions strongly affect its metabolic processes. The child takes in outer sense impressions right down into its metabolism. It is no mere metaphor to speak of a child digesting its sense impressions, for its digestion responds to all its outer experiences. An aged person develops certain animal characteristics within the physical, but the child's entire life is filled with a sensitivity toward the vegetative, organic processes which also affect the child's life of soul. Unless we are aware of this fact, we shall not be able to understand the child's nature. In later years, man leaves the digestive metabolic processes more to themselves. He experiences the external world more independently of them. He does not allow his soul and spiritual reactions to the outer world to affect his metabolism to the extent that a child does. His response to his surroundings is not accompanied by the same lively activity of glandular secretion as in the case of the child. The child takes in all outer impressions as if they were edible substances, but the adult leaves his digestion to itself, and this fact alone makes him into an adult under normal circumstances. But there are cases where the vegetative organic forces, which work in a legitimate way during childhood, still continue to work in an adult, affecting also his psyche. Then other abnormal symptoms are liable to occur. An example will make this clear. Suppose, for instance, someone develops a love for a dog which makes a deep impression on his nature. If he or she is one who has carried childishness over into later life, this tenderness will work right into the metabolism. Organic processes corresponding to his feelings of affection will be set up. In such a case, digestive processes take place not only after the intake of food or as a result of normal physical activities, but certain areas within the digestive system will develop a habit of secreting and regenerating substances in response to the strong emotions evoked by the love for such an animal. The dog will become indispensable to the well-being of such a person's vegetative system. What happens if the dog dies? The connection in outer life is broken off. The organic processes go on by force of inertia, but they are no longer satisfied. The person's feelings miss something they had got used to, and in an inward way trouble ensues. Let me read that sentence again. The person's feelings miss something they had got used to, and an inward trouble ensues. The strangest disturbances may occur. A friend may advise the buying of a new dog and so restore the previous dog owner to health, for now the inner organic processes can find satisfaction again through external experiences. We shall see later that there are better ways of curing such an abnormality, but anyone may reasonably try to solve the problem in this way. There are, of course, many other examples to be found, less drastic than such a deep affection for a dog. If an adult has not outgrown certain forces of childhood, destined to absorb external impressions within the digestive system, and if he or she no longer can satisfy this abnormal habit, certain cravings within the vegetative organism will result. But there are also other things which may have been loved and then lost and which cannot be replaced. Then the individual concerned remains dissatisfied, morose, and hypochondriacal. One must try to find the true causes of apparently inexplicable symptoms arising from the depths of the unconscious. There are people who can sense what needs to be done to alleviate the suffering caused by unsatisfied emotions, which affect inner organic processes. They manage to coax out and to bring to consciousness what the patient desires to call to mind, and in this way they are able to help a great deal. Due to the present state of our civilization, there are many people who have not progressed from childhood to adulthood in the normal way, and consequently the ensuing symptoms, both light and serious, have been noticed far and wide. While in ordinary life this naturally led to conversations among helpful and interested people, the situation has stimulated, and in many respects quite rightly so, scientific psychological research. A new scientific terminology sprang up. The patient's psyche was examined through investigation into dreams, or by free or involuntary giving of oneself away. In this way, unfulfilled urges were raised from the subconscious into consciousness. This new branch of science was called psychology or psychoanalysis, the science of probing into the hidden regions of the soul. However, we are not dealing with, quote, hidden regions of the soul, close quote, but with the remains of vegetative organic processes which have been left behind and which crave satisfaction. When such thwarted desires have been diagnosed, one can help the patients to readapt themselves. And herein lies what is valuable in psychoanalysis. When judging such matters, anthroposophy finds itself in a difficult position. It has no wish to quarrel with the findings of natural science. On the contrary, anthroposophy is very ready to recognize and to accept anything which remains within its proper and justifiable realm. In this way, anthroposophy also accepts psychoanalysis within its proper bounds. But anthroposophy endeavors to see all problems and questions within the widest context, encompassing the entire universe and the entire being of man. It feels compelled to widen the arbitrary restrictions laid down by natural science, which often carries out its investigations in quite an unprofessional and dilettantish way, even today. Anthroposophy has no wish and no intention to quarrel. It only puts into a wider perspective what is declared in a one-sided manner. Yet, such a way of working is distasteful and unacceptable to anyone who prefers to wear blinders, and consequently furious attacks are being made upon anthroposophy. Anthroposophy has to defend itself against a one-sided attitude, but it will never be aggressive. This has to be said regarding present-day currents of thought, such as we find in psychoanalysis. It is important that we distinguish between two polarized situations. Either a person draws the last period of life too much into middle age, and consequently abnormal relationships with the external world develop, manifesting as lower forms of clairvoyance, such as telepathy. In this case, such a person extends his horizon beyond the normal human scope in an animal-like fashion. Or a person may move in the opposite direction by pushing into later periods of life what rightly belongs only to childhood. In consequence, he becomes enmeshed, too strongly with his physical organism, with the result that organic surges swamp his psyche, causing disturbances and inner abnormalities. Such a person suffers from a too close relationship with his own organic system. This latter relationship has been diagnosed by psychoanalysis, which, however, ought to direct its attention to human organology in order to grasp the roots of the problem. If we wish to reach a comprehensive knowledge of man, it is absolutely necessary to include in our considerations the entire course of human life between birth and death. It is essential to focus one's attention upon the effects of the passing of time, and inwardly to live with them and to experience them. Anthroposophy, which pursues knowledge of man in his totality by penetrating into the supersensible through its own specific methods, therefore fully takes into account the time element, which in the present stage of our civilization is generally completely ignored. Imagination, inspiration, and intuition, which are the specific methods of anthroposophical endeavor, must be built upon an experience of the element of time. Imagination, inspiration, and intuition, the ways leading to supersensible cognition, could not be looked upon as faculties lying outside ordinary human life, but rather as a continuation, an extension of ordinary human capacities. Anthroposophy dismisses the prejudice which holds that only through some special grace can we attain this kind of cognition. But it maintains that man is able to become conscious of certain faculties lying deep within him, and to have the power to train them. The usual kind of knowledge gained through contemporary scientific training and in ordinary practical life certainly must be transcended. What happens when we try to comprehend the world around us, not as scientifically trained specialists, but as ordinary people? We are surrounded by colors, sounds, by varying degrees of warmth, and so on, all of which I should like to call the tapestry of the sense world. We surrender ourselves to these sense impressions and weave them together without thoughts. If you think about the nature of memories rising up in your soul, you will find that they are the result of sense impressions woven into our thoughts. Our whole life depends on our imparting this texture of sense impressions and thoughts to our life of soul. But what is it that really happens? Look at the diagram, and there's a drawing. Let the line A to B represent the tapestry of the sense world which surrounds us, consisting of colors, sounds, smells, etc. We give ourselves up to our observation, to this tapestry of the senses, and weave its impressions together with our thinking, here indicated by the wavy line. When living in his senses, man unites all his experiences with his thoughts. He interprets the sense stimuli through his thinking. But when thus projecting his thoughts into his surroundings, this tapestry becomes for him a barrier, a metaphorical canvas upon which he draws and paints all his thoughts, but which he is unable to penetrate. He cannot break through this incorporeal wall with his present-day ordinary consciousness. As they are being stopped by this canvas, his thoughts inscribe themselves upon it. The only possibility of penetrating this wall is gained by raising one's consciousness to the state of imagination through systematic and regular meditation exercises. It is equally possible to undergo an inner training in meditation as a method of research in an outwardly directed study of chemistry or astronomy. If you read my book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds and Its Attainment, and the second part of title Occult Science, also known as, readers aside, An Outline of Esoteric Science, end of readers aside, you can convince yourselves that if one wishes to reach the final goal, the methods employed for such meditative exercises are by no means simple and less time-consuming than those needed to acquire knowledge of astronomy or chemistry. On the other hand, it is comparatively easy to read books giving information about such exercises and using one's common sense to be able to examine the truths of anthroposophical research. These do not have to be taken on authority. Even if one is not able to make investigations into the spiritual world oneself, it is possible to test given results by studying the specific methods employed. Meditative practice rests on our freeing ourselves from outer sense impressions. In meditation, we do not surrender ourselves to sense impressions, but only to the life of thoughts. However, by dwelling again and again in meditation on a given thought or mental image, one that is easily and fully comprehensible, we gradually bring our life of thought to such a strength and inner substance that we are able to move in it with the same certainty as in our sense impressions. You will all have experienced the difference between the striking effects of outer sense impressions and the rather limp and pale world of our thoughts during ordinary consciousness. Sense impressions are intensive and alive. We give ourselves up to them. Thoughts, on the other hand, turn pale. They become abstract and cold. But the very core of meditating consists in our becoming able, through regular practice, to imbue our thoughts with the same intensity and liveliness with which we normally experience our sense life. If we succeed in grasping a meditation content with the same inward intensity with which we usually grasp the stimulus of a color, then we have brought to life, in the right way, the underlying thoughts of a meditation. But all this has to happen with the same inner freedom as the normal weaving of thoughts or as ordinary sense perceptions. Just as we do not allow ourselves to be taken over by nebulous moods or mystical dreaming, or become fatuous visionaries when observing the external world, so must we not lose firm ground when meditating in the right way. The same sane mood with which we perceive the world around us must hold sway also when we meditate. This attitude of taking outer sense perceptions as an example for one's conduct when meditating is characteristic of the Anthroposophical method. There are plenty of nebulous mystics who look down upon sense perception as something inferior, which ought to be left behind. They proclaim that the meditant should reach a state of mystic dreaming. The result naturally is a state of semi-sleep, but not of real meditating. Anthroposophy pursues the opposite aim. It considers the quality, intensity, and liveliness of sense perception as an example to be followed until the meditant inwardly moves with the same freedom with which he encounters sense perceptions. He need have no fears of ending up as a dry Philistine. The content which he objectively experiences in his meditative practice will save him from that. When meditating, there is no need for him to enter trance-like nebulous states, because of the inner content which he experiences, while thus freeing himself from workaday life. Through rightful meditation, one can achieve the ability of moving freely in one's life of thinking. This, in turn, redeems the thoughts from their previous abstract character. They become image-like. And this happens in full waking consciousness, just as any healthy thinking does. It is essential never to lose full consciousness, and this is what distinguishes meditating from any hallucinatory state. Anyone given up to hallucinations, any futile enthusiast or visionary, relinquishes his sound common sense, whereas anyone wanting to follow the methods here advocated must ensure that sound common sense accompanies him in all his weaving of thought pictures. And what is the result? Though fully awake, he will experience the pictorial quality of the dream world. The significant difference between imagination and dream pictures lies in that we are completely passive when receiving the latter. If they rise from the subconscious to enter our waking state, we can observe them only after they have happened. When practicing imagination, on the other hand, we ourselves are the initiators. We create images, which are no mere fancy, but which differ in their intensity and strength from the fanciful, as much as the dream pictures do. The main point is that it is we ourselves who initiate the images, and this frees us from the illusion that they are a manifestation of the external world. Anyone given up to hallucinations always believes that what comes to him represents reality, because he is aware of not having been the creator of what he sees. In this lies the cause of the deception. Whoever practices imagination through meditating cannot possibly be under the impression that the images he creates represent outer reality. The first step toward supersensible cognition depends on one's freeing oneself from the illusion that the images one has created, images which are of the same intensity as those of the dream world, are real. This, however, is self-evident, because the meditant is fully aware of having initiated them in complete freedom. Only a madman would mistake them for outer reality. Now, the next step in meditation consists of acquiring the ability of letting these images vanish without a trace. This is not as easy as one might expect, because unless the meditant has created them in full freedom, such images become quite fascinating, fixing themselves on the mind like parasites. One has to gain the strength to let such pictures disappear at will. This second step is of equal importance to the first. Just as, in ordinary life, we need to be able to forget, as otherwise we would always have to walk about with the sum total of all our memories, so the total extinction of all these images is as important as their creation in the first place. When one has thoroughly practiced these exercises, one has done something to one's soul life which could be compared with the strengthening of a muscle through repeated bending and stretching. By learning to weave and form images, and then again to obliterate them, and all this out of an entirely free will activity, one has performed an important training of the soul. One has developed the faculty of consciously forming images, which under normal circumstances only appear in dreams. That is, during a condition which escapes our ordinary consciousness, and which is confined to the time between falling asleep and waking. But now this condition has been induced both consciously and in full freedom. Training in imagination is to train the will, consciously to create images as well as consciously to remove them from the mind. And through this activity we acquire yet another faculty. Everyone has this faculty involuntarily, not during sleep, but at the moment of waking and of falling asleep. It is possible that what was experienced between these two moments comes over to us as remnants of dreams, often felt to come from the beyond. Naturally, it is equally possible that what we meet on waking up so surprises us that all memories of dreams sink below the threshold of consciousness. In general, one can say that because dream imaginations are experienced involuntarily, something chaotic, something erratic which normally lies beyond our consciousness finds its way to us. If, while fully awake, one develops the ability of creating and obliterating imaginations, one can reach a condition of emptied consciousness. This is like a new awakening. And then from beyond the tapestry of the sense world, spiritual entities pass through the tapestry to reach us on paths smoothed by the meditation content. And there's a diagram. While thus persevering in emptied consciousness, we push through the senses barrier, and images, inspiration born, come to us from beyond the sense world. We enter the world which lies beyond the sense world. Through imagination, we prepare ourselves for inspiration, which consists in our being able to experience consciously something which happens unconsciously at the moment of waking. Just as at the moment of waking, something from beyond our waking soul life enters our consciousness, so something lying beyond the consciousness of the sense world enters us if, through imagination, we have trained our soul life in the way described. In this way, we experience the spiritual world lying beyond the world of the senses. Faculties of supersensible cognition are an extension of those naturally given to man in his ordinary life. It is one of the main tasks of anthroposophy to train and to foster the development of these higher faculties. The grasping of the time element in the course of human life is fundamental to any such higher development. If you look up the preparatory exercises for imagination, inspiration, and intuition, as given in my book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds and Its Attainment, or in my title Occult Science, you will find that all that is stated there aims at one thing, namely, at the development of the ability to experience the course of time. The human being goes through the various stages of experience in the world, first as a child, then as a mature person, and finally as an old person. Or he may suffer from an abnormal overlap of one stage into the other. It is not imagination in itself, but the meditative preparation toward it, which should give man the possibility of developing his full potential, and of learning how to give himself to the world out of the fullness of his life. To this end, harmony must be brought about between the specific contributions to the world of childhood, middle age, and of old age. These must flow together harmoniously into a world outlook capable of reaching the spiritual world. Man in his wholeness, which includes also the domain of time, must be actively engaged in his work in the world. In order to achieve a world outlook which reaches beyond the barriers of the sense world, the human being must preserve the freshness of experience which is proper to youth, the clarity of thought and the freedom of judgment proper to middle age, and the power of loving devotion to life which can reach its perfection in old age. All these qualities are a necessary preparation for the right development of imagination, inspiration, and intuition. The end of Lecture 4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Soul Economy and Waldorf Education, Collected Works, Volume 303, translated by Roland Everett. This is Lecture 5, given in Dornach on the 27th of December, 1921. As described in the previous lecture, imaginative cognition can be attained by one's lifting into consciousness what is happening subconsciously and involuntarily in dreaming. To put it more precisely, it is not the dreaming itself with its inherent dream content which is lifted into consciousness, for if this were to happen, we should remain in the realm of unreality, but the activity underlying it. For the moment, I shall not define what this activity, going on while we are dreaming, entails. It is this activity, lifted into consciousness by controlled will power, which becomes the basis for imaginative cognition. And this conscious activity is of a very different kind from that of dreaming. For in the latter, just because we are not active participants, we are under the impression that our experiences represent reality. However, if we lift our dream-producing activity into consciousness, we realize only too well that we are seeing images of our own making. It is this awareness which saves us from becoming victims of hallucinations, instead of working as investigators of spiritual science. This first meditative activity of creating images must now be superseded by a second step, which consists in obliterating these images, thus leading to an emptied consciousness. If one has been able, in full consciousness and under full control, to enhance one's soul powers in this way, one has in fact entered the spiritual world. One is then able to engage in an activity which, being of soul and spirit only, is independent of the physical body. One no longer perceives with physical organs. While one's thinking becomes freed from the body, one is able consciously to experience content of a purely spiritual nature. Yesterday I pointed out that for an anthroposophical investigator, dreamlike experiences are not to be looked upon as a model for spiritual perception. Only fully controlled experiences, similar to those characteristic of our sense perceptions, are valid. Obviously, there is no possibility for sense perceptions in supersensible cognition. Nevertheless, we can look upon the freedom with which we move when surrounded by our sense perceptions, and upon the independence from our personal makeup during the act of perceiving, as upon a definite capacity. An example will make my meaning clear. Let us look at one of our most characteristic and representative sense organs, the human eye, EYE. Already, by the way in which it rests in its cavity, attached to the remaining organism by quite insubstantial links, we can recognize the relative independence of this organ. Leaving alone for the moment what happens in the act of seeing, we can find another more external process also taking place. Near the eye are the lacrimal glands, which during our waking state continually secrete a liquid, mainly composed of salt water. This liquid flushes the eyeball, and also the part which is exposed to the outside air when the eye is open. Through this glandular activity, the eye is constantly bathed, so that any dust particles entering the eye from the outside are washed away through tear ducts entering the nose. This process, which forms part of the normal function of our organ of sight, is hidden from ordinary consciousness. Now, this wisely ordained but completely unconscious activity of the lacrimal glands can be accelerated by stimulus of various kinds, by pressure, cold, and so on, or through the exhaustion of the eye and the organism in general. The lacrimal glands then become more active, and the cause of their secretion, as well as the secretion of tears itself, begins to enter our consciousness. However, a further increase of this activity may come about in quite a different way. If some sad event makes us weep, tears flow as a result of a purely emotional stress, or because our feelings have been deeply moved. Here we see how, under normal circumstances, the lacrimal liquid is constantly being secreted in complete unconsciousness, and how outer irritants will lead to an increase in consciousness of this activity. But when a person weeps because of some soul distress, this lacrimal activity is lifted into the sphere of consciousness only through soul or moral issues, and not through any physical causes. Such a simple fact can help to illustrate what happens when, through meditation, one is able to lift oneself into a body-free state of consciousness, in which one is able to live entirely in soul and spiritual experiences. If you shed tears because you receive a letter which makes you unhappy, you must admit that the cause of your tears has nothing to do with your physical eyes. Nevertheless, it affects your physical eyes. The fact that the tears are not connected with your actually reading the letter can easily be proved if someone else is reading the letter to you with the same tearful consequences. Something non-physical has set an organic process in motion. Now, suppose that you have gained such mastery over yourselves that you are able to suffer great sorrow without shedding any tears. This does not imply that the anguish is less intense than when you weep. In that case, your soul experiences do not directly affect your bodily functions. This example may illustrate how through self-training one can achieve a state of soul and spirit which has become emancipated from the physical organism. It may help you to form some conception of how imagination, inspiration, and intuition, as methods of spiritual science, can open the gates into the supersensible world. If you take the proper steps, you will then be able to describe experiences from beyond the tapestry of the senses, experiences which may be looked upon as an enhanced continuation of what the ordinary person experiences in normal life. This, however, is only possible through the practice of specific exercises of a soul and spiritual nature. If now, by continued spiritual training, you have reached the stage where you can suppress previous imaginations of your own creating, and if in the ensuing stage of emptied consciousness you, nevertheless, are able to experience real soul and spiritual content, the first thing which will come to meet you is a tableau-like picture of your earth life, approximately from birth up to the present moment. You will not be able to see your own physical body in that picture, for that vanishes away when you have reached body-free perceiving. But everything you have experienced, everything which belongs to the stream of your memory, which normally remains unconscious and out of which only separate images rise up from time to time, stands there before you to meet your soul. It confronts you as an entity, as a kind of time organism, which is full of its own inner movement. If you look at the physical body as it appears in space, you will find that its various members are dependent on one another, together making up the whole. What happens in the head has a certain relationship with the stomach, and vice versa. Everything that happens in an organism is interrelated. The same is also true for an organism existing in time. Later happenings depend on earlier happenings. The past lives in the present. At such a moment you are suddenly confronted by the totality of your life tableau. If one's ability to suppress in full consciousness the tableau of one's memory pictures, that is, if not only one's body but the entire life tableau has vanished away, one reaches the stage in which experiences prior to birth, or rather prior to one's conception, are revealed. The realm of soul and spirit which one inhabited before entering this earthly existence remains part of one's inner being, also during life on earth. It works and lives in us, in a similar way in which hydrogen lives together with oxygen when these two elements form water. But just as one cannot examine hydrogen separately from the oxygen while it forms the compound water, so one cannot examine separately the soul and spiritual part of man while he lives on earth. Just as the oxygen first has to be isolated out of the water before one can examine the remaining hydrogen, so must the soul and spiritual part of man first become isolated. And when this happens, we are led not into the present time, but into our pre-earthly existence. In this way, one is really able to perceive what has descended from the spiritual world in order to take on earthly form. The realm in which we lived before entering earthly life becomes revealed to us. It is quite understandable if some people are not prepared to go to such lengths in order to be able to investigate the eternal part of man. Certainly everybody is free not to follow the paths here indicated. But to believe that it would be possible to examine man's soul and spiritual nature by ordinary methods of cognition would be like naively believing that one could examine hydrogen while it formed part of the compound water, without first isolating it. One has to realize that by means of ordinary consciousness, it is not possible to enter the realm of soul and spirit. If one is not prepared to accept the results of spiritual investigation, one will have to remain silent with regard to the supersensible world. In that case, one will have to be content with occupying oneself with the material side of existence only. The truth may well be irksome to some, but there are certain facts of life which one simply has to accept. Continuing this path of spiritual training, we gradually reach inspirational knowledge. We become inspired by something which does not normally enter our consciousness, but which permeates our being, as does the oxygen which we take in from the outer air in our breathing. In full consciousness, we are being filled with inspirational cognition, filled with the experience of our pre-earthly life, just as in respiration we are filled with material oxygen. We breathe in our soul and spiritual being, rising to the stage of inspiration. This name has not been chosen arbitrarily, but in keeping with the characteristic nature of this type of cognition. Inspirational cognition has yet another characteristic feature. You will find more about it in my book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds and Its Attainment. In order to develop this higher cognition, one further faculty is necessary, namely that of presence of mind. It is the faculty that enables one to act spontaneously during a given life situation. In order not to miss the right moment, one may have to act without waiting until one has had time to judge the issue properly. One should really use such moments which life offers in order to become practiced in acting swiftly and decisively, in quickly grasping the moment, for whatever comes to us through inspiration passes as if in a flash. As soon as it makes its appearance, it has already vanished again. One needs to be able to catch such fleeting moments with the utmost attentiveness. When confronted with the ordinary sense world, it appears to you spread out in space. But if you are confronted by your own life tableau, you behold it as if existing in time. However, during inspirational cognition, one is outside the realm of time. One depends on being able to perceive in the flash of a moment. Time has lost its meaning as soon as one experiences inspirational cognition. If one lives oneself into this life tableau, one finds there something far more real than the ordinary memory pictures can give us. The latter are neutral and lacking in inner strength. They are there and we are free to take them up, but in themselves they have no strength. What we meet when beholding our life tableau, on the other hand, is full of its own life and strength, containing the very forces which actually form the human being. These are supersensible, formative forces, which are active, for example, in forming the brain of a young child, before its final structure has been accomplished. It is these formative forces which one begins to recognize, for they are contained within this life tableau. One is not grasping something abstract, but a full reality, something which is encompassing the course of time, something that is full of strength. It is the refined, non-material body of forces, which we have also called the ether body, or the body of formative forces. This body only momentarily presents a well-defined appearance in space, for it is in constant motion. If we were to try to paint a picture of it, we should be painting something unreal, because the ether body is in constant flux. Its subsequent stage would be quite different again, just as a former stage was totally different. This etheric body is a time organism through and through, and it lies at the basis of the growing processes and those forces active in a human metabolism. If one has advanced far enough in imaginative cognition, consciously to live in the realm of one's soul and spirit, which lies beyond the physical, And if one has progressed far enough to be able to behold one's own life tableau at will, that is, one's etheric body or body of formative forces, then one has truly experienced a complete transformation of one's cognitional life. One finds that what is experienced in this etheric world is both similar and yet very unlike what happens in the world of artistic activities. In order to experience it, one has to develop a more creative kind of thinking, which is so very different from any abstract, naturalistic thinking. Although in certain respects this kind of thinking resembles that of a creative artist, in other ways it is again quite different. For an artist's creations have to reach a certain finality within the realm of fantasy. His or her creativity remains bound to the physical. It is not freed from corporeality. But the activity practiced in imaginative cognition is entirely freed from the physical, and therefore is capable of grasping spiritual reality. For instance, when looking at the Venus of Milo, you will hardly have the feeling that this statue will begin to move and walk toward you. An artist's creation does not embody outer realities. If you saw the devil painted on a canvas, you would hardly feel afraid of his coming to fetch you. What matters is how the artist, bound to physical reality, deals with this material reality. But he does not dive into the reality of soul and spirit. What has been achieved in imaginative cognition, on the other hand, is immersed in ultimate reality, in the reality of spiritual processes. Now, the objection may well be raised that pure cognition should be kept quite separate from the realm of artistic activities. It is easy to prove by logic that cognizing means moving from one conception to the next in logical sequence, and that if one enters the sphere of art, one is in fact transgressing the realm of cognition. One can argue for a long time about the laws of cognition. But if nature herself is an artistic creator, she will never reveal herself to mere logical thinking. Logic alone will never be able to reach her true being. Therefore, however much it can be proved by logic that cognizing must not be confused with being engaged in artistic activities, one will not be able to enter the reality of the etheric world without applying an artistic mode of cognizing. What matters is how the world is and not what the laws of our cognizing ought to be. Even if certain suppositions are logically tenable, they may nonetheless prevent us from reaching our goal. Therefore it is right to maintain that an artistic element has to enter our efforts if we wish to raise our ordinary cognition to the level of imaginative cognition. When reaching the stage of inspiration, we can again compare our experiences with something which they resemble and yet from which they differ greatly, namely, experiences of a moral nature and the grasping of moral ideas. Viewed qualitatively, inspirations are similar to moral ideas, and yet they are totally different through the fact that any moral ideal which we may have, in itself does not have the power of realizing itself by its own strength. In themselves, our moral ideals are powerless. We must make them effective through our own physical personality. We must put them into the world by means of our physical existence. Otherwise they remain mere thoughts. But this cannot be said of an inspiration. Though qualitatively similar to moral ideas, to moral impulses, inspiration shows itself to be a reality, existing in its own right. It is a powerful force, which works as do the elemental forces in nature. And so one enters a world which one has to imagine as being similar to that of the world of moral idea, yet one that is a reality through its own primal power. If, having advanced far enough in reaching the stage of inspiration, one is able to take one's stand in the world of soul and spirit, then something else is still required in order to be able to experience its content. One has to carry something into this realm which does not at all exist in our abstract world of thoughts, namely, a complete devotion to one's chosen objective. It is not possible to learn to know a being or a power in the spiritual world unless one surrenders oneself lovingly and completely to what comes to meet one during the state of inspiration. At first, inspiration remains only a manifestation of the spiritual world. Its full inner nature reveals itself only if, with loving devotion, one pours oneself out into its own substance. And only after having experienced the reality of soul and spirit in this way, full of life and with heightened consciousness, has one entered the realm of inspiration. And this is already intuitive cognition. Shadow forms of intuition can be found in ordinary life, where they exist in religious feelings and in religious moods. However, a religious feeling remains a purely inward experience, which does not lift one up into outer spirituality. Intuition, on the other hand, is an experience of an objective spiritual reality. In this way, also intuition is similar, and yet again quite different from a purely religious experience. If one wishes to put down these degrees of higher knowledge in a more or less systematic order, one can say, first of all, in ordinary life, we have knowledge of the material world, which we could call naturalistic knowledge. Then we come to knowledge gained through imagination, which is of an artistic nature. The next step is knowledge attained through inspiration, which, in essence, is a moral one. Finally, we reach knowledge through intuition, which is akin to religious experiences, but only in the sense just characterized. Such supersensible experiences of an artistic, moral, and religious kind work upon and transform the whole human being. Even though ordinary consciousness knows nothing of them, they nevertheless form part of the human being. Therefore, supersensible cognition, as gained through imagination, inspiration, and intuition, enables us to know the whole human being. And because these powers, streaming from the spiritual world into earthly existence, work particularly strongly in the child, higher cognition especially enables us to understand the nature of the child. However, it is important to recognize how these supersensible forces are related to physical forces. This can be illustrated particularly well if we take memory as an example, because active memory definitely depends on the functioning of physical organs. Even quite commonplace experiences can demonstrate how our body has to play its part when we use our powers of memory. For instance, we may wish to memorize the part of a play or a poem, only to find that the lines simply refuse to become imprinted in our mind. Yet after having slept on them during the night, we may suddenly be able to remember them without much difficulty. This happens because during the night's sleep, our body has become regenerated, so that on the following morning we are able to use its renewed vitality for the task of remembering our lines. One can also prove anatomically and physiologically that through paralysis or separation of certain areas within the nervous system, specified areas of memory can be wiped out. In short, one can definitely see that memory is dependent on the functioning of the physical organization, and that physical organs are active during the process of remembering. However, this kind of memory activity is completely different from what is experienced in heightened consciousness through imagination, inspiration, and intuition. For supersensible experiences of this kind simply must not be involved in any way in the functioning of physical organs. This is the very reason why such experiences cannot be remembered in the ordinary way. They do not impress themselves into ordinary memory. Anyone engaged in anthroposophical research has to allow ordinary memory to run its course side by side with what he or she experiences supersensibly. Ordinary memory must remain intact. In a way, a student of anthroposophy has to keep his second personality, representing his ordinary life, always by his side. But he knows full well that there is this other, first personality in him, which is engaged in supersensible knowledge, and which will not allow itself to become imprinted in the memory. In ordinary life, we can retain only a memory picture of a fish we have seen, and not the actual fish itself. In supersensible cognition, one has direct perceptions, not mental images, and therefore one cannot carry them in one's memory. Consequently, one has to return to them time and time again. However, it is possible to remember what one has done in order to gain supersensible cognition, and if one repeats these efforts, supersensible beholding will re-emerge, albeit only passively. For it cannot live in the memory. It can only be attained through renewed inner activity. The fact that these higher faculties lie beyond the reach of memory is a characteristic feature of supersensible cognition. One can regain it, but only by following a route similar to the one traveled before. One is able to remember the path trodden previously, but not the supersensible experience itself. It is this fact which distinguishes supersensible experiences from ordinary ones. But one must point out again and again that a healthy memory must go parallel to true supersensible experiences. Anyone losing the stream of common memory while engaged in supersensible experiences would pour his or her subjective personality into them. In this case, he or she would not be a student of anthroposophical research, but someone living in hallucinations and personal visions. It is important to realize that all forms of hallucinations should be strictly excluded from supersensible cognition, and that the latter must be developed side by side with the normal and healthy life of the soul. Anyone remonstrating that imagination and inspiration gained through anthroposophy could equally well be mere hallucinations does not know the characteristic properties of the anthroposophical path, and only talks out of ignorance. It is essential to recognize this difference between supersensible cognition and memory. Both are realities in human life. Supersensible substance, gained through imagination and inspiration, has its own separate existence, of which, through our own efforts, we can become aware. Memory, on the other hand, is not only the result of our own activity, for here our unconscious also plays its part. What we experience through imagination remains in the spiritual world. It is as if it came toward the human being and united with him, but memory streams right through him, entering the physical organization, making it participate. It penetrates the physical part of man. Comparing memory with imagination helps us to appreciate the difference between what is linked to our physical body and what lives in us as a supersensible force, everlastingly, also between birth and death. Because it escapes our ordinary consciousness, it has to be revealed through anthroposophical investigation. Only by immersing oneself into the relationship between the part of man's being, which can be experienced only supersensibly, and that of his physical existence, can one learn to know the entire human being. If one lives oneself into what supersensible knowledge reveals, one also learns to know the child, the growing human being, in a way which enables one to develop a true art of education. And the example of the relationship between the supersensible being of man and what is at work in memory can help to shed light on this problem. Now, Let us suppose that a teacher were introducing a subject to a class. First, he or she would approach it in a more general way, and might be under the impression that all was going well. But from a certain moment on, he might notice that one of the children in the class was getting paler and paler. Such pallor need not be of an obvious kind, and might easily have been passed unnoticed by anyone not trained in exact observation. A proper teacher, however, should always be fully aware of each pupil's condition. Symptoms which I am about to characterize could have manifold causes. But if a teacher has deepened his knowledge of man through anthroposophical training, he will have awakened and enhanced his ordinary pedagogical instincts to the extent of being able to diagnose and deal also with other causes. A science of education which lays down fixed and abstract rules would have a similar effect upon a practicing teacher, as if he were constantly treading upon his own feet while trying to walk. It would rob him of all creative spontaneity. If he were always wondering how to apply rules prescribed by educational science, he would lose all ingenuity, all rightful pedagogical instincts. On the other hand, educational principles based on anthroposophy have quite the opposite effect. They do not let his inborn pedagogical sense wither away, but they enliven and strengthen his whole personality. This at least is the purpose of practical pedagogy springing from anthroposophy. Therefore, however varied outer symptoms may be, for life is full of surprises, a teacher whose pedagogical sense has been stimulated and sharpened by anthroposophy may suddenly realize, when seeing such a paling child, that he has overfed it with memory content. Naturally, there could be many other reasons for such a symptom, which a gifted teacher would also be able to discover. I am quoting this example to illustrate one of the fundamental tasks of anthroposophy, namely to make people aware of the mutual interaction between soul and spirit with what belongs to physical man and to the world of matter. Anthroposophy does not merely aim at revealing spirit knowledge, but above all, it endeavors to open the eyes of people to how the living spirit works and reveals itself in matter. Such knowledge will enable us to deal rightly with the practical problems of life. It will place us strongly into the world in which we have to fulfill our tasks. If the pallor of a certain child caused by the overburdening of the pupil's memory is not recognized in time, a perceptive teacher will notice a further change in the child, this time of a psychological kind. The child will develop an anxiety complex. Such a symptom, again, may not be at all conspicuous, and would be detected only by a teacher who has made intensive observation his second nature. And the final consequence of overtaxing a child's memory could eventually lead to a retardation of his growing forces. Somehow even the physical growth of such a child can become affected. Here you have an example showing how soul and spirit interact with what is physical. It can teach us how important it is for the teacher to know how to deal with children's tendencies toward health and sickness. Of course, actual illnesses have to be treated by medical doctors, but the educator is always confronted by inherent trends toward health or sickness in the child. These he should learn to recognize. He should also be aware of how illnesses breaking out in later life often can be traced back to what has happened at school. Knowledge of these facts would make a teacher become far more circumspect in choosing his methods of teaching. In the instance quoted, he certainly would avoid too much stress on the pupil's faculty of remembering. Then he might see a healthier complexion return to the child's face again. He could bring about such a change by showing his pupil something beautiful which would give him pleasure. The next day he might show him again something beautiful or something of a similar kind, which is like a variation of the previous object, in this way bypassing mere memory. Now, a teacher may also discover opposite symptoms in a child. At a certain time, he may notice a boy or girl whose face appears permanently flushed, even if only very slightly. He may find that this change of color is not at all due to any feelings of shame, but that it manifests a shift in the conditions of the health. Again, this symptom may be so slight that it would only be detected by a perceptive teacher. Again, this condition could have many other causes, which, however, would not escape his notice either. It could well be that the tendency to blush was the result of the teacher not appealing sufficiently to the child's faculty of memory. Realizing this, he would try to rectify this condition by giving the pupil more memorizing to do. If left to itself, such an irregularity could become intensified, spreading to the pupil's psyche, where it would manifest in mild but significant outbursts of temper. Such a connection between slackness in memorizing and slight yet unhealthy fits of temper is absolutely possible. More general repercussions of such a condition would be injurious to the pupil's health. The mutual effects between soul and spirit on the one hand, and the body on the other, in such a case could lead to disturbances in breathing and to circulatory troubles. In this way, a teacher, unaware of such links, unwittingly may have implanted in his pupils illnesses which may remain dormant throughout long years of life, and which, triggered off by some additional causes, may finally culminate in serious illnesses. It is for this reason that an educator worthy of the title should know of these connections, characteristic of human nature. As mentioned previously, acute cases of illness have to be dealt with by medical doctors. But during their developmental stages, children are always treading paths leading to either health or illness. The art of education demands that teachers should be conversant with them and able to observe them even in their finer manifestations. In order to illustrate this point even more drastically, I wish to give one more example, which I realize may well be open to challenge, but life presents us with the most manifold situations. Consequently, the case I am going to describe may also be the result of completely different causes. If one lives with what anthroposophy can give to teaching, one grows accustomed to looking around for the most varied causes when confronted with a particular problem. But the following links between symptom and cause could certainly be possible. Let us suppose that a boy or a girl in a class had been following the lessons attentively and to the satisfaction of the teacher. However, one day he or she suddenly appeared somewhat blasé and no longer inclined to pay attention, so that much of the subject matter seemed to pass by unnoticed. Depending on the experience and outlook of the teacher concerned, he might even resort to corporal punishment or other forms of correction in order to bring about greater participation. However, a teacher who is aware of the interplay between spirit and matter, manifesting in health and illness, would follow a completely different line. He might say to the girl or the boy, quote, "You must not let your finger and toenails grow too long. You must cut them more often." Close quote. For what expresses itself outwardly as growth, as seen in the growing of finger and toenails, this too is permeated by soul and spirit. And if finger and toenails are allowed to grow too long, these forces of growth become dammed up. Being thus held at bay, they are no longer able to pour themselves into finger and toenails. Such an obstruction to the flow of growing forces, which is removed when the nails are cut, has a similar effect also upon the soul and spiritual counterpart, manifesting in difficulties to concentrate. For the ability to pay attention can be developed only with a free and unlimited flow of life forces which permeate the whole organism. In most cases of this kind, a change in the pupil's powers of concentration may well pass unnoticed. I gave this example in order to show that anthroposophical principles and methods of education by no means neglect the physical aspects of life. They do not lead to a nebulous kind of spirituality, but the spirit is fully taken account of, so that life can be understood and treated appropriately. In this way, an educator who gradually learns to comprehend human nature may gain insight into how to deal rightly with matters pertaining to his pupil's health or illness. The end of Lecture 5. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Soul, Economy, and Waldorf Education, Collected Works, Volume 303, translated by Roland Everett. This is Lecture 6, given in Dornach on the 28th of December, 1921. It was not my intention in yesterday's lecture to single out certain types of illnesses or to specify differing degrees of health, nor is it my aim to do so in today's continuation of our subject. I merely wish to bring to your notice how important it is for the teacher to learn to recognize both healing and harmful influences in the lives of his pupils. A real educator, above all else, must have acquired an insight into the entire human organization. He must not allow abstract educational theories or methods to let him deviate from his natural, or as one could also call it, from his instinctive, intuitive insights. Abstract theories will only hamper him in his efforts. He must be able to look at his children free from any preconceptions. In Middle Europe, the following quotation is frequently heard. I do not know whether it is known in the West. Quote, "There is only one health, but there are many, many illnesses." Close quote. Footnote, because of the large number of participants at this conference, Rudolf Steiner had to give each lecture twice. He stipulated that the non-German speaking members, many of whom came from England, should attend the repeat lecture, which was translated into English by George Kaufman. End of footnote. This saying, however, in which so many people believe, does not really stand up to a proper scrutiny, for the human being is so individualized that each person, and also each child, has his own specific state of health, or represents an individual modification of the general idea of health. One might just as well coin the phrase, there are as many different kinds of health and illness as there are people in the world. This fact alone is an indication of how we must always consider the individual nature of each person. But this is only possible if we learn to look upon the human being in his totality. In every person, soul and spiritual forces are always interacting with physical forces, just as in water, hydrogen and oxygen react upon each other. And in man, as he stands there before us, it is as little possible to observe directly his soul and spiritual being, separately from his physical and material existence, as it is to observe hydrogen and oxygen separately in water. In order to recognize the true relationship between the soul-spiritual part of man and his physical nature, one must first get to know them intimately. But this is not possible by the ordinary means of knowledge alone. Nowadays, one is accustomed to look upon man from 2 points of view. The one is reached through the study of physiology and anatomy, where a picture is arrived at which is not based upon the living human being at all, but only upon his corpse. For man's soul and spiritual counterparts are there excluded. The other is that of psychology, the study of man's inner life. But the psychologist can only form abstractions, only thin and cold concepts in these naturalistic and intellectualistic times. The investigator seems to warm up only when he tries to plumb the depths of human emotions and will impulses. These, however, he cannot grasp in their true essence either. In a vague way, he can only see in them surging waves welling up from within. It is quite obvious that by producing only cold, thin, and pale conceptions, regarding the human psyche, no true sense of reality can be achieved. What I am about to say may well appear paradoxical to present-day attitudes, but it is nevertheless true. People today adopt a materialistic attitude because for them the spirit has become too attenuated, too far distant, and consequently, what they can observe of man's inner life no longer bears any sense of reality. The very people who live in the most abstract thoughts have become the greatest materialists in our cultural epoch. Our contemporary kind of thinking, and thinking is a spiritual activity, turns people into materialists. On the other hand, people who are relatively untouched by the scientific thinking of today, people whose minds turn more to external material happenings, are the ones who can sense some of the mysteries underlying outer processes. Our scientific thinking of today hardly leaves any room for life's mysteries. Its thoughts are thin, transparent, and above all horribly clear-cut, and consequently not anchored in the realities of life. Material processes in nature, on the other hand, are full of mysteries. These need not be approached with the clarity of intellectual thoughts only, for they also evoke a sense of wonder in us. In this way our feelings too become engaged. Therefore people who have not become influenced by today's sterile thoughts, people who have kept aloof from the rigorous discipline of a scientific training, are more open to the mysteries of external material processes. However, there is a certain danger in that their longing to find the spirit in what they thus behold in nature makes them look upon the spiritual as if it too were only matter. They become spiritualists. Modern scientific thinking will not produce spiritualists, but materialists. A natural openness toward the material world, on the other hand, will easily produce a spiritualistic attitude, and herein lies a strange paradox typical of our times. However, neither a materialistic thinking nor a spiritualistic outlook on life will produce a true picture of the human being. This can be gained only by discriminating how in every single organ and in the entire human being the soul and spiritual element in man interweaves with what is physical and material. People today do talk about soul and spirit. They talk about the physical aspect of man. Then they philosophize about the relationship between the two members. Detailed theories have been put forth by learned people. But these theories, however ingenious they may be, cannot touch reality, simply because reality can be found only if one is able to perceive how the soul and spiritual element and the physical material element of the entire human being completely interpenetrate each other. If one looks at the results of today's investigations, both in physiology and in psychology, one cannot help but find them both nebulous and gray. Nowadays, when one person looks upon another, he feels that he is confronting a complete unity. This impression is due to the fact that the other person is neatly wrapped up in his skin. One does not generally realize that this apparent oneness is the result of the working together of the most diversifying organs. And if one makes the statement that this unity must not be taken for granted, opponents rise soon enough to accuse one of destroying the concept of the unity of the human being, which they consider to be fundamental. However, their conception of a human oneness remains merely an abstract thought, unless they are able to build it up by harmonizing the manifold members of the human being into one organism. And when people look inward, they sum up all that lives within them with the little word, capital I. Eminent people such as John Stuart Mill had to make strenuous efforts in formulating theories about what is contained within this inner feeling of identity, which expresses itself through the word I. But only pause to consider how nebulous such an idea of a point like I really is. You will soon see that with this concept you are no longer grasping concrete reality. In the German language, 3 letters suffice to form this little word, Ich, I-C-H, and in English, even fewer. People hardly manage to get beyond the outer meaning of these letters, with the result that today's knowledge of man remains nebulous, no matter whether you look upon his inner life or upon his physical constituents. It is the ability of seeing the spiritual and physical working together which fructifies one's efforts at comprehending man. There are many people today who experience inner satisfaction at hearing Goethe's words, matter in spirit, spirit in matter. It is good if these words make people happy, for they certainly express a truth. But for anyone who has made a habit of seeing spirit and matter working together everywhere, such words express a mere triviality, for they extol something which is obvious. The fact that so many people receive this somewhat theoretical dictum with such acclaim only goes to show that they no longer experience its underlying reality. Theoretical explanations usually hide the loss of concrete inner experiences. We can find an example of this in history when looking at the theories about the Holy Communion, theories which were widely discussed from the very point of time when people no longer could experience its reality. Usually theories are formulated in order to explain what is no longer experienced in practice. The attitude of mind expressed so far will be helpful to anyone who wishes to practice education as an art. It will enable him to gain a concrete picture of man's manifold members, instead of his having to work with some vague idea of a human oneness. To him, a picture of man as an organic whole will also emerge, but in it he will recognize how the different members are working together in harmony. Such a picture inevitably leads to what I have indicated in my book titled Riddles of the Soul, namely to the discovery of man's 3 fundamental parts, each different from the others, both in functions and in character. Already externally, the head organization appears very different from, let us say, the organism of the limbs and metabolic system. I link these 2 latter systems together because the metabolism shows its real nature when the human being is active in his limbs. In morphological terms, one can look upon the digestive system as a kind of continuation, even if only inwardly, of the human being in movement. There exists an intimate kinship between the limb and the digestive systems. For instance, the metabolism is more lively when the limbs are active. This kinship could be demonstrated in detail. Here I am merely indicating it. Because of their close affinity, I group these 2 systems together, although when each one is looked at individually, they also represent certain polarities. Now let us look at the human figure, beginning with the head. For the moment we will ignore the hair, which in any case grows away from the head, and which, because it is a dead substance, really remains outside the living head organization. Human hair is really a most interesting substance, but further details would only lead us away from our main considerations. The head is encased by the skull, which is formed most powerfully at the periphery, whereas the soft and living parts are enclosed within. Let us now compare the head with its opposite pole, with the limb system. Here we find the tubular bones enclosing the marrow, which is generally not looked upon as being of equal importance for the entire organism as the brain substance which is enclosed by the skull. On the other hand, here the most important parts, the muscles, are found attached from outside, and from this point of view we can see a polarity characteristic of human nature. This polarity consists of the nerves and senses, mainly centered in the head, I say mainly but not exclusively so, and the metabolism, which is localized in the metabolic and limb system. Despite this polarity, the human being is of course a unity. At this point we must not be tempted into making schemes, dividing the human being into three parts, which we then define as the nerves and senses organization, a second part which will be mentioned shortly, and finally the metabolic and limb organization, as if these parts ever could exist separately. It is not like that at all. Metabolic activities as well as muscular activities are constantly going on in the head, and yet we can say that the head is the center of the nerves and senses organization. Conversely, the digestive limb system is also permeated by forces emanating from the head, but nevertheless we can call it the seat of the metabolic limb system. Midway between these two regions we find what one can call the rhythmic system of man, which is located in the chest. Here the most fundamental rhythms take place, namely those of breathing and blood circulation. Each follows its own speed. The breathing rhythm visible in a person's breathing is slower, and that of the blood circulation, which can be felt as the pulse beat, is quicker. This rhythmic organization acts as mediator between the other two poles. It would be tempting to go into further detail, but as we have come together to study the principles and methods of Waldorf education, I must refrain from doing so. However, if you can look upon the chest organization from the point of view just indicated, you will find in every single one of its parts, be it in the formation of the skeleton or in that of the inner organs, a transition between the head organization and the metabolic and limb system. Such is the picture which emerges if we observe the human being according to his own inner configuration, instead of accepting foggy notions about a human unity. But this is not all, for we are also led to an understanding of the various functions taking place in the human being. And here I wish to give you an example. One could quote countless examples, but this one must suffice in order to show how important it is for a real educator to follow the directions here indicated. Let us imagine that a person suffers from sudden outbursts of temper. Such eruptions may already occur in childhood, and then a good teacher must find ways of dealing with them. Anyone following the usual methods of physiology and anatomy might include in his considerations also the psychological effects in such a person. Furthermore, he may take into account that when someone is in a state of extreme anger, there is an excess of gall secretion. However, these two aspects, the physical and psychological aspects, are not generally seen as the two sides of the same phenomenon. The soul and spiritual aspect of anger and the physical one of an overactive secretion of bile are not looked upon as a unity. In the case of a normal person, the bile is of course a necessary ingredient of the nutritive process. In an angry person, this gall activity reaches an imbalance, and if left to himself, such a person will finally suffer from jaundice, as you all know. If we consider both the soul spiritual and the physical aspects, we can see how a tendency toward a certain illness may develop. But this alone is not yet enough to judge human nature. For while in the metabolism bile is secreted, in the head organization an accompanying but polar opposite process is taking place. Unless we realize that while bile is secreted, at the same time an opposite process is also taking place in the head organization, we are not observing human nature fully. For in the head, a milk-like sap produced in the remaining parts of the body is being absorbed. If in an abnormal case too much bile is secreted into the metabolism, the head organization will try to fill itself with too much of this milk-like liquid, with the result that when the temper has cooled down, the person concerned feels as if his head were bursting. And while an excess of bile secretion will cause the milky sap to flow into the head, the face of such a person may turn quite blue once the temper has cooled down. If we study not only the outer forms of bones and organs, but also the organic processes involved, we certainly can find a polarity between the nerves and senses organization centered in the head and the limb and metabolic system. Between these two lives the rhythmic system with its lung and heart activities, which always regulate and mediate between the two outer poles. If we keep our images mobile, avoiding a too simplistic approach, which pictures the various organs always at rest, possibly in order to make accurate and sharply outlined illustrations of them, we cannot help being captivated by the multifarious relationships and the constant interplay which is taking place within these three members of the human being. If we look at the rhythmical activity of breathing, we can see how in inbreathing the thrust of inhalation is led to the cerebrospinal fluid. While receiving these breathing rhythms, this fluid passes on the vibrations right up to the brain fluid, which fills the various cavities of the brain. This, in quotes, lapping against the brain caused by rhythmic breathing stimulates the human being to become active in his nerves and senses organization. There is a constant passing on of the rhythms resulting from the process of breathing via the vertebral canal into the brain fluid. Thus the stimuli activated by the breathing constantly strive toward the head region. If we look in a downward direction, we see how rhythmical breathing in a certain way becomes more pointed, more excited, in quotes, in the rhythmical beating of the pulse, and how the blood circulation affects the metabolism with each outgoing breath. That is, while the brain and cerebrospinal fluid pushes downward. If we look at the process of breathing and blood circulation with living and artistically sensitive insight, we can follow the effects of the pulsing blood both upon the nerves and senses organization and the metabolic limb system. We see how, on the one side, the processes of breathing and blood circulation reach up into the brain, that is, into the head region, and on the other into the diametrically opposite direction, into the metabolic limb system. If in this way we gradually attain a living picture of man, we can really make progress in our investigations. We can form conceptions which are in full accord with the nature of man's middle system. Such conceptions may not be simple enough to be made into diagrams, but schemes and diagrams in any case are always problematic when it comes to an understanding of the ever-weaving and flowing elements of human nature. When in the early days of our anthroposophical endeavors we were still moving among theosophical circles, permit me to mention this here, we were faced time and time again with all kinds of diagrams, generously equipped with all kinds of data. Everything seemed to fit into elaborate yet neat schematic ladders, high enough for anyone to climb into the highest regions of existence. Some members seemed to look upon such diagrammatic ladders as a kind of spiritual gym equipment, with the aid of which they hoped to reach Olympic heights. Everything was neatly enclosed in boxes. Such things made one's limbs twitch convulsively. They were hardly bearable for anyone who knows that in order to get hold of the ever-mobile nature of the human being supersensibly, one must keep one's ideation flexible and alive. These fixed habits of thinking made one wish to run away. Well, what matters is that in one's quest of real knowledge of man, one must always keep one's thinking and ideation or ideation mobile, and then one can advance yet another step. If now one tries to build up mental images of how this rhythm between breathing and blood circulation becomes modified and metamorphosed in the upper regions, one is led to the following conception, which I shall sketch on the blackboard, not as a fixed scheme, but merely as an indication, and there's a drawing. Let this thick line represent the mental picture of some kind of rope, which is to help us to picture in quite a rough and ready manner the processes going on in our breathing and blood circulation. This is one way, so one could say, of getting hold of what exists beyond the material blood, in the much finer and imponderable substance of the etheric nerves. If, now, using one's mental imagery, one goes further by turning one's gaze from the chest organization upward, one feels inwardly compelled to, quote, fray out, close quote, as it were, one's images, to transform them into fine threads which are interweaving and forming a delicate network. In this way, one will succeed in grasping with one's mental imagery, now turned in an upward direction and modified, something which is actually happening outwardly and materially. One finds that one simply has to fray out these thick cords into threads. Imagining this process, one gradually comes to the experience of the white, fibrous brain substance which lies under the gray matter. In one's mental imagery, one becomes as mobile as the very processes which are pervading human nature. If you look at the creation of man with the reverence it deserves, you will not oversimplify his intricate organization by calling it a nature-given unity. And if, when looking at his chest region, you form mental images of coarse and rope-like shapes, which become more refined as you approach the region of the head, until they fray out into simple threads, you begin to reach actual material reality. You find your imagination outwardly confirmed by the physical nerve fibers and by the way in which they interweave. Directing your image-making activity in the opposite direction downward, you will find it quite impossible to split up or fray out your mental images into fine threads, to be eventually woven into some kind of texture, as seen externally in the nervous system. Such threads simply vanish away. You lose all trace of them. Otherwise, you would be led astray into forming images which no longer corresponded to external reality. For if you follow the way the brain continues downward into the spinal cord, through the 12 dorsal vertebrae, through the lumbar and sacral vertebrae, and so on, you find that the nerve substance, which now is white on the outside and gray inside, gradually dissolves away toward the region of the metabolism. Somehow it becomes impossible to imagine the nerves continuing downward. We cannot achieve a true and comprehensive picture of man unless our images are capable of undergoing transformations. We must keep our imagery mobile. If we look in an upward direction, our mental pictures will be different from those we find when looking downward. It is possible to recreate in one's imagery the mobility characteristic of human nature. This is the beginning of an artistic activity, which eventually will lead the investigator to what he finds outwardly in physical man. In this way, one avoids the schism resulting from first looking at the material world outside and then forming abstract conceptions about it. Instead, one really dives down into human nature. One's conceptions become alive, and they remain in harmony with what actually exists in a human being. There is no other way of gaining insight into man's true being, which is an essential prerequisite in the art of education. In order to know man, one has to become inwardly mobile, and then one will rightly discover how these 3 members of the human organization work together in order to bring about a healthy equilibrium. One will learn to recognize how a disturbance of this equilibrium leads to all kinds of illnesses. One will be able to discriminate in a living way between what leads toward health or illness in human life. This becomes especially important when one includes the entire span of human life in one's considerations, because these 3 members of the human organization are related together in different ways during the various stages of life. During childhood, the soul and spiritual element works into the physical organization in a totally different way from what is happening during the older stages. It is essential to pay due attention to these subtle changes. However, if one is willing to develop the kind of mental imagery indicated above, one will gradually learn to broaden and deepen one's previous conception. I seem to have offended many readers of my book titled The Spiritual Guidance of Man and Mankind, when I drew attention to the fact that in the child there lives a kind of wisdom which the adult no longer possesses. I certainly do not wish to belittle the wisdom and the abilities of the adult, but just imagine what would happen if, at the early stage, when the brain and the other organs are still relatively unformed, it would depend on our personal wisdom only to permeate and to shape the entire organization. I am afraid we should fare rather badly. Certainly the child molds its brain and all the other organs entirely unconsciously, but great wisdom is at work there nonetheless. If you consider the entire course of human life as described in the previous lectures, you will be able to recognize this wisdom, particularly so if you have a sense for what children's dreams can tell you. Adults tend to dismiss such dreams as childish nonsense. But if you can experience their underlying reality, these dreams, so different from adult dreams, are actually most interesting. Of course, the child is not able to express itself clearly when speaking about its dreams, but there are ways of finding out what it wants to tell us. And then we shall find that in its dreams, through images of spirit beings, the child dimly experiences the sublime powers of wisdom, with the help of which it molds its brain and other physical organs. If we approach the child's dreams with reverence, which is in tune with its own experiences, we will recognize in them an all-pervading cosmic wisdom at work. From this point of view, forgive this somewhat harsh statement, the child is much wiser, much cleverer than the adult. And when the teacher enters the classroom, he should really be aware of this abundance of wisdom in the child. He himself has already outgrown it, and what he has gained instead, the knowledge of his own experience, is not in the least comparable with it. Adult dreams no longer have the same quality. The adult carries his everyday life into them. I have already spoken about this from a different point of view. When an adult dreams, he carries his day wisdom into his night life, where it reacts upon him in turn. But when a child dreams, a sublime wisdom streams through it. Though quite unconscious of what is happening, the child, nevertheless, retains a dim awareness upon waking up. And when, during the day, it sits at its school desk, it still has an indistinct feeling of this cosmic wisdom, but it cannot find it in the teacher. The teacher, on the other hand, feels superior to the child in matters of knowledge and wisdom. This is only natural, for otherwise he could not teach. He is conscious of his own wisdom, and from this point of view he is certainly superior. But his kind of wisdom is not as all-comprising and sublime as that of the child. If one were to put into words what is happening when the young child, pervaded by wisdom, meets the teacher who has lost this primordial wisdom, the following picture would emerge. Abstract knowledge, typical of our times, with which the teacher has been closely linked for so many years of his life, tends to turn him into a rather dry and pedantic adult. In some cases already his demeanor and outer appearance reveal these traits. The child, on the other hand, has retained the freshness and sprightliness which spring from spiritual wisdom. When now the teacher enters his classroom, the child is made to control its high spirits. The teacher feels that he is intelligent and that his pupils are stupid. But in the subconscious realms of both teacher and pupils, quite a different picture emerges. And if dreams were allowed to speak as well, the picture again would be quite different. Somewhere in their subconscious, the children feel how stupid the teacher is. And in his subconscious realm, the teacher feels how wise the children are. All this is part of the classroom atmosphere. It belongs to the imponderables which play a most important part in education. Because of this situation, the child cannot help confronting the teacher with a certain kind of arrogance, however slight, of which it remains completely unconscious. Its innate attitude toward the teacher is one of amusement, for it cannot help feeling how little of the flow of wisdom pervading its own body has survived in the teacher. Instinctively it contrasts its own wisdom with that of the teacher, as he enters the classroom somewhat stiff and pedantic, his expression grown morose from having lived long with abstract intellectual concepts, his coat so heavy with the dust of libraries that it defies the clothes brush. The uppermost feeling of the child at this sorry sight is one of mild amusement. This is how the teacher is seen with the eyes of the child, however unconscious the child may be. And we cannot help seeing a certain justification in its attitude. After all, such a reaction is a form of self-protection, preserving the child's state of health. A dream about its teachers would hardly be an elevating experience for the young pupil, who is still able to dream of the powers of wisdom which permeate its whole being. In the subconscious regions of the teacher, an opposite kind of feeling develops, which is also very real, and which too belongs to the imponderables of the classroom. In the case of the child, we can speak of a dim awareness, but in the teacher there lurks a subconscious desire. Though he will never admit this consciously, a yearning is rising up within him, a longing for the vitalizing forces of wisdom with which the child is blessed. If those who psychoanalyze human souls were more aware of spiritual realities than is usually the case, they would soon discover what an important part these vitalizing and fresh growing forces in the child, as well as the other human forces, are playing in the teacher's subconscious life. These are some of the imponderables pervading the classroom. And if one is able to look a little behind the scenes, one finds that the child turns away from the teacher because of a certain disenchantment. It dimly feels the unspoken question, what has become of all that streams and flows through me in this grown-up who is my teacher? In the teacher, on the other hand, subconscious longings begin to stir. Like a vampire, he wants to prey upon the young souls in his charge. If one were to look a little closer, one would detect how strongly, in many cases, this vampire-like urge works underneath an outwardly orderly appearance. Herein lies the origin of various tendencies toward ill health in young children. One only needs to look with open eyes at the psychological disposition of some teachers to recognize how such tendencies can result from daily life in the classroom. As teachers, we cannot overcome these harmful influences unless we are sustained by a knowledge of man which is imbued with love for humanity, a knowledge of man both mobile and alive, and in harmony with the human organism as I have described it. Only genuine love of man can overcome and balance the various forces in human nature which have become one-sided. Such knowledge of man also enables us to recognize not only how human nature expresses itself differently in different individuals, but also how it undergoes characteristic changes in childhood, maturity, and old age. For the three members of the human being have a completely different working relationship during the three main ages of life, and each member has to adapt itself accordingly. This needs to be borne in mind, especially when the timetable is made. Obviously, we must cater to the whole being of the child, to its head as well as to its limbs, and we must make allowances for the fact that in each of the three members, processes springing from the other two are also going on all the time. For example, metabolic processes are continually happening, also in the head. If now the children have to sit still at their desks to do some head work, more of this later on, as also about the hygienic aspect of classroom desks, if their activities do not flow into their limbs and metabolism, we place them into a one-sided situation. This we must balance by allowing the head to relax later on, rightly so afterward by allowing them to enjoy moving about in gym lessons. If one is conscious of the polar nature of the processes taking place in the head and in the limbs and metabolism, one will appreciate the importance of providing the right kind of change in the timetable. But if now, after a boisterous gym lesson, we take the pupils back into the classroom to continue our lessons, what do we do then? You must realize that while a person is engaged in limb activities which stimulate the metabolism, any thoughts that may have been artificially implanted in the head during previous years no longer remain there. When the child jumps and runs about, when it is active in limbs and metabolism, any thoughts previously planted in the head simply fly away. But those forces which become manifest only in the child's dreams, the forces of supersensible wisdom, now enter the head region, claiming their rights. Well, if after a movement lesson we take the children back again to the classroom, in order to replace these forces by something else which must appear inferior to their subconscious minds, a mood of resentment will make itself felt in the class. For during the previous lesson, not only sense-perceptible, but above all supersensible forces have been working upon the child. Pupils may not show unwillingness outwardly, but an inner resentment is certainly there. By resuming ordinary lessons after a movement lesson, we go against the child's nature, and by doing so, we implant potential seeds of illness in the child. This is a fact which, so a physiologist assured me, has been known for a considerable time. Here I have given you an explanation from the anthroposophical point of view, in order to show you how much lies in the teacher's hands to foster health in children, provided he has gained the right knowledge of man. Naturally, if we go about it in the wrong way, we will actually implant all kinds of illnesses in the child, and of this we must always be fully aware. As you may have noticed by now, I do not glorify in the usual kind of worldly wisdom so often highly prized in our days. That kind of wisdom would hardly suffice to shape and mold the inner organs of the young for their years to come. Had we not become stiff in our entire organization by the time we reach a mature age, with the result that all the knowledge we have impressed into our heads through naturalistic and intellectual concepts is thrown back in form of memory pictures, it would eventually stream down into our remaining organism. However absurd this may sound, if what under normal conditions belongs to the sphere of the head should stream down into limb and metabolic regions, the human being would become ill. For these head forces act like poison when they enter the lower spheres. Brain wisdom indeed becomes a kind of poison as soon as it enters the wrong sphere, at least as soon as it reaches the metabolism. The only way in which we can manage to live with this brain knowledge of ours, and I mean this quite concretely and not in any sense as a moral judgment, is by preventing this poison from entering our metabolic and limb system, for here it would have a devastating effect. But the child is not protected by this stiffness of the adult. If we impress our kind of knowledge into the child, we let our concepts invade and poison the child's metabolic and limb system. You see how important it is to realize from practical experience how much head knowledge we can expect a child to absorb without exposing it to the dangers of becoming poisoned in its metabolic and limb organization. And so it lies in the teacher's hands to promote either health or illness in the child. If he insists on making pupils intellectually clever, according to present-day standards, if he crams their heads with all kinds of intellectual content, he will actually prevent the unconscious forces of wisdom from permeating the child. Cosmic wisdom, on the other hand, is immediately set in motion when the child runs about, when it makes more or less rhythmical movements. Because of the unique position between head and limb metabolism, this rhythmic activity brings about bodily union with these cosmic forces of wisdom. Herbert Spencer was quite correct when he spoke about the negative effects of a monastic education, which aimed at making the young excel in intellectual achievements. For, so he pointed out, in later years these scholars would be unable to make use of their prowess of intellect, because during their school days they had been impregnated with the seeds of all kinds of illnesses. These are the matters which cannot be weighed accurately by some special scales. They reveal themselves only to an open attitude of mind, and to the kind of mobile thinking which can be developed through an anthroposophical schooling, a thinking which must always remain in touch with practical life. So much about the importance of the teacher making himself acquainted with the fundamentals governing both health and illness in the human being. And here it must be emphasized once again that in order to avoid becoming entrapped by external criteria and by immobile and fixed concepts, one must learn to recognize the ever-changing processes in human nature, which always tend toward either health or illness. These the teacher will meet in his classes, and he must learn how to deal with them rightly. Further details will be given when we shall focus our attention on the changing stages of the child, of the growing human being. The end of Lecture 6. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Soul Economy and Waldorf Education, Collected Works, Volume 303, translated by Roland Everett. This is Lecture 7, given in Dornach on the 29th of December, 1921. Anyone called upon to look after a very young child, either as a parent or in any other child-caring capacity, will experience the great responsibility such a task entails. He or she will feel morally obliged, through the way of looking after the child, to lay the best foundations for its future development. It therefore grieves me deeply that we in our Waldorf school in Stuttgart can accept only children who have already reached the official school age, and it would give me the greatest satisfaction if we could also take in children of younger ages. Footnote, the 6th year was the official school age in 1921. A kindergarten was opened in the Waldorf school some 4 years after this lecture was given, that is, in Easter 1926. End of footnote. But, apart from other difficulties, our aims at opening a nursery class have been thwarted by a lack of funds, as happened with so many other of our anthroposophical activities. This ever-present shortage of money at least leaves us with the hope that if we can win the support of the general public, we shall eventually be able to build up a nursery class as an intrinsic part of our Waldorf school. A very young child is the least accessible of all to us. The gates to its soul life are absolutely closed against the outer world. No outer influence can touch it. Anyone who has charge of an infant of this age, whilst it struggles and cries, is powerless. The child does what it wants. Thus an observant adult will accept the fact that the child's will is beyond his control, even as far as later stages, and sometimes the latest stages of its future life are concerned. You may know that early in 1890, well before publishing other anthroposophical literature, I published my book titled The Philosophy of Spiritual Activity, readers aside, also known as title Intuitive Thinking as a Spiritual Path, also known as The Philosophy of Freedom, end of readers aside. The purpose of this book was to put into the world a true assessment of that part in man which develops the impulse toward freedom of the full human personality, also seen within the social context. If one accepts its content, the problem of freedom on the one side and that of destiny on the other becomes relevant already when one is confronted by a babe in arms. You may know that early in 1890, well before publishing other anthroposophical literature, I published my book titled The Philosophy of Spiritual Activity. Readers aside, this is also known as title Intuitive Thinking as a Spiritual Path, and also as title The Philosophy of Freedom, end of readers aside. The purpose of this book was to put into the world a true assessment of that part in man which develops the impulse toward freedom of the full human personality, also seen within the social context. If one accepts its content, the problem of freedom on the one side and that of destiny on the other becomes relevant already when one is confronted by a babe in arms. If one listens to what lives in the human heart, one can find that man's true happiness on earth depends on the awareness of his human freedom, on his appreciation of human values, and on his feeling for human dignity. Anthroposophy shows us that apart from what a person may have developed already before birth or conception, while still living in the spiritual world, and apart from what he or she will meet again after death, the very purpose of earthly incarnation consists in bringing to life the impulse toward freedom. This impulse is totally dependent on man's plunging into an earthly body. It can be realized only in physical incarnation. We can attain to freedom only while living on earth, and we can take with us into other worlds only the degree of freedom which we have achieved down here on earth. If one approaches the young child with such feelings, and feelings are the most potent source for those engaged in the art of education, the following question will be ever present in the mind of a person who has charge of an infant. What must I do to enable this child to develop to the fullest extent the consciousness of human freedom when it reaches maturity? And with this question another truth begins to dawn, a fact to which outer conditions of life are already clearly pointing, and which, through anthroposophical insight, can be understood with inner certainty, namely the fact that despite his freedom, each person has a destiny, or to call it by its Eastern terminology, his or her karma. Let us imagine that later in life someone meets another person whom he or she has known before, and that this other person exercises a profound influence upon the life of the first individual. Perhaps two such people might even enter into a partnership for life. At first it may appear to them as if their meeting were the result of mere chance. But when looking back over the previous years of their lives, even without any knowledge of anthroposophical spiritual science, the first individuality may well discover the strange fact that during the years prior to this meeting, he or she had unconsciously taken all kinds of steps, which eventually led to the other person. What at first appeared the result of chance, with hindsight, revealed an inherent pattern, an underlying plan. Looking back over his life, Goethe's old friend Knebel uttered these significant words from the depths of his soul. Quote, "If in later years one surveys one's previous life, everything seems to fall into a definite pattern. Everything fits together." Close quote. Since our will is woven into all our actions, we can see everywhere how destiny confronts us in the happenings of our life. One could quote many other personalities who, through purely outward observation of life, also reached the same conclusion. If we look at life's external happenings, we find confirmation of the hidden truths of karma. Anyone in charge of young children, especially those who are working in children's homes, who is aware of the working of destiny, must ask the question, have I been specially chosen to fulfill the important task of guiding and educating this child or these children? And then other questions will follow. What must I do to obliterate, as far as possible, my personal self, in order to leave those entrusted in my care free from being burdened by my own subjective nature? How must I act so that I do not interfere with the child's destiny? And above all, how can I best educate the child toward freedom? If one learns to understand what is going on in a child between birth and the change of teeth, that is, during his first 7-year period of life, I shall speak about the embryonic development later on, one realizes how vulnerable such a child is, and how deeply we can affect the being of such a young child. The change of teeth represents a decisive turning point in the life of the child. Upon close observation, one will find that after the 7th year, an entirely new interrelationship will emerge between the child's thinking, feeling, and willing. We have grown accustomed to apply certain concepts, gained from the observation of material processes, also to the life of man. For instance, if, when watching natural processes, we notice a sudden emergence of heat which had not been perceptible in a previous state, and which had not been outwardly introduced, we speak of latent heat being set free. Just as latent heat can be set free by material processes, so soul and spirit forces are set free after the change of teeth. Forces which hitherto have been bound up with the organism because they were instrumental to its growth. Freed from processes of growth and nourishment, these forces can now work in the child's soul sphere. They have been transmuted into soul forces. Natural science today forms abstract conceptions about the relationship of body and soul and vice versa. Theories are made regarding the effects of one upon the other. One speaks of a psycho-physical parallelism, and so on. Instead of making exact observations, one philosophizes. But all this will lead us nowhere. If one wishes to fathom the secrets of human nature, one has to observe it with the same exactitude with which the phenomena of outer nature have been observed. And then one will discover that after approximately the 7th year, forces previously engaged in the building up of the child's physical organism are being transformed into soul forces, which then determine the child's relationship with the outer world. If we wish to find out what the soul of a child is like between birth and the 7th year, we have to observe the child's development from the 7th year onward. For then, in the child's soul, we are able to observe the very same forces which previously were active in its physical organization. And we shall find that their hidden organic activity of molding and shaping the child's brain, as well as its remaining organization, is of a very special significance. For through birth or conception, the child carries down into its physical organization what it has brought with it from the worlds of soul and spirit. When the child is thus fully engaged in building up its physical organs, it must be left free to do so, and consequently the doors leading to the outer world remain closed. It is essential that we refrain from interfering in our clumsy ways with these inner activities of the child, for it is doing what it has to do, with the effect that it is not accessible to external will forces. On the other hand, we must also realize that despite the child's preoccupation with its own processes of growing, everything we do in its vicinity, nevertheless, makes a deep and incisive impression upon it. I shall go into further detail later, But we must never forget that what will work in the realm of the child's soul after the 7th year is directly involved in the organ-building processes before that age. This means that up to the 7th year, any impressions coming from the outer world will directly affect its physical constitution, the lungs, stomach, liver, and all kinds of other organs. Just because at this age the child's soul has not yet become emancipated from its physical organization, where it is still actively engaged, all impressions which come from us through our conduct and general behavior will have a decisive effect upon its future constitution of health or illness. You have come here with the expectation of learning something about our principles of education, but it is the practical application of these principles which is all important. What really matters in education is the mood and attitude of soul which the teacher carries in his heart with regard to the being of man. Only if we approach the growing human being with true insight shall we be good servants of the art of education. One could even go as far as saying, each teacher is free to approach his subjects in his own individual way, for in any case he will have to prepare the relevant subject matter according to what he has learned from life. What really matters is that each child carries within himself a true picture of man, and if this picture stands there before his inner gaze, he or she will act rightly, though outwardly possibly in very different ways. When, as the spiritual guide of the Waldorf school, I visited parallel classes, because of our large numbers we already have parallel classes, and when I witness how each teacher treats the same subject very much in his or her own individual manner, I never object or insist that they all should follow the same set courses. Even if two versions of the same subject may outwardly appear contradictory, each one may nevertheless be right in its own way. In fact, if one teacher were to copy another, the results could be entirely wrong. It is not for nothing that our school is called Free Waldorf School, not only because of our independence from the state system, but very much because of the atmosphere of freedom which pervades its entire constitution. During the previous lecture, I drew attention to the fact that a supersensible contemplation of man will reveal to us, apart from his physical body, another finer body, which we have called the etheric body, or the body of formative forces. From this etheric body spring not only all the forces sustaining nourishment and growth, but it is also the source of the faculties of remembering and of making mental images, of ideation. It becomes an independent entity only during the change of teeth, at which time it is born in a similar way in which, at physical birth, the body is born from its mother. This means that up to the change of teeth, the forces of the etheric body are entirely working in the processes of the child's organic growth, whereas after that time, though still remaining active in this realm to a great extent, they partly withdraw from these activities. These released forces of the ether body now begin to work in the soul realm of mental picturing and memory, as well as in the many other nuances of the child's soul life. The change of teeth is a unique event. The forces needed to push out the second teeth existed prior to this event, but they are no longer needed afterward. Once the second teeth have appeared, this particular activity of the etheric body becomes redundant. The final activity of pushing out the second teeth is an outward manifestation of the kind of working that is going on in the child's organism. Now, at the end of the first 7-year period, most of these etheric forces are released to flow into the child's soul and spiritual nature. One can recognize such 7-year periods throughout the entire course of human life, and each of these periods again falls into 3 clearly differentiated, shorter periods. If we observe the gradual withdrawal of some of these etheric forces until approximately the 7th year, we can see how in the first 2.5 years after physical birth, the etheric body frees itself from the head region, how in the following 2.5 years it frees itself from the chest region, and finally up to the change of teeth from the child's metabolic and limb system. Thus we can recognize 3 phases within the gradual withdrawal of etheric forces. And one can clearly recognize how, when the etheric body is still bound up with the head region, the child rejects any intentional influence coming from outside. What the child learns during this first 2.5-year period is of utmost importance for its whole life. It does so through an inward-bound activity, out of what it has brought with it from its prenatal existence. Only consider how, during this first short period, the child learns to speak and to walk, the 2 human faculties closely connected with an individual's maintaining a proper self-confidence, both from a personal and a social point of view. These 2 important faculties are achieved while the etheric body is still engaged in shaping the brain, and while it is still raying out into the remaining organism. If these etheric forces ray out too strongly into the remaining organism, so that they disturb the infant's still delicate processes of metabolism, of breathing and blood circulation, if they surge too powerfully within the baby's organism, scarlet fever and kindred children's illnesses may occur already at this young age. Fundamentally speaking, through all that is at work within a child at that age, the child remains inaccessible to any conscious and will-directed approaches or demands coming from outside. It wants to be left to work on its own organism. This inaccessibility to the outer world during the first 2.5 years is the one significant factor. The other is the fact that the child has a fine, instinctive perception for everything that is happening in its surroundings, and especially for what is going on in the persons with whom it has established a certain rapport. Anyone looking after such a child naturally belongs to this category. I am not speaking now of the child's ability to use its senses in the way an older person does. It is not what it can see with its eyes that I am referring to, but to a general perceiving of a most intimate kind of what is happening in its surroundings. This perceiving, however, excludes anything that seeks to impose itself from outside, against which the child will defend itself instinctively during those first 2.5 years. In order to understand better this susceptibility to the outer world, at a time when its sense perceptions are still deeply immersed in feeling, it might help if we look at the creatures immediately below man, namely at the animals, for they display a similar sensitivity toward the outer world to a specially high degree. I am not here contradicting my remarks about senility made to you in a previous lecture. One simply has to observe accurately. The animal is especially sensitive to its surroundings. I do not know whether those of you who have come from England or from the other European countries have ever heard of the horses which, a few years before the war, created a sensation because they seemed to be able to do simple arithmetical calculations. In Berlin there was the famous horse of Herr von Osten, and in Elberfeld there were several horses which could reckon with numbers. Well, I cannot say anything about the Elberfeld horses, but I did make the acquaintance of Herr von Osten's horse in Berlin, and I could observe the close relationship that existed between this horse and its master. It is quite true that the horse stamped with its legs 3 3s are 9, which for a horse is quite a respectable achievement. All kinds of theories were advanced in order to explain the horse's reactions to the questions put to it by Herr von Osten. There was a certain university lecturer, a most erudite man, who even wrote a whole book about this horse. He wrote, quote, "Of course, the horse cannot calculate, But whenever Herr von Osten says 3 times 3, he accompanies his words by hardly noticeable facial expressions. He does a kind of miming, and when he pronounces the word 9, the horse, which is capable of observing these facial expressions, will stamp accordingly." Close quote. His was indeed a learned treatise. The author continued, quote, "I myself was not able to detect the miming on Herr von Osten's face, and therefore I cannot guarantee that my theory is correct. But it must have been there, and the horse was able to observe it." Close quote. To me, the author merely states that he, a university lecturer, considered the horse to be more capable of observation than he was himself. In my opinion, the crucial point was Herr von Osten's procedure, for he had large pockets filled with sweetmeats, which he shoved into the horse's mouth, thus maintaining an uninterrupted flow of sensation and gratification. The result was an intimate relationship between master and horse. All happenings were immersed in a feeling of sympathy, which made the horse, in accordance with its animal nature, extremely receptive to all that came from its master, even to his thoughts and all the shades of his feelings, but hardly to the play of mysterious expressions on his face. The processes of calculation going on in Herr von Osten's mind were transferred to the horse via the taste of sweetness. This phenomenon does not become any the less interesting if interpreted in this way. It can teach us a great deal about the relationship of living beings, but it cannot be explained hypothetically by the observation of facial expressions which a horse could make, though not a university lecturer. During the first 2.5 years, the child too has a similar rapport with its mother, or with other persons closely connected with it, as long as their attitude and conduct make it possible. And then the child becomes a perfect mimic, a complete imitator. This imposes upon the grown-up the moral duty to be worthy of imitation, which is a far less comfortable task than exerting one's will upon the child. The child will take in everything we do, the way we act or the way we move. It is equally susceptible to all our feelings and thoughts. It imitates us, and if this is not outwardly noticeable, it nevertheless does so by developing tendencies for imitation, which by means of its organ-bound soul forces it presses down into its physical organism. Therefore, education during these first 2.5 years should be confined to the self-education of the adult in charge, who should think, feel, and act in a manner which, when perceived by the child, will cause it no harm. Fundamentally, the stage of imitation continues up to the change of teeth, and therefore the child will be strongly influenced by its surroundings also in later years, as the following example may show. 2 disconsolate parents once came to me saying, quote, "Our child has always been a good child, but now it has stolen money." Close quote. Was this really so? At a superficial glance, yes, for it had taken money out of the cupboard where it was always kept by its mother. The child then had bought sweets with the money, and even distributed some among other children. I reassured the parents that their child had not stolen at all, but that it had merely imitated its mother, who regularly had taken money out of the cupboard in order to buy things. There never was any intention of stealing, the concept of which was as yet non-existent in the child's mind. But the child is an imitator. It will do what mother does, and if one wishes to avoid confusion, it is up to the grown-up to realize this fact and to act differently in front of the child. We must also be careful not to harm the child's development when it is learning to speak. This can easily happen if we make it say words of our own choice, which again amounts to imposing our will upon the child. It is best for us to speak naturally in front of the child, provided our talking is of a moral order, so that it has the opportunity of hearing us. In this way, the child will find its own way into language. Neither will the child learn to walk through our efforts at making it stand up and do all kinds of movements. Such instruction belongs to the gym lessons of a much later age. If we intervene by making it stand and walk prematurely, we can do irreparable damage to its nerve processes. This damage may persist for the whole of its later life. If the child sees the adults in their upright position, as imitator, it will raise itself to the same position when the right time comes. We must always regard the human being, during the first stages, as an imitating being, and arrange our upbringing accordingly. This certainly can be very trying at times. We all know that there are babies who seem to be yelling all day long, and who, apart from their ear-splitting noise, inflict all kinds of other provocations upon the adult. True, there are situations which have to be dealt with, even quite drastically, in order to avoid serious damage being done by the child, but such measures do not really belong to the field of education. Admittedly, it is hard to put up with a screaming child, but if we behave in the way indicated, our conduct will gradually sink into the deeper layers of the child's soul and spiritual forces, which are still closely bound up with organic processes, and will eventually bring about more positive results. If one observes small children without prejudice, one will find that their screaming and other unpleasant features come from the child's physical organization. Though the forces inherent in intense crying will remain with the child, the habit of crying will gradually pass. These forces certainly are of a great intensity. If we influence the child rightly by setting the right example and by acting morally, the forces underlying the baby's crying will reveal themselves as intensely moral forces in later life. A strong morality in adult life is the expression of the same forces which lived in intense crying during early childhood. On the other hand, if the persons close to the child have an immoral attitude, be it only in thoughts, these same forces will reappear later as intensely immoral forces. You will now be able to appreciate the real point of what has been said so far, namely that one must not be tempted by a false kind of instinct. It is not even an instinct, but something we may have brought with us through misguided customs, to make baby talk for the child's benefit. Nurses or others dealing with young children should never speak to them in an artificial or childish manner. We really do a great wrong if we change our normal way of speaking to suit, in quotes, the child. For the child always wants to imitate us, as we really are, and not as we pretend to be. It rejects anything that comes toward it as an expression of another person's will, such as childish and naive baby talk. The child has to put up with it, but it has a deep inner resentment toward such an approach. The after effects of this often well-meant folly may be so far-reaching as to come to light in later years as a weakened digestion. What is diagnosed in an older patient as symptoms of a weak digestion may well be nothing else but the result of the wrong approach of an overzealous but misguided nurse during the patient's early childhood. These are the main points regarding the first third of the first 7-year period, which need to be borne in mind. At the age of 2.5, the child's head organization is developed far enough for those forces of the ether body which have been working on it to become released. This gradual withdrawal continues into the chest region up to about the 5th year, when breathing and blood circulation also have reached a certain stage of completion, so that by the time the child has learned to speak and to walk, the formative forces, released from the head, acting now as soul and spiritual forces, join those which are being released in the chest region. This change can be recognized outwardly by the emergence of an exceptionally vivid memory, which the child develops between 2.5 and 5, as also by its wonderful imagination. However, great care must be taken when the child develops these two faculties, which are instrumental to the upbuilding of its soul. The child continues to live by imitation, and therefore we should not attempt to make it remember anything of our own choice. At this stage, it is best to leave the evolving forces of memory alone, allowing the child to remember whatever it pleases. On no account should one give it memory exercises of any kind. Otherwise, in one's ignorance, one might be responsible for consequences which can be observed if one looks upon the entire course of human life. Sometimes one meets people who, around the age of 40 or even later, complain of shooting pains, of rheumatism. This ailment certainly can have many different causes, but if research is carried far enough, it may reveal that the rheumatism is due to premature overloading of the memory during early childhood. The pattern of life indeed is very complex, and only by trying to recognize its many hidden links can we engender the love which is the true basis of the growing human being. Whatever one's attitude may be, as educators, we must respond to the child's imagination or fantasy, which seeks to express itself outwardly through its playing with toys or in games with other children. This urge to play between the age of 2.5 and 5 is really nothing but the externalized activity of the child's powers of fantasy. And if one has the necessary ability of observation for such matters, one can foretell a great deal regarding the child's future soul life, its character, and so on, merely by watching it at play. The way in which such a young child plays is a clear indication of its potential gifts and faculties in later life. What is of utmost importance now is that one meets this inborn urge to play with the right toys. People in past times have responded to this according to their own particular understanding. I do not know whether this also happened in the West, but at one time a regular epidemic spread throughout Middle Europe of giving children boxes of building bricks, especially at Christmas time. Out of separate cubic and quadrilateral stones, the children were meant to build miniature architectural monstrosities. This kind of thing has a far-reaching effect upon the development of the child's imagination, for it begets an atomistic, materialistic attitude, a mentality which always wants to put bits and pieces together to form a whole. If one wants to come to terms with practical life, it is far better to allow full play to the child's ever-mobile and living imaginative powers than to foster intellectual capacities which encourage the atomistic nature of present-day thinking. The child's imagination represents the very forces which have just freed themselves from performing similar creative work within the physical formation of its brain. It is for this reason that one must avoid, as far as this is possible, forcing these powers of imagination into rigid and finished forms. Let us imagine two nurses who are looking after a child between 2.5 and 5 years old. One of them, she may be very fond of the little girl in her charge, gives it a, in quotes, beautiful doll, a doll that has not only painted cheeks and real hair, but even eyes that close and a movable head. I believe there are dolls that can even speak. Well, she gives such a doll to the little girl, but as it is finished in every detail, there is nothing left for the child's imagination to create. Its yearning for creative mobility cannot be satisfied. It is as if its forces of imagination were put into a straitjacket. The other nurse, who has a little more understanding for the inner needs of the child, takes an old piece of cloth which is of no use for anything else. She winds a thread around its upper end until something resembling a head appears. She may even ask the little girl to paint 2 black dots on the face, perhaps even more, for eyes, nose, and mouth. Because now the child's imagination is stimulated, because it can be creative instead of having to put up with fixed and finished forms and contours, the child experiences a far more lively and intimate response than with the so-called beautiful doll. Toys, as far as this is possible, should leave the child's power of fantasy free. And since intellect is not the same as fantasy or imagination, the activity of putting together many parts is hardly in harmony with the type of fantasy which is characteristic of a child of this age. Anything that calls forth an inner feeling of liveliness and mobility is always most suitable for the young child. For example, a children's book with cut-out and tastefully colored figures, which can be moved by pulling strings attached below, so that they will do all kinds of things, such as embracing or thrashing each other, always stimulates the child to invent whole stories, and in this way is an extraordinarily wholesome means of play activity. In a similar way, games with other children should not be too formal, but they should leave plenty of scope for the child's imagination. All these suggestions spring from a knowledge of man, which is founded upon reality, and which enables the educator to acquire the necessary insights, especially as regards the practical side of life. When the child approaches the 5th year, the forces of the etheric body, which hitherto have been building up the breathing and the blood circulation, now become available for other activities. And likewise, up to the change of teeth, etheric forces will struggle free, which, after completing their task within the metabolic and limb system, have now become redundant. At that time, new spiritual and soul forces are gradually awakening, which will emerge fully only after the 7th year, and which we shall study in more detail later on. However, they already shine with a dawning light into this last and 3rd period, which concludes the first 7-year period of human life. When etheric forces from the chest region reappear as soul and spiritual forces, the child is becoming amenable to exhortations, to what belongs to a sense of authority. Previously unable to understand what it ought or ought not to do, it could only imitate. But now, little by little, it begins to listen to and to believe in what its elders say. Only toward the 5th year is it possible to awaken in a child the sense of what is right or wrong. We will educate the child rightly only if we realize that during the first 7-year period, that is, up to the change of teeth, the child lives by imitation, and that only gradually will it develop imagination and memory, as well as a first belief in what grown-ups say. This faith in the adult induces a feeling of authority, especially for the teacher with whom it has a very close relationship. However, at this stage the child is still too young for any kind of formal education. It pains me to know that already the 6th year has been fixed as the official school age. Children ought not to enter school proper before their 7th year. I was therefore always glad to hear, and I don't mind if you consider this attitude quite uncivilized, that children of some anthroposophists had no knowledge of writing and reading even at the age of 8. What can be accomplished with forces available only at a later time should never be crammed into an earlier stage, unless one is prepared to ruin the physical organism. In the next few days I will show you how we try to treat our children without inflicting any harm upon them when they have entered the Waldorf school. Tomorrow I will make a beginning by introducing you to the Waldorf school, of course only by word of mouth. The end of Lecture 7. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Soul Economy and Waldorf Education, Collected Works, Volume 303, translated by Roland Everett. This is Lecture 8, given in Dornach on the 30th of December, 1921. Looking back over the past meetings of this conference, I feel it necessary to digress a little from our planned program in order to tell you something about the practical aspects of Waldorf education. From all you have heard so far, you will have gathered that the key to this education, both with regard to its curriculum and the methods employed, lies in the understanding of man's physical, soul, and spiritual constitution as it develops throughout the course of life. In order to follow this principle, a new look at schooling in general was necessary, with the result that, in many ways, the Waldorf school is run very differently from traditional schools. The first point we had to consider was how to make the best use of the available teaching time, especially with regard to the development of the pupil's soul life. The usual practice today is to split up the available time into many separate lessons. But this method does not allow for sufficient depth and concentration of the various subjects. Let me give you an example. Imagine that you wish to bring something to your pupils which is to be of lasting value for them, something which they can take into later life. I will choose my example from a subject which is taught in practically every school, namely from history. Imagine that you wish to introduce to your pupils the time of Queen Elizabeth I, including all the main events and personalities that are usually taught to children. This could be done by the teacher talking about the relevant facts of this historical period during the history lessons, which might take, let us say, half a year. But one can also proceed in a different manner. After a methodical preparation at home, the teacher can cultivate in himself a fine feeling for the salient facts, which then become a kind of framework for this period. These the teacher allows to work upon his soul, in this way remembering them without much difficulty. All other additional material will then fall into place, more or less naturally. If one has mastered the subject in this way, it is quite possible, and this is no exaggeration, to bring to one's pupils in only 3 to 4 lessons what otherwise might well take half a year, and this even in greater depth, so that the pupils retain a lasting impression of the subject. If you survey in detail all that children are supposed to learn at school at the present time, you will agree with the method indicated just now. For what in our present state of civilization our children are supposed to have learned already at the age of 14 is such an accumulation of material that it is simply beyond their capacity to absorb it all. No school really succeeds in imparting so much learning, but this fact is generally ignored. One merely pretends that the present system is working, and the curricula are set accordingly. The aims of Waldorf education are to arrange the entire teaching in such a way that within the shortest time, the maximum amount of content can be given to the pupils with the simplest means possible. This helps the children to retain an overall view of their subjects, not so much intellectually, but very much with regard to their feeling life. It is obvious that such a method makes great demands upon the teacher. I feel convinced that if a teacher applies this method, which I should like to call a teaching based on soul economy, he or she will have to spend at least 2 or 3 hours of concentrated preparation in order to teach for about half an hour. And this he must be willing to do if he wishes to avoid inflicting harm upon his pupils. Such preparation may not always be practically possible, but if the teacher wishes to succeed in carrying into the classroom a comprehensive and living presentation of the subject, this kind of private preparation is of fundamental importance. It certainly makes great demands upon the teacher, but such obligations are intrinsic features of his calling, which have to be accepted with the best possible response. In order to put into practice such a fundamental educational principle, it was necessary to create a suitable curriculum and timetable when the Waldorf school was founded. Today I should like to give you an outline of this curriculum and of its application, without, however, having to go into details, for this will be our task during the coming days. And so the teacher, having duly prepared himself in the way just indicated, enters the school building in the morning. The pupils arrive at school a little earlier in summertime, that is at 8 o'clock, and a little later during the winter. When they are assembled in their classrooms, the teacher brings them together by speaking a morning verse in chorus with the whole class. This verse, which could also be sung, and which embraces both a general human as well as a religious element, unites the pupils in a mood of prayer. It can be followed by a genuine prayer. In our free Waldorf school, such details are entirely left to the discretion of each individual teacher. Then begins our so-called main lesson, occupying nearly 2 hours, which in the traditional timetables are so often cut up into smaller sections. But the principle of soul economy in teaching makes it necessary to change the conventional structure of the timetable. This means that during the first 2 hours of the morning, our pupils are taught the same subject in block periods, each lasting from 4 to 6 weeks. It is left to the class teacher to introduce a short break during the main lesson, which would be essential in the younger classes. In this way, subjects like geography or arithmetic are taught for 4 to 6 weeks at a time. Thereafter, another main lesson subject is studied, again for a block period, and not in shorter lessons to be given at regular intervals through the year. In this way, the various main lesson subjects are introduced to the pupils according to the principles agreed by us, principles which include a carefully planned economy of the child's soul life. At all costs must we avoid too much stress upon the child's mind and soul. It should never feel that lessons are too difficult. On the contrary, there should always be a longing in the child to move on from one step to the next. Never should the pupil experience an arbitrary break-off in a subject, but one thing should always lead to another. During the 4 to 6 weeks of a main lesson block period, the class teacher will always endeavor to present the content as a complete chapter, as an artistic whole, which the child can take into later life. It goes without saying that toward the end of the school year, before the approaching summer holidays, all the main lesson subjects taught during the year should be woven together into a short but artistic recapitulation. Just as we provide children with clothing wide enough to allow for their limbs to grow freely, so should we as teachers respond to their inner needs by giving them content not only suited to their present age, but also capable of further expansion. If we give the child concepts which are fixed and finished, we do not allow for this inner growth and maturing. Therefore, all concepts which we introduce, all feelings which we invoke, and all will impulses which we give must be treated with the same care and foresight with which we clothe our children's limbs. We must not expect them to remember abstract definitions for the rest of their lives. Just as at the age of 45 our little finger will not be the same as it was when we were 8, so concepts introduced at the age of 8 should not remain unchanged when the pupils reach the age of 45. We must approach the child's organization in such a way that its various members are capable of growing and expanding. We must not, in quotes, clothe our content in such fixed and stiff forms that when a pupil reaches the age of 45, he will remember it exactly as it was given to him in his 8th or 9th year. This, however, is only possible if we present our subject matter with what I called soul economy. During the remaining hours of the morning, non-main lesson subjects are taught, and here modern foreign languages play the most important part. Foreign languages are introduced already in Class 1, when the children enter the Waldorf school in their 6th and 7th year. And they are presented in such a way that the child really can live itself into them This means that while teaching the foreign language, the teacher will try to avoid using the child's mother tongue. The teacher of foreign languages naturally has to take into account that his pupils are older now than they were when they learned their own mother tongue, and he will arrange his lessons accordingly. This is essential if he aims to be in harmony with the pupil's particular age and development. The children should be able to live themselves into the language, such a way that they will not inwardly translate from their mother tongue into the foreign language every time they wish to say something. This continual jumping from one language into the other is to be avoided at all costs. If, for example, the teacher wants to introduce a particular word, such as table or window, he will not mention the parallel word in the mother tongue at all, but will point at the object in question while calling it out with a clear pronunciation. In this way, the child will learn the new tongue directly and well before learning to translate, if this latter activity should be considered desirable at all. We have certainly found that by avoiding, in the early stages, the usual grammar teaching with all that it entails, the children find their way into a new language quite naturally and in a living way. More details will be given later on, when we shall speak about the different ages. So far, I only wished to give you a general picture of the practical arrangements in the Waldorf school. Another subject of paramount importance at this stage is handwork, which includes several crafts. As the Waldorf school is a co-educational school, both boys and girls share these lessons, and it is indeed a heartwarming sight to see the young lads and girls sitting together, busily knitting, crocheting, and engaged in other similar activities. Experience has shown that although boys have a different relationship to knitting from girls, they do enjoy it, and they benefit from such an activity. Their working together has certainly proved advantageous to the general development of all the pupils. In other craft lessons, involving heavier physical work, girls also take part fully. In this way, the development of manual skills is nurtured and practiced in our school. A further subject taught during the morning sessions is one which could be called, quote, world outlook, close quote. You must realize that the Waldorf school, or any other school which might spring from the Anthroposophical movement, would never wish to teach its pupils anthroposophy in the form in which it exists today. This I should consider the very worst thing one could do. For anthroposophy in its present form is a subject for grown-ups, and, as one can see by the color of their hair, often for quite mature adults. Consequently, it is presented through its literature or by word of mouth in a form appropriate only to the adult. I should consider any passing on to pupils of content taken from my titled Theosophy or from my book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds and Its Attainment as the very worst misuse possible. Such a thing simply must not happen. For if we were to teach content which is totally unsuitable for school agers, we should, forgive this somewhat trivial expression used in the German language, we should make the young folk want, quote, to jump out of their skin, close quote. Footnote, this German saying is often used when a person cannot bear an annoyance any longer, end of footnote. Naturally, in class lessons, they would have to submit themselves to what the teacher brought, but inwardly they, nevertheless, would experience such an urge. Anthroposophy itself is not to be taught in a Waldorf school. What matters is that its teaching should not become mere theoretical knowledge, or a world outlook based on certain ideas, but it should become a way of life, involving the entire human being. If, therefore, a teacher who is an anthroposophist enters school, he must have so worked upon himself that he has become a many-sided and skillful person, someone who has developed the art of education. And it is this latter achievement which is important, but never a wish to bring anthroposophical content to pupils. Waldorf education is meant to be pragmatic. The Waldorf school is meant to be a place where anthroposophical knowledge can find practical application. And if one has made such a world outlook, so linked to practical life, one's own, one will not turn into a theorizer who is alienated from life, but into a skilled, capable person. By this I do not mean to assert that all members of the anthroposophical movement have actually reached these aims. Far from it. I happen to know that there are still some men among our members who are not even capable of sewing on a trouser button which may have dropped off. And no one suffering from such a shortcoming should be considered a full human being. Above all, there are still members who do not fully accept the contention that one cannot be a real philosopher unless one is able to put one's hand to anything, such as mending one's shoes, should the need arise. This may sound a little exaggerated, but I hope that you know what I am trying to say. Whoever has to deal with theoretical work ought to stand in practical life even more firmly than people who happen to be tailors, cobblers, or engineers. In my opinion, any passing on of theoretical knowledge is acceptable only if the person concerned is also well versed in all practical matters of life, for otherwise his ideas will remain alienated from life. By acting out of anthroposophical knowledge in the classroom, the teachers, as artists, should develop the ability of finding the right solutions to whatever the needs of the children may be. If teachers carry into the classroom such an attitude, together with the fruits of their endeavors, they will also be guided in particular situations by a sound pedagogical instinct. This, however, is hardly the case in the general teaching situation of today. Please do not mistake these remarks as criticism against some teachers. Those who belong to the teaching profession will be the first ones to experience the truth of what has been said. In their own limitations, they may well feel that they are the victims of prevailing conditions. The mere fact that they had to suffer the martyrdom of a high school education may be enough to prevent them from breaking through many great hindrances. What matters most during actual teaching is an ability to meet the ever-changing classroom situations, which result from the immediate response of the pupils. But who in this wide world trains teachers to do that? Are they not trained to decide beforehand what they are going to teach? This often gives me the impression that the child is not considered at all during educational deliberations. Such an attitude would be tantamount to making papier-mâché masks of each pupil as he enters school in order to deal with these masks rather than with the actual children. As mentioned before, it is not at all our aim to teach an ideology in the Waldorf school, though such a thought might easily occur to people upon hearing that the Anthroposophists have founded a new school. Our aim is to carry insights gained through knowledge of anthroposophy right into actual teaching. This is the reason why I did not mind handing over the responsibility of giving religion lessons to representatives of the various religious denominations. Religion, after all, represents the very core of a person's world outlook. And so in our Waldorf school, a Roman Catholic priest was asked to give Roman Catholic religion lessons to pupils of this denomination, and a Protestant priest was given the task of teaching the Protestant religion lessons. When this decision was taken, we were not afraid of being unable to balance any outer influence brought into the school by these priests, influence which might not be in harmony with what we were trying to do. But then a somewhat unexpected situation arose. For when our friend Emil Molt founded the Waldorf school, most of our pupils came from the homes of the workers employed at his factory. Among them were many children of atheistic parents, children who, had they been sent to another school, would not have received any religious instruction at all. Gradually, among these children, in the way such things happen when one is dealing with children and their parents, there arose the wish that they too should receive some form of religion lessons. And this is how our, in quotes, free, that is non-denominational religion lessons came about. They were given by our own teachers, just as the other religion lessons were given by the respective priests. These teachers were recognized by us as religion teachers of the Waldorf curriculum. In this way, anthroposophical religion lessons were introduced in our school. These religion lessons have come to mean a great deal to many of our pupils, but particularly to the children of the factory workers. However, all this brought specific problems in its wake, for anthroposophy is there for the adult. If, therefore, the teacher wants to bring the right content into his anthroposophical religion lessons, he has to create it anew, and this is no mean task, for it means a remolding and transforming of anthroposophical content in order to make it suitable for the various age groups. In fact, this task of changing a modern philosophy to suit young people occupies us a great deal. It means working in depth on fundamental questions, such as what is the effect upon pupils of our using certain symbols? Or how do we deal with the imponderables inherent in such a situation? More of this later on. I am sure that you will appreciate that a school like ours, which aims at basing its curriculum upon the needs of the growing child in the light of anthroposophical knowledge of man, has to make compromises of the most varied kinds. For today it would be quite impossible to educate children according to abstract educational ideas, to be subsequently labeled as the principles of Waldorf education. The result of such a misguided approach would be that our graduates would not be able to find their way into life. It is all too easy to criticize life at the present time. Most people meet displeasing aspects of it every day, and one could easily feel tempted to make clever suggestions about how to put the world in order. But it simply won't do to educate pupils in such a way that when they leave school to enter life, they can only criticize the senselessness of all that they find there. However imperfect life may be when judged by abstract reasoning, one nevertheless must be able to play one's full part in it. Waldorf pupils who have been treated as individuals, perhaps more than is usually the case elsewhere, have to be sent out into life. Otherwise, there would be no sense in having a Waldorf school at all. But they must not become estranged from contemporary life to the extent that they can only criticize what they meet outside. This I can only touch upon here. Right from the start, the most varied compromises had to be made, also with regard to our curriculum and our pedagogical aims. As soon as the school was founded, I sent a memorandum to the education authorities in which I made the following request. From their 6th or 7th year up to the completion of their 9th year, that is, to the end of the 3rd class, our pupils are to be schooled according to the principles of Waldorf education without any outside interference. By this I meant that the planning of the curriculum and the standards to be achieved, as well as the methods of teaching, were to be left entirely in the hands of our teaching staff, or College of Teachers, which would bear the ultimate responsibility for the running of the school. For us, it is not only important that each teacher knows the pupils of his class well, but also that a corresponding relationship exists between the entire body of teachers and all the pupils of the school, so that pupils can feel quite free to contact any teacher of their choice for guidance or advice. It is a real joy to witness, every time one enters the Waldorf school, how friendly and trusting the pupils are, not only with their class teachers, but with all the teachers, both in and out of lesson time. To return to my letter to the education authorities, I stated that on completion of the 3rd school year, our pupils should have reached the same standards with regard to the 3 R's as those achieved in other schools, so that they would be able to change schools without encountering any difficulties. This implied that a child who had had a wider educational background than the pupils of his new class, nevertheless would be able to fit into new surroundings, and that it had not lost touch with life in general. In a similar way, I stated that our teaching between the end of the pupil's 9th year and 12th year, that is, from the end of Class 3 to the end of Class 6, again was to achieve standards comparable with those of other schools, so that our pupils would be able to enter a 7th grade in another school without falling behind. We do not wish to be fanatical, and therefore we had to make such compromises. Waldorf teachers must always be willing to cope with the practical problems of life. And if a pupil has to leave our school at the age of 14, he or she should be able to enter a high school or any other school leading up to university entrance examination. In this way, we try to put into practice what has been indicated. And now, having established our school up to the age of 14 plus, every year we are adding a new class, so that eventually we shall be able to offer the full range of secondary education leading up to higher education. This means that we have to plan our curriculum in such a way that our young people will be able to make their school-leaving exams. In Austria, this exam is called maturity exam. In Germany, Abitur, which is Latin for leaving. And in other countries, there will be other names for these institutions. In any case, our pupils are to be given the possibility of entering other schools of higher education. There exists as yet no possibility of our founding a vocational school or university, for whatever we might be trying to do in this direction would always bear the stamp of a private initiative, and no government would grant us permission to issue our own certificates of education based on non-existing exam results, for we should never want to hold official examinations. Footnote: the German word used here for vocational school is Hochschule, translated literally as high school, but signifying a school for those who have finished their secondary education, but have not necessarily taken the school-leaving exam, and who wish to learn a trade or skill, ranging from manual labor to secretarial or bookkeeping skills, to crafts or household management. End of footnote. And so, the general situation forces us to make compromises in our Waldorf plan, and we are perfectly willing to acknowledge this fact. What matters to us is that, despite all compromising, the genuine Waldorf spirit lives in our teaching, and this as much as possible. As we wanted to have a complete junior year at the opening of the Waldorf school, we naturally had to take in pupils from other schools also, and this gave us ample opportunity of witnessing the fruits of the so-called strict discipline, in quotes, characteristic of other schools. We now have a little more than 2 years of, in quotes, Waldorf discipline behind us, which to a large extent consists of our trying to get rid of the ordinary kind of school discipline. I should like to give you an example of what I mean. Only a few weeks ago we laid the foundation stone for a larger school building, for up till now we had to make do with provisional classrooms only. To my mind, it seemed right that all our children should take part in this stone-laying ceremony, and, as so often happens in life, things took a little longer than anticipated, so that by the time we were only just getting ready for the actual ceremony, all our pupils were already in the building. First I had to meet teachers and several other personalities, but all the children were there already. We grown-ups had to meet in our so-called staff room. What were we to do with all those children? The chairman of the College of Teachers simply said, quote, "We'll send them to their classrooms. They now have reached a stage when we can leave them unattended without untoward consequences. They won't disturb us," close quote. So, despite the dubious discipline which had been imported from other schools, and despite our having got rid of a so-called school discipline, it had become possible to send the pupils to their classrooms without their disturbing us. Admittedly, this peace was somewhat ephemeral, so that oversensitive ears might have been offended, but that did not matter. Children who do not disturb oversensitive ears are not generally well disciplined. Footnote, here the shorthand text is not clear. End of footnote. At any rate, the effects of imponderables in the Waldorf school became apparent to the children's good behavior under these unusual circumstances. As you know, various kinds of punishment are administered in most other schools, and we, too, had to find our ways with regard to this problem. When we discussed the question of punishment in one of our teacher meetings, one of our teachers reported the following interesting incident. He had tried to find out the effects which certain forms of punishment had upon his pupils. Among his pupils who had experienced our kind of discipline for some time, there were a few notorious scamps. These little good-for-nothings, as such pupils are called in Germany, have produced very poor work, and they were to be punished according to usual school discipline. They were to be given detention. They were told to stay in after lessons to do their sums properly. However, when this punishment was announced in class, lo and behold, all the other pupils protested that they too wanted to stay in to do extra sums, for arithmetic was so much fun. So you see, the concept of punishment had undergone a complete transformation. It had changed into something desirable for the whole class. Such matters rarely happen if the teacher tries to bring them about directly, but they can become the natural consequence of the right approach. I am well aware that the problem of school discipline occupies many people's minds today. I once had the opportunity of observing closely the importance of the relationship of a teacher with his pupils, a relationship which is the natural outcome of the characterological disposition of both teacher and pupils. One could go as far as saying that whether pupils profit from their lessons or how much they gain depends on whether the teacher evokes sympathy or antipathy in his pupils. And it is absolutely open to discussion whether an easygoing teacher, who does not even work according to proper educational principles, may in effect achieve more than another teacher, who, intent on following perfectly sound but abstract principles, is unable to realize them in the classroom. There are plenty of such abstract principles to be found these days. I am not even trying to be sarcastic by calling them clever and ingenious. One could argue about their merits. But if a slovenly and indolent teacher, who nevertheless radiates warmth and affection for his children, enters the classroom, he may give more to his pupils for their later lives than a highly principled teacher whose personality calls forth antipathy. Even though the pupils of a genial but untidy teacher are not likely to grow into models of orderliness, they at least will not have to suffer from so-called nervousness in later life. Nervousness can be the result of antipathy felt toward a teacher of even excellent educational principles, who is not able to make the right kind of contact with his pupils. Such points are open to discussion, and they ought to be discussed if one takes the art of education seriously. For this reason, I once had to act in a case of this kind, and my decision may well evoke strong disapproval among some people. During one of my visits to the Waldorf school, I was told of a boy in one of the classes who was causing great difficulties. He had committed all kinds of misdemeanors, and none of the teachers of this class was able to deal with him. I asked for the boy to be sent to me, because first I wanted to find out the root of the trouble. You will admit that in many other schools such a boy would have received corporal punishment, or possibly less drastic forms of punishment. Well, I examined the boy carefully and came to the conclusion that he should be moved up into the next class above. This change was to be his punishment. I have not heard of any complaints since. His new class teacher has confirmed that the boy has even become a model pupil, and that everything seems to be in order now. This, after all, is what really matters. The important thing is that one penetrates the very soul and nature of such a child. The cause of the trouble was that there was no human contact between him and his teacher, and since he was intelligent enough to cope with the work of the class above him, there was no parallel class in his case. The only right thing was to move him up. Had we put him down into the next lower class, we would have ruined that child. If one bears in mind the well-being and inner development of the child, one will find the right way of acting pedagogically. This is why it is good to look at specific and symptomatic cases. We have no intention of denying that in many ways the Waldorf school is built upon compromise. But as far as it is humanly possible, we shall always try to educate out of a true knowledge of man. To continue, the morning sessions are arranged in the way already indicated. Because it is essential for our pupils to be able to move on to higher forms of education, we had to include in our curriculum certain other subjects, such as Greek and Latin, which are also taught in morning lessons. In these ancient languages, soul economy is of particular importance. The afternoon lessons are given over to more physical activities, such as gym and eurythmy, and to artistic work, which plays a very special part in a Waldorf school. I will give further details in the coming days. We try as far as this is possible to teach the more intellectual subjects in the morning, and only when the children's head work has been done are they given movement lessons, in as far as they have not let off steam already between morning lessons. However, after these movement lessons, they are not taken back to the classroom in order to do more head work. I have already indicated that this has a destructive effect upon life. For while the child is engaged in physical movement, supersensible forces are unconsciously working through it, and the head, having surrendered itself to physical movement, is no longer in a position to resume its head work. It is therefore quite erroneous to believe that by sandwiching a gym lesson between other more intellectual lessons, one is providing a helpful change with its attendant benefits. The homogeneous character of both morning and afternoon sessions has shown itself to be beneficial to the general development of the pupils. If one constantly bears in mind the characteristic features of human nature, one will best serve human inclinations. I have already mentioned that we found it necessary to give some kind of anthroposophical religion lessons to our pupils. Soon afterward, arising out of these lessons, another need was felt, which led to the introduction of a Sunday service for our pupils. This service is in the nature of a cult in which the children take part with deeply religious feelings. We have found that such a ritual, performed before the children's eyes every Sunday morning, has greatly deepened their religious experience. The Sunday service had to be enlarged for the sake of those pupils who were about to leave our middle school. In Germany, it is the custom for pupils of this age to be confirmed in a special ceremony, which signifies their having reached a stage of maturity at which they are ready to enter life. We too have made similar arrangements for a ceremonial, which, as experience has shown, has made a lasting impression upon our pupils. In an education based upon knowledge of man, many needs become apparent which may have gone unnoticed in the more traditional forms of education. For instance, in Germany, all pupils receive school reports at the end of each school year, for it is considered essential to give them something of this kind before they go into their summer holidays. But in this case, too, we felt the need of an innovation. For I must admit that I should find it extremely difficult to accept the usual form of school reports in a Waldorf school, for the simple reason that I could never appreciate the difference between a satisfactory or near satisfactory mark, or between fair and fairly good marks, and so on. These marks are then converted into numbers, so that in Germany some reports show the various subjects arranged in one column, and on the opposite side there is a column of figures, such as 4.5, 3, 3 to 4, and so on. I have never been able to develop the necessary understanding for these somewhat occult relationships, and so we decided to find other ways of writing our school reports. When our pupils go into their holidays at the end of the school year, they too receive reports, but these contain a kind of mirror picture, a kind of biography of their progress during the year, written by their class teachers. And we have found again and again that our children accept these reports with inner approval. In them they can read what impression they have created during the years. They will feel that although such a description has been written with sympathetic understanding, it will not tolerate any whitewashing of less positive aspects of their work. These reports, which are received with deep inner satisfaction, end with a verse specially composed for each individual child. This verse is a kind of guiding motive for the coming years. Our kinds of reports, so I believe, have already proved themselves and will retain their value in the future, even though in some parts of Germany they have already been nicknamed as Ersatz, as report substitute. The pupils' response to life in the Waldorf school is an entirely positive one. To show how much they like their school, I should like to tell you what I recently heard from one of our mothers, for such an example helps to illustrate more general symptoms. She said, quote, "My boy was never an affectionate child. He never showed any tender feelings toward me," his mother. After his first year in the Waldorf school, while still quite a young child, his summer holidays began. When they were nearly over and I told him that soon he would be going to school again, he came and kissed me for the first time. Close quote. Such a little anecdote could be considered symptomatic of the effects of an education which is based on knowledge of man, and which is practiced in a human and friendly atmosphere. And our school reports also help to contribute toward this atmosphere. In order to introduce you to life in the Waldorf school, I felt it necessary to digress a little from our planned program. Tomorrow we shall continue with a more detailed account of the child's development after the change of teeth. I did want to include in our study a description of what by now has become the outer framework of practical life in the Waldorf school. The end of Lecture 8. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Soul Economy and Waldorf Education, Collected Works, Volume 303, translated by Roland Everett. This is Lecture 9, given in Dornach on the 31st of December, 1921. An important and far-reaching change is taking place when the child begins to shed its milk teeth. This change is not only a physical event in the life of a human being, for the entire human organization undergoes a metamorphosis. A true art of education demands a thorough appreciation and understanding of this metamorphosis. What in our previous meetings I have called the etheric body, or the refined body of formative forces, is becoming freed from certain of its functions during the time between the change of teeth and puberty. Previously, the etheric body has been working directly into the physical body of the child, but now it is beginning to function also in the realm of the child's soul. The effect of this is that the child's physical body is being gripped from within in quite a different manner from that of the previous stage. Previously, the situation was more or less as described by exponents of a materialistic outlook, who see in the physical processes of the human body the foundation of man's psyche. They look upon his soul and spirit as something emanating from the physical, and related to it much as the candle flame is related to the candle. And this is more or less correct with regard to the young child up to the change of teeth. During these early years, the soul and spiritual life of the child is entirely bound up with its physical and organic processes, and all physical and organic processes are at the same time of a soul and spiritual nature. All the shaping and forming of the body, which is going on at that age, is conducted from the head downward. The stage finds its conclusion when the second teeth are being pushed through in the head. At that time, the forces working in the head cease to predominate, while soul and spiritual activities are entering the lower regions of the body, namely the rhythmical activities of heart and breathing. Previously, these forces, working especially upon the formation of the child's brain, were also streaming down into the remaining organism, shaping and molding and entering directly into the physical substances of the body. Here they brought about physical processes. All this changes with the coming of the second teeth, when certain of these forces begin to work more in the child's soul and spiritual realm, affecting especially the rhythmical movement of heart and lungs. They are no longer active to the same degree in the physical processes themselves, but now they also work in the rhythms of breathing and blood circulation. One can observe this even physically, in that the child's breathing and pulse beat become noticeably stronger at this time. The child now has a strong desire to experience within its own body its emerging life of soul and spirit on waves of rhythm and beat, quite unconsciously, of course. It has a real longing for this interplay of rhythm and beat in its own organism. Consequently, the adult must realize that whatever he or she brings to the child after the change of teeth has to be given with an inherent quality of rhythm and beat. Everything addressed to the child at this time must be imbued with these qualities. The educator has to be able so to live himself into the element of rhythm and beat that whatever he brings will make an impact upon the child, because it is allowed to live in its own musical element. All this is also the beginning of something else. If at this stage the rhythm of breathing and blood circulation is not treated in the right way, the resulting harm may extend irreparably into later life. Many weaknesses and unhealthy conditions of the respiratory and circulatory system in adult life are the consequences of a wrong education during these early school years. Through the change in the working of the child's etheric body, the limbs begin to grow rapidly, with the effect that the life of the muscles and bones, that of the entire skeleton, begins to play a predominant role. The life of muscles and bones strives to become attuned to the rhythms of breathing and blood circulation. At this stage, the child's muscles vibrate in sympathy with the rhythms of breathing and blood circulation, so that the entire being of the child takes on a musical character. Whereas previously the child's inborn activities were akin to those of a sculptor, now the inner musician begins to work, albeit beyond the child's consciousness. It is essential for the teacher to realize that when the child enters Class 1, he or she is dealing with a natural, though unconscious, musician. One must meet these inner needs of the child, demanding a somewhat similar treatment, metaphorically speaking, to that of a new violin, responding to the playing of a violinist, adapting itself to the characteristic pattern of his sound waves. Through maltreatment, a violin may be ruined once and for all. But in the case of the living human organism, it is possible to implant principles harmful to its growth, which will increase and develop until eventually they can ruin the entire life of the individual concerned. When one has embarked on the study of man, which throws light both on educational principles and methods, one will find that the characteristic features just indicated roughly occupy the time between the change of teeth and puberty. One will also discover that this period of time again falls into three smaller phases. The first one lasts from the change of teeth until approximately the end of the 9th year, the second one roughly until the end of the 12th year, and the third one from the 13th year until sexual maturity has been reached. If one observes how the child lives entirely in a musical element, one can gain insight also into how these three phases differ from one another. During the first phase, that is until approximately the end of the 9th year, the child wants to experience everything that comes toward it within its own inner rhythms, in what belongs to beat and measure. It will relate everything to the rhythms of breath and heartbeat, and indirectly also to the way its muscles and bones are shaping themselves. But if the outer influences do not synchronize with its own inner rhythms, the young person will eventually grow into a kind of inner cripple, even if this may not be outwardly discernible in the early stages. Up to its 9th year, the child has the strong desire to experience inwardly, in form of beat and rhythm, everything that comes toward it. When a child at this age hears music, and anyone able to observe what goes on in a child's soul will be able to perceive it, it transforms all the outer sounds into its own inner rhythms. It co-vibrates with the music. It reproduces within what it perceives from without. For at this stage, at least to a certain extent, the child has retained features which are characteristic of its previous stages. Up to the change of teeth, fundamentally, the child is like one sense organ, unconsciously reproducing outer sense impressions as most sense organs do. The child lives above all by imitation, as already shown in previous meetings. Observing the human eye, EYE, leaving out of account any mental images resulting from the eye's sense perceptions, you will find that it reproduces outer stimuli by forming after images. These after images are then taken hold of by the activity leading to mental representation. In as far as the very young child inwardly reproduces all it perceives, especially with regard to the people around it, it is like one great unconscious sense organ. But the images reproduced within do not remain mere images, for they act at the same time as forces, forming and shaping the child even physically. And now at the time when the second teeth appear, these after images enter only as far as the rhythmic system, the system of movement. Something of the previous formative activity remains, but now it is accompanied by a new element. There is a definite difference in the way a child responds to rhythm and beat before and after the change of teeth. Before it, by way of imitation, rhythm and beat directly affected the shaping of bodily organs. After the change of teeth, it is transformed into an inner musical element. On completion of the 9th year and up to the 12th year, the child develops an understanding of rhythm and beat, of what belongs to melody in its own right. It now no longer has the same urge to reproduce inwardly all that belongs to this realm, but it begins to perceive it as something outside itself. Whereas earlier on the child experienced rhythm and beat unconsciously, it now develops a conscious perception and understanding of it. This continues up to the 12th year, not only with regard to music, but also to everything else coming to meet it from outside. Toward the 12th year, or perhaps a little earlier, the child develops the ability of leading into the thinking realm the elements of rhythm and beat, which previously it had experienced only imaginatively. If, through insight, one is able to perceive what happens in the realm of the soul, one can also recognize the corresponding effects in the physical body. I have just spoken of how the child wants to shape its muscles, its bones, in accordance with what is happening within its organs. Now, toward the 12th year, the child begins to be no longer satisfied with living solely in the elements of rhythm and beat. Now it wants to lift this experience more into the realm of abstract and conscious understanding. And this coincides with the hardening of those parts of the muscles which lead over into the tendons. Whereas previously all movement was oriented more toward the muscles themselves, it now is oriented toward the tendons. Everything happening in the realm of soul and spirit has its counter-effect in the physical realm. And this inclusion of the life of the tendons, that is, of the link between muscle and bone, is the outer physical expression of the child's sailing out of a feeling approach to rhythm and beat into what belongs to the realm of logic, which is devoid of rhythm and beat. A discovery of this kind, an offshoot of a real knowledge of man, needs to be made into a guideline in the art of education. Most adults who think about something in a general way, be it plants or animals, and as teachers you will have to introduce such general subjects to your pupils, will remember that what they themselves once learned in botany or zoology, but at a later age than that of the children we are talking about here. Unfortunately, what you find in most textbooks on botany or zoology is most unsuitable material for teaching the young. Some of these textbooks may be of great scientific merit, though usually this is not the case, but as teaching material for the age which concerns us here, they are of no use at all. For everything which we, as teachers, bring to our pupils in plant or animal study has to be woven into an artistic whole. We must aim at highlighting the harmonious configuration of the plant's being. We must describe the harmonious relationships of one plant species with another. What children can appreciate through a rhythmical, harmonious, and feeling approach has to be of far greater significance for Waldorf teachers than what the ordinary textbooks can offer us. The usual methods of classifying plants is particularly objectionable. Perhaps the least offensive of all the various systems is that of Linne, who looks only upon the blossom of the plant, that is, to that part where the plant ceases to be merely plant and where it stretches forth its forces into the entire cosmos. But any of these plant systems is unacceptable for use at school at all. We shall see later what needs to be done in this respect. A teacher who, textbook in hand, enters the classroom to teach to younger classes what he himself had learned in botany or zoology is a pitiful sight. If he now strides up and down in front of the desks, reading from his textbook, which in itself is totally unsuitable, in order to refresh his memory of what long ago he himself once learned, he becomes a mere caricature of a teacher. It is absolutely essential for us to learn to talk about plants or animals in a living and artistic way. Only then will our content be attuned to the child's inner musical needs. We must always bear in mind that our teaching must spring from an artistic element. Our lessons must not be merely thought out. Even a correct but abstract kind of observation is not good enough. Only what is imbued with a living element of sensitive and artistic experience will provide the child with the soul nourishment it needs. When children enter Class 1, and we are expected to teach them writing as soon as possible, we might be tempted to introduce the letters of the alphabet as they are used today. But the forms of these letters are something with which the child of this age, just after the onset of the change of teeth, has not the slightest inner connection. How was it then at the time when such a direct relationship to the written letters still existed? To find the answer, we need only look at what happened in earlier civilizations. In those ancient days, primitive man engraved images on tablets or painted pictures which still bore a resemblance to what he had seen in nature. There still was a direct human link between outer objects and their written forms. As civilization progressed, these forms became more and more abstract until, after having undergone many transformations, they finally emerged as today's letters of the alphabet, which no longer bear any direct human relationship to the person writing them. But the young child, who in many ways shows us how men of earlier civilizations experienced the world, needs a direct connection with whatever we demand from its will activities. Therefore, when introducing writing, we must refrain from teaching today's abstract letter forms straight away. Especially at the time of changing teeth, must we offer the child a human and artistic bridge to whatever we teach. This implies that we allow the child to link what it has seen with its eyes to the result of its own will activity on paper, which we call writing. Experiencing life through its own will activities is a primary need of the child at this stage. We must give it an opportunity to give vent to this innate artistic drive by, for example, letting it run a curve, and there's a diagram. When we draw the child's attention to the fact that its legs have run such a curve on the floor, we lift up its will activity into a semi-conscious feeling. The next step would be to ask the child to draw the curve it had run into the air, using its arm and hand. Now, another form could be run on the floor, again to be written into the air. Thus the form, which in the first instance was made by the entire body of the running child, was subsequently reproduced merely by the use of its hand. This could be followed by the teacher asking the child to pronounce words beginning with the letter L. Gradually, under his or her guidance, the child will find the link between the shape it has run and drawn and the sound of the appropriate letter, L. Only after the experience of its own inner movement is the child led to the drawing of the actual letters. This would be one way of proceeding, but there is also another possibility. After the change of teeth, the child inwardly is not only a musician, but, as an echo from earlier stages, it has remained also an inner sculptor. Therefore, one can begin by talking to the child about the fish, gradually leading over artistically to its outer form, which the child will draw. Then, appealing to its sense of sound, one directs its attention from the whole word fish to the initial sound F, in this way relating the shape of the letter to its sound. This method, at least to a certain extent, even follows the historical development of the letter F. There is, however, no need to restrict ourselves to actual historical examples. It is certainly right for us to use our own imagination. What matters is not that the child recapitulates the evolution of the actual letters, but that it finds its way into writing through the artistic activity of drawing pictures, which finally will lead to today's abstract letter forms. For instance, one could remind the child of how water makes waves, drawing a picture of this kind and gradually changing it into W. Repeating words such as washing waves of water, waving, washing, water, while at the same time drawing the form of a W, one links the sound of the letter W to its written form. Taking one start with the child's own life experience, one leads over from the activity of drawing to the final letter forms. Following our Waldorf method, the children won't learn to write as quickly as they do in other schools. In the Waldorf school, we hold regular meetings for parents without their children, in which they are invited to discuss the effects of Waldorf education with their teachers. In such meetings, some parents have expressed their anxieties about the fact that their children, even at the age of 8, are still unable to write properly. We have to show them that our slower approach is really a blessing, because it allows the child to integrate the art of writing with its whole being. We try to convince them that in our school the child learns writing at the right age and in a far more humane manner than if it had to absorb something essentially alien to its own nature. Alien because it represents the end product of a long cultural evolution. We must help our parents to see the importance of an immediate and direct response in the child to the introduction of writing. Naturally, we have to provide our pupils with the tools of learning, but we must always do so by adapting our content to the nature of the child. One aspect, so often omitted nowadays, is that of the relationship of a specific area to life as a whole. In our advanced stage of civilization, everything has come to depend on specialization. Certainly, for a time, this was necessary. But we now have reached a stage where, for the sake of mankind's healthy development, we must never lose sight of the totality of life. To do so, we must keep an open mind for what spiritual investigation has to tell us about the human being. To believe that anthroposophists are always railing against new achievements of technology would be a serious misunderstanding of what this movement could contribute toward knowledge of man. For it is necessary to look upon the complexities of life from an holistic point of view. To give you an example, I have not the slightest objection to the use of typewriters. Typing, of course, is a far less human activity than writing by hand. But, as just said, I do not remonstrate against it. Nevertheless, I find it important for us to realize its implications, because everything we do in life has its repercussions. Therefore, you must forgive me if, in order to illustrate my point, I say something about typewriting from the point of view of anthroposophical spiritual insight. Anyone unwilling to accept it is perfectly free to dismiss this aspect of life's realities as foolish nonsense. But what I have to say does accord with actual facts. You see, if one is aware of spiritual processes, which, like those in ordinary life, are always happening around us, typewriting creates a very definite impression. After I have been typing, as you see, I am not fulminating against it at all, but am only pleased if I have time for it. When during the day I have been typing, this activity continues to affect me for quite a long time afterward. This in itself does not disturb me, but the after effects are noticeably there. And when, finally, I reach a state of inner quietude, the activity of typing, seen in imaginative consciousness, becomes transformed into self-beholding. This seeing of oneself stands there before the seer, who is then able to witness outwardly what is happening inwardly. All this must occur in full consciousness, which enables one to recognize that what has thus appeared in form on an outer image is nothing but the projection of what is or has been taking place, possibly at a much earlier time, as an inner organic activity. One can clearly see what is happening inside the human body when one has reached the stage of clairvoyant imagination. In such objective beholding, every pressing of a typewriter key is changed into a flash of lightning. And what appears during the state of imagination as a human heart is constantly being struck and pierced by these flashes of lightning. Now, as you know, the typewriter keys are not arranged according to any spiritual principle, but only according to frequency of use, in order to facilitate greater speed in typing. The result is that, whenever the fingers hit the various keys, these flashes of lightning become completely chaotic. In short, a frightful thunderstorm is raging when typewriting is seen with spiritual eyes. And what does this mean? It means nothing less than that here we have an explanation of why so many people walk about with weak hearts, for they are unable to balance the damaging effects of typing by appropriate countermeasures. This is especially the case if people started typing at too early an age, at a time when the heart is most liable to be adversely affected. And if typing should spread more and more, one will soon see how all kinds of heart complaints will be on the increase. Causes and effects of this kind are part of the pattern of life. There is no wish on our part to run down any of the new technical inventions, but one ought to be able to look with open eyes at what they do to us. One ought to find the means of compensating for any possible harmful effects. Such matters are of special importance for teachers because they have the task of relating education to practical life. What we do at school or in the company of children is not the only thing that matters. What is of paramount importance is that school and everything pertaining to education is related to life in the fullest sense. And this implies that whoever chooses to be an educator must be familiar with what is happening in the big, wide world, must know and recognize life in its widest context. In Germany, the first railway was built from Fürth to Nuremberg in 1835. Before this happened, the health authorities of Bavaria were approached for their opinion as to whether, from a medical point of view, the building of such a railway could be recommended. Before embarking on major projects of this kind, it had always been the custom to seek expert advice. In answer, the Bavarian health authorities stated, and documentary evidence is available, that expert medical opinion could not recommend the building of railways because of the severe strain upon the nervous system which traveling on rails would inflict upon passengers and railway staff alike. However, so the report continued, should railways be built despite the warning of the authorities concerned, all railway lines should at least be fenced off by high wooden walls, in order to protect farmers in fields or any others likely to be near traveling trains from suffering concussion of the brain. These were the findings of medical experts employed by the Bavarian health authorities. Today we laugh about them, and many other similar examples could be quoted. Nevertheless, there are at least two sides to each problem, and from a certain point of view one could even agree with some aspects of this report, made not so long ago, in fact, not even a century ago. The fact is that people have become more nervous since the arrival of rail travel. And if we were to make the necessary investigation, to find out the difference between people living in our present age of the train and those who still traveled in the old, venerable, but rather Philistine stagecoach, we would definitely be able to ascertain that the constitutions of the latter were different. Their nervous system behaved quite differently. Though the officials of the Bavarian health authorities have made fools of themselves, from a certain point of view they were not entirely wrong. When new inventions make their impact on modern life, we must take steps to balance any possible ill effects by finding appropriate countermeasures. We must aim at compensating for any weakening of man's constitution due to outer influences, by strengthening him from within. But in this age of ever-increasing specialization, this is only possible through a new art of education based on true knowledge of man. The only safe way of introducing writing to the young child is the one advocated just now, because at that age all learning must proceed from the will sphere, and the child's inclination toward the world of rhythm and measure springs from the will sphere. We must satisfy this inner urge of the child by allowing it controlled will activities, and not by appealing to its sense of observation and an ability to make mental images. From this it follows that it would be wrong to teach reading before the child has been introduced to writing. For reading already represents a transition from a will activity to an abstract observation. The first step is to introduce writing artistically, imaginatively, and then to let the child read what it has written. The last step, since modern life demands it, would be to help the child to read from printed texts. Only by applying a deepened knowledge of man, based upon the realities of life, is the teacher able to discern what needs to be done. When the child enters Class 1, it is certainly ready to learn how to reckon with simple numbers. But also, in the introduction of arithmetic, one must be careful to meet the inner needs of the child. These spring from the same realm of rhythm and measure, and from a sensitive apprehension of the harmonizing element inherent in the world of number. However, if we begin with what I should like to call the additive approach, if we start by teaching the child to count, we again fail to understand the nature of the child. Of course it must learn to count, but additive counting in itself is not in harmony with the child's inner needs. Only during the course of civilization has our way of dealing with numbers gradually developed into one of synthesizing, that is, of putting numbers together. Today we have the concept of one unit, of a oneness. We have a second unit, a third unit, and so on. And, when counting, we mentally place one unit next to the other and add them up. But the child's nature does not experience number in the same way. for human evolution did not proceed according to this principle. True, all counting began with a unit, with number 1. However, the second unit, number 2, was not an outer repetition of the first unit, but it was felt to be contained within the first unit. Number 1 was the origin of number 2, the 2 units of which were concealed within the original number. The same number 1, when divided into 3 parts, gave number 3, and the 3 units of which were felt to be part of the 1. Translated into contemporary terms, when reaching the concept 2, one did not leave the bounds of number 1, but an inner progression within number 1 was experienced. The 2-ness was inherent in the 1-ness. Also 3, 4, and all other numbers were felt to be part of the all-comprising first unit, and all numbers were experienced as organic members arising out of it. Due to its musical, rhythmical nature, the child too experiences the world of number in a similar way. Therefore, instead of beginning by adding in a rather pedantic way, it would be better to call out a child and give it some apples or any other suitable objects. Instead of giving it, say, 3 apples, then 4 more, and finally another 2, asking the child to add them all together, one begins by giving it a whole pile of apples, or whatever is convenient. This would be the start of the whole operation. Then one calls out 2 more children and says to the first one, quote, "Here you have a heap of apples. Give some to the other 2 children and keep some for yourself. But each one of you must have the same number of apples." Close quote. In this way you help the child grasp the idea of sharing by 3. One begins with the total amount and leads to the principle of division. Following this method, the child will respond and apprehend this process quite naturally. According to our picture of man, and in order to be attuned to the child's nature, we do not begin by adding numbers, but by dividing and subtracting them. Then, retracing our steps and thus reversing the first 2 processes, we are led to multiplication and addition. Moving from the whole to the part, we follow the original number experience, which was one of analyzing, that is, of a divisional quality, and not the contemporary method of synthesizing, of putting things together, of adding. These are some examples to show how one can read in the development of the child what and how one ought to teach during the different stages. Breathing and blood circulation are the physical bases of the life of feeling, just as the head is the basis for mental imagery, for thinking. With the change of teeth, the life of feeling becomes liberated, and therefore at this stage one can always reach the child through the element of feeling, provided that the teaching material is artistically attuned to the child's nature. To sum up, before the change of teeth, the child is not yet aware of its separate identity, and consequently it cannot appreciate the characteristic nature of other persons, whose gestures, manners of speaking, and even whose sentiments it imitates in an imponderable way. Up to the 7th year, the child cannot yet differentiate between its own self and that of another person. It experiences others as something with which it is intimately connected, similar to the way in which it feels connected with its own arms and legs. It does not yet make a distinction between self and the surrounding world. With the change of teeth, new soul forces of feeling linked to breathing and blood circulation come into their own, with the effect that the child begins to distance itself from other people, whom it now experiences as individual characters. And this creates in the child a longing to follow the grown-up in every way, and to look up to the adult in shy reverence. The child's previous inclination to imitate the more external features changes after the second dentition. True to the child's nature, a strong feeling for authority begins to develop. You will hardly expect a ready sympathy for general obedience to authority from someone who, as a young person, published titled The Philosophy of Spiritual Activity early in the 1890s, readers aside, also known as Intuitive Thinking as a Spiritual Path, and also known as The Philosophy of Freedom. end readers aside. But this sense for authority in the child between the change of teeth and puberty must be respected and nurtured, because it represents an inborn need at this age. Only those who have experienced shy reverence and a feeling of authority for the adult between their change of teeth and puberty can in later life use their freedom rightly. This is another example showing how education must be seen within the context of the social life in general. If you look back a few decades and see how proud many people then were of their, in quotes, modern educational ideas, some strange feelings will begin to stir in you. After the victory of Prussia over Austria in 1866, one often heard a remark in Austria, where I spent half of my life. People expressed the opinion that the battle had been won by the Prussian schoolmaster. Austria, where the Education Act was implemented later than in Prussia, was always considered to have an inferior education system, and the Prussian schoolmaster was hailed as having won the victory. However, after 1918, one no longer sang the praises of the Prussian schoolmaster. This is an example to show how modern educational attitudes have been praised for the most extraordinary successes. And today we witness some of the results, namely our chaotic social life, which threatens to become more and more chaotic because so many people have replaced a will-controlled and morally strong sense of freedom by indulgence and license. Many of them have forgotten how to make use of their real inner freedom. Whoever is able to observe life will find definite links between the general chaos of today and educational principles, which, though highly satisfying to intellectual and naturalistic attitudes, will fail to bring about the full development of the human being. One must become aware of the polar effects in life, such as that man in his later life can become free in the right way only if, as a child, he has gone through a stage of looking up to and of revering his elders. It is wholesome for the child to believe that a thing is beautiful, true, and good, or ugly, false, and evil, if and because the teacher says so. With a change of teeth, the child gains a new relationship to the world. As the life of its own soul gradually emerges, which the child now experiences as something in its own right, it has to meet the world first of all supported by the feeling of authority. At this stage, the educator represents the world at large, and the child has to meet it through the eyes of its teacher. Therefore, we have to say, from birth to the change of teeth, instinctive imitation. From the change of teeth to puberty, principle of authority. But by authority, we mean the child's natural response to its teacher, and never an enforced authority. It is the kind of authority which, in quite intangible ways, creates the right rapport between child and teacher. And here we enter the realm of imponderables. I should like to show you by way of an example how they work. Let us imagine that we wish to give the child a concept of the immortality of the soul, a task which is a good deal more difficult than one may suppose. At the age we are speaking of, an age in which the child is so open to the artistic element in education, we cannot communicate such a concept by abstract reasoning or by means of ideas. We must clothe it in pictures. Now, how might a teacher, one who feels drawn to the more intellectual and naturalistic side of life, proceed? Subconsciously, he may say to himself, "Naturally, I am more intelligent than the child, who in reality is stupid. Therefore, I must invent a suitable picture in order to give the child an idea of the immortality of the human soul." The chrysalis, from which the butterfly emerges, offers a good metaphor. The butterfly is hidden in the chrysalis. In the body, the human soul is hidden. The butterfly flies out of the chrysalis. This is a visible picture of what happens in death, when the supersensible soul leaves the body to fly into the spiritual world. This is the kind of idea which a skillful, though intellectually inclined person might have thought out in order to pass on to the child the concept of the immortality of the soul. But with such an attitude of mind, the child will not feel inwardly touched. It will accept this picture and soon afterward forget it again. However, one could approach the same task in a different manner. For it is quite wrong to feel, quote, I am intelligent and the child is stupid, close quote. We have already seen in the course of our deliberations how cosmic wisdom is still working directly through the child, and that from this point of view it is the child who is intelligent and the teacher who is stupid. This I can bear in mind, and I can fully believe in the picture of the emerging butterfly. A spiritual attitude to the world teaches me to believe in the truth of this picture, which tells me the same process which, on a higher plane, signifies the soul's withdrawal from the body, is repeated on a lower level, in a simplified and sense-perceptible form, when a butterfly emerges from the chrysalis. This picture is not an invention of mine, but it has been placed into the world by powers of cosmic wisdom. Here, before my very eyes, I can behold what on a higher plane happens when the soul leaves the body in death. If this picture makes a deep impression upon my soul, I cannot but feel convinced of its truth. If the teacher has such an experience, something begins to stir between his pupils and him or herself, something which can be assigned only to the realm of the imponderables. If with the warmth and inwardness of his belief the teacher brings this picture to the child, it will create a deep and lasting impression. It will become part of the child's being. If one can look upon the effects of natural authority, leading to an obedience of a most inward kind, in a similar light, then authority will be accepted as something wholesome and positive. Then it will not be resented by a mistaken idea of freedom. And so the teacher, as artist in the field of education, has to stand before the child as an artist of life also, because after the change of teeth, the child approaches him as an artist too, namely as a sculptor and a musician. In certain cases, these unconscious and inherent gifts of the child are developed to a specially high degree, namely in those children who, in later life, become virtuosi or geniuses. Such individuals never lose their former artistic gifts. But inwardly, though entirely unconsciously, every child is a great sculptor. Children retain these gifts from the time before the change of teeth. After this, the inner musical activities are woven together with the inner sculptural formative activities. As educators, we must learn to cooperate in a living way with these artistic forces working through the child. Proceeding along these lines, it is possible to prevent rampant growth in the young human being. Then we shall enable him to develop his potential in the widest possible sense. The end of Lecture 9. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Soul Economy and Waldorf Education. It is Collected Works, volume number 303, and is translated by Roland Everett. This is Lecture 10, given in Dornach on the 1st of January, 1922. When the child has completed the 9th year, there follows an important moment in its development. In order to appreciate the significant change taking place during the 9th to the 10th year, one has to remember that the child's inborn feeling for authority, which began with the change of teeth, was of a general undifferentiated kind. The child accepted the dictates of authority as a matter of course, and it felt an inner need to conform to them, without being, as yet, aware of the individual character of the adults concerned. With the completion of the 9th year, however, the child wants to experience an inner justification for authority. Do not misunderstand my meaning. The child would never inwardly reason about whether authority is justified or not, yet something emerges in its soul, seeking assurance that the authority of the grown-up will stand the test of quality, that it is properly founded in life, and that it carries an inner certainty. At this time of life, the child has an acute awareness for these qualities, and this awareness manifests itself in a subtle yet quite objective change in its soul condition. Any sound education must take cognizance of this change and act accordingly. Up to this point in time, the child was unable to discriminate fully between self and surroundings, for the world and self were experienced as one unity. When trying to characterize such matters, one sometimes has to make rather radical statements, and I must ask you to accept such a statement with the right attitude. For instance, if I say that before the 9th year the child does not yet make a proper distinction between humans, animals, plants, and stones, and that everything surrounding it appears to be alive in a general kind of way, it would be completely wrong, or to declare dogmatically, that the child could not appreciate the difference between a human being and a lily. And yet, in a certain respect, my statement is correct. A real art of education will know how to appreciate the meaning of such apparently radical statements without turning them into dogmas. Life itself shows us everywhere that there are no sharp and rigid contours, so popular among pedantic minds. The end of the 9th year is also the end of a characteristic feature which has frequently been misinterpreted by child psychologists. For example, when a child accidentally knocks itself against a table, it will hit back at it. This has been explained by them as the child's, in quotes, personifying the table. According to child psychology, the child endows an inanimate object with a living soul, which it wants to punish. But this interpretation shows only a superficial understanding of the child's feelings. In reality, the child does not personify the table at all, but the fact is that it has not yet learned to discriminate between an inanimate object and a living being. The child responds to the situation in this way because it cannot yet separate itself from its environment. Toward the end of the 9th year, whole ranges of questions come up in the child's soul, which all arise from a new feeling of differentiation between the self and the outer world, and also from a feeling of separateness from the person of the teacher. It is this new way of confronting the world which makes this age into such a turning point in the child's development. Up till now, the child was hardly aware of whether the teacher was a clumsy sort of fellow who would knock against desks or tables, or who dropped pieces of blackboard chalk on the floor. It would not have occurred to the child under 9 to react to a certain situation, as once did a congregation during a church service. For the preacher had the habit of touching his nose every time he had completed a sentence of his sermon, and this habit caused ripples of laughter in church. True, the child would notice such an idiosyncrasy already before the completion of the 9th year, but it would pass by without making a deeper impression. It would be wrong to think that the child does not notice such things, but after the 9th year it becomes acutely aware of them. Already 1 or 2 years later, in the 10th and 11th year, the child will pay far less attention to such matters. But what at this particular time is observed so keenly becomes wrapped up in an entire system of inner questions which burden its soul. These questions may never be voiced, but they are there nonetheless. The child wonders whether the teacher is skillful in all matters pertaining to life, whether he knows what he wants, and above all, whether he or she is firmly rooted in life. The child has a sensitive perception for the general background of a teacher's personality. Consequently, a teacher who is a skeptic will make a totally different impression from one who is a genuine believer, no matter what words he or she may be speaking. These are the kind of things that are of a real concern to a child between the 9th and 10th year. Here, many individual features of the adult play an important part. An orthodox Protestant teacher will arouse an entirely different impression in the child from a Catholic one, simply because of the differences of their soul situation. Here, other factors need also to be considered, such as the fact that this turning point manifests itself at varying ages according to race and nationality, that is, earlier in one nationality and later in another. In each individual case, this change may appear now earlier, now later, so that all forms of generalizations could be misleading. All one can say is that it is up to the teacher to perceive this subtle change in the child's soul. As in so many other aspects of education, here a great deal depends on the teacher's penetrating and objective observation of all the pupils in his class. This latter aspect is of special importance to us in the Waldorf school. In our regular teachers' meetings, we discuss every single pupil, and we try to learn as much as we can through each child's individuality. Naturally, if our numbers continue to grow, we may have to make other arrangements. But it is certainly possible to learn a great deal in these meetings, especially if one endeavors to study the more hidden aspects of the growing human being. And here one can make rather surprising discoveries. For example, for a time I made careful observations in our co-educational school regarding the effects of whether boys or girls were in the majority in the various classes, or whether their numbers were more or less balanced. Leaving aside more obvious features resulting from the general class life of the pupils, features which could be explained rationally, I found that classes where the girls were in the majority had an altogether different quality from others where there were more boys than girls. Here, the imponderables are very much at work in the social sphere. However, it would be very wrong to draw the most convenient conclusion from what has been said by suggesting the abolition of coeducation. Such a retrograde step would merely increase the problems of life. The only answer is to learn how to deal with the problems posed by the majority or minority of boys or girls in the various classes. The way in which a teacher is able to observe each individual pupil, as well as the class as a whole, is always of great importance. Here, deeply philosophical questions arise. For example, in the Waldorf school, we have observed that teachers made the best progress if they were able to relate themselves in the right way to the lessons they were giving, and also that with the passing of time, their way of teaching had to change. Here again, unconscious and subconscious elements play their dominant part. From all that has been said so far, you will have seen that at this crucial point, the child will approach the teacher with all kinds of inner questions. Neither the content of these questions nor the answers given to them matter as much as a certain inner awareness which gradually dawns upon the child's soul. This awareness springs from an indefinable element which at this particular time has to develop between the teacher as the guide and the pupil. This is what the pupil feels. Quote, "Up till now I have always looked up to my teacher. Now I can no longer do so, unless I know that he too looks up to something higher than himself, to something which is safely rooted in life." Close quote. Specially inquisitive children will even pursue their teacher out of school time, noticing well what he does outside school. Everything depends on the teacher recognizing the significance of this stage, and on his realizing that the child's tender approach is now longing for renewed confidence and trust. And the way in which a teacher responds to this situation may be a decisive factor for the child's entire life. Whether it will grow up into an unstable character, or into a person strongly integrated in life, may well depend on whether the teacher is acting with inner certainty and understanding during this crucial time. If we realize the importance of the teacher's conduct and response during the child's 9th to 10th year, we may well wonder in what way the human being is dependent on his environment. However, light cannot be shed upon this important question unless we include in our deliberations other fundamental factors, deeply linked with a person's destiny or karma, questions which will occupy us more toward the end of this conference. Nevertheless, what has been stated here is absolutely relevant and true for any serious discussions on education. What matters is that at this moment in life the child can find someone, whether this be one person or possibly several persons is of less importance, whose picture it can carry through life. Only few people are able to observe a phenomenon of life which I should like to describe to you. During certain periods in a person's life, the effects of childhood experiences will surface again and again, and the images springing from this particular turning point are of the greatest importance. Whether they emerge only dimly in later life, whether in dreams or in the waking state, whether they are viewed with feelings of sympathy or antipathy, all this is of great importance. Not the sympathy or antipathy in itself, but the fact that something passed through the child's soul, which in one case evoked sympathy, and in another case antipathy. I am not implying that these reminiscences, arising from the turning point during the 9th to 10th year, are experienced in clear consciousness. In some cases they remain almost completely hidden within the subconscious, but nevertheless they are bound to occur. People who have vivid dreams may see at regular intervals a certain scene, or perhaps even the personality, the guide himself who came to his aid in childhood, helping, admonishing, reassuring, and awakening a personal relationship with them. This is the kind of soul experience which everyone needs to have met between the 9th and 10th year. It is all part of the objective change taking place in the child, which previously was not yet able to distinguish itself from its surroundings, and which now feels the need to find its own identity, to become a separate individuality, able to confront the outer world. From what has been said, it follows that the subject matter to be taught at this age must also be adapted to this particular period in the child's development. Especially in our present times, it will become more and more necessary to deal with all educational matters out of real insight into the human being. Just think for a moment of how many children, after their change of teeth, have the possibility of seeing all kinds of machines at work, such as railway engines, tram cars, and so on. Here I can speak out of personal experience, for as a young child I grew up in a small railway station, where every day I could watch countless trains passing by. And I must state quite categorically that the worst possible thing for a child before the end of the 9th year is to gain a mechanical understanding of a locomotive, a tram, or any other mechanical contrivance. That such matters can affect the entire constitution, right down to the physical body, you will understand if you observe other related phenomena of life. For example, you need only think of what it means to the life experience of several generations if a whole nation adopts a new language. Why, for instance, do the Bulgarians appear a Slavonic people? According to their racial origin, they are not Slavs at all. For by race they belong to the family of the Finns, of the Huns. According to their race, they belong to the Mongolian Tartar stream. But early on in their history they adopted a Slavonic idiom, and because of it they gradually changed into a Slavonic nation. All that they imbibed with their new language and with their new culture penetrated their entire inner being. I have met people who considered the Bulgarian element as one of the purest of all the Slavonic elements, which, from the anthropological point of view, it certainly is not. All too often one fails to realize the potent effects of soul and spiritual influences upon the children's entire constitution, working right down into their physical organization. And so, I have to make a rather drastic remark. After the change of teeth, the child would experience a conceptual method of thinking as if spikes were being driven through its whole being, especially if such concepts came from the inorganic or lifeless realm. Anything taken from the soulless realm in itself will estrange the child. Therefore, those whose task it is to teach children of this age need an artistic ability of imbuing everything they bring with life. Everything must live. The teacher must let the plants speak. He or she must let the animals act as moral beings. The teacher must be able to turn the whole world into a fairy tale, into fables and legends. And in this context, something else of great significance also must be taken into account. What would an easygoing teacher do when faced with such a pedagogical challenge? Most likely he would go to libraries to find books containing legends, animal stories, and other kindred subjects. These he or she would read up for use in the classroom. Of course, sometimes one has to make do with second-best arrangements, but this method is far from ideal. The ideal would be for the teacher to have prepared himself so well for his task, and this kind of approach does need very thorough preparation, that a conversation between plants, or a fairy tale about the lily and the rose, will come to the children as his own creation. Ideally, such a conversation between the sun and the moon should be the product of the teacher's individual imagination. And why should this be so? Let me answer in a picture. If one tells pupils what one has found in books, however lively one may be as a person, if one tells them what one has read and possibly even memorized, one talks to them like a dry and desiccated individual. It is as if one did not have a living skin, but were covered with parchment instead. For there always remain death-like traces in one's own being of what was thus learned from the past. If, on the other hand, a teacher is creative in his work, his content will radiate growing forces. It will be fresh and alive, and this is what feeds the souls of the children. There has to be a creative urge to clothe the world of plants and animals, of sun and moon, into living stories, if the teacher wishes to reach children of this age. And when, having engrossed himself in such imaginative work, which demands a great deal of inner effort, he hurries to school, his steps already betraying his eagerness to share his offering with his class, the effects of his endeavor will doubtlessly be wholesome for all the children. Such a teacher knows only too well that his story will remain incomplete until he has seen the radiant faces of his young listeners. Up to the end of the 9th year, everything the child learns about plants, animals and stones, about sun, moon, and stars or clouds, mountains and rivers, should be clothed in such a picture form, for the child feels at one with the world. In those young days, child and world are one united whole. But with the arrival of the great change, a new situation arises. The child now begins to experience itself as a self-contained being. It learns to distinguish itself from the surroundings, and this offers a new possibility, indeed the necessity, of introducing the child to the world in new terms. Now, the teaching should bring out the fundamental difference between the plant world and that of the animals, for the child needs to be introduced to these two kingdoms of nature, each in its own different way. It is certainly possible to introduce children in their 10th to 12th years to the plant and animal kingdoms, but each of these two subjects should be taken from a different point of view. To introduce pupils of this age to a plant by showing them a specimen pulled out of the earth as if it were complete in itself is really a dreadful thing to do. Right from the start there ought to be a feeling that a single plant torn out of the earth, not unlike a human hair pulled out of the body, does not represent a reality. It could never exist on its own. Likewise, once it has been pulled out of the earth, the plant cannot exist independently. The plant belongs to the surface of the earth as the human hair belongs to the head. Plant and earth belong together. We shall see in a moment that something else is needed here. But to begin with, we awaken in the children a feeling of how plant and earth belong together. We let them experience how in the root the plant is more earth-like, the root adapting itself to the varying nature of the soil. Such an observation, however, must never be abstract, nor should it be simply taught as a fact. But the pupils should gradually develop a feeling of how, for instance, the roots are different in dry or in wet soil, or whether they grow close to towering rocks or near to the sea. First of all, the child has to learn to look upon the plant as belonging to the earth's soul, and upon all sprouting vegetation as arising up out of the soil. Then one has to develop a feeling in the children for the contrasting nature of earth-like root and the blossom and fruit which are closely allied to the sun. When speaking about blossom and fruit, one has to lead the children from the earth sphere to the sun sphere. The pupil ought to gain a feeling of how the blossom unfolds in the warmth and light of the sun's rays, and how in blossom and fruit the plant is becoming emancipated from the fetters of the earth. Earth-plant growth and influence of the sun all have to be looked upon as being part of a complete whole. I should even like to say that the child's idea of the plant should be so steeped in feeling that were one to talk about it without referring both to the earth as a whole and to the sun, the child should inwardly experience a twinge of pain, not unlike one caused by seeing a plant being torn from its earthly home. Here again we must not look upon the subject to be taught merely in the abstract, but we ought also to consider its social implications. Only think of what it means for the development of our civilization that a large proportion of our population is now living in urban surroundings, with the effect, and people who have left the countryside to live in towns will confirm this, that generations of city children have grown up who are unable to distinguish wheat from rye. Although this may sound grotesque, in my opinion, a person who has not learned to distinguish rye from wheat cannot be considered a full human being. I would even go as far as saying that a city dweller who knows the difference between these two grains only through handling them still does not attain to the ideal. Only he who has stood on the very soil on which rye and wheat were growing, and who has learned to recognize them there on the spot, has made the right interconnection with those two plants. As teachers, we should avoid collecting specimens on our own in order to show them to our pupils in the classroom. It would be far better to take the children out into nature, so that there in the real and living situation of earth, sun, and weather conditions, they may gain an understanding of plant life. This would also give us an opportunity of showing them something else of importance, namely what a potato really is. For the potato is not part of the root, as it may appear, but in reality is a bulbous stem. The dry soil on which the potato plant grows draws back into the earth what really belongs to the green leaves and stems. Looking at these green parts of a plant, one should be able to recognize to what extent the plant's growth is governed by the forces of the earth and in how far the soil makes its impulse felt in the plant. One ought to be able to experience how, in the case of the potato, the stalks demean themselves by creeping under the dry ground. And again, one ought to have an eye for how the moist meadowland and the slanting rays of the autumn sun create the lilac-colored cups of Colchicum autumnale, the autumn crocus. Readers aside, please forgive my pronunciation. I'll try that again. Colchicum autumnale. End of readers aside. If we thus present a picture of how the plant grows out of the earth as out of a living organism, showing how it adapts itself to the varying kinds of soil, to different climates and other influences, we can easily find a transition to geography. Other aspects of this subject will fit into the picture quite naturally. And yet, when talking about the earth, what kind of picture is usually presented nowadays? So often the earth's green mantle, the plant world, is completely left out of account. People talk as if the earth were nothing but a globe moving in outer space, controlled by the laws of gravity, which explain the mutual effects between heavenly bodies. It is as if this mathematical, mechanical aspect were all that mattered. But who has the right to isolate the mathematical and mechanical laws of gravity affecting the earth from what belongs to it so intimately, namely the growing plant? When talking about the earth as a sphere moving through the universe, one ought to pay at least equally much attention to what the earth contributes to the plant in its root, as we do to the purely mathematical and mechanical relationships resulting from gravitation and so on. It is important to let all lessons be pervaded by the fullness of life. Now, just as we related the plant world to the surface of the earth, so when introducing animal study, should we link the animals to the human being. When calling forth ideas about the plant world in the way I have indicated, the teacher will notice that all kinds of questions as to the why and wherefore of the world will come up in class conversations. It is really much healthier if such questions of causality come up during the study of the plant than if they are brought about by mechanical concepts or through the study of lifeless minerals. And just as we should allow a feeling for causality to develop through the study of the plant, so it is right to introduce the study of animals by comparing them with the human being, an analogy which will remain valid throughout the pupils' lives. In order to facilitate a clear understanding of the principles underlying the introduction to the study of animals, I should like to pass on to you certain ideas, far too often ignored nowadays, which, however, are definitely addressed to the adult world, and which would have to be specially adapted for use in the classrooms of pupils aged 10 to 12. If we look at the human being from a morphological and physiological point of view, we see that the head in its outer appearance is rounded off and roughly spherical. Within it there is the gray matter of the brain, which is only slightly differentiated from cellular ganglia, and deeper within there is the fibrous white matter. Now, is it possible to find an analogy to the formation of the human head in the animal world? And if so, where do we find it? We have to look for it among the lowest grades of the animal kingdom. The human head is, of course, a highly complex organ, but its most characteristic feature consists in that a soft mass within is enclosed by a hard outer shell. And this fundamental feature can be found, though in a primitive state, among the lower animals. Anyone willing to look at nature without prejudice will recognize in the crustaceans the principle of the human head in its most primitive form, and consequently will relate the human head to the shellfish. From this point of view, an oyster resembles the human head far more than an ape. If you look at any of the soft-bodied animals encased within a hard shell, you have before you the simplest form of the human head. If we now move on to the human chest system, to that part of our body which mainly comes under the influence of the spine, we are led to higher animals, for example, the fish. And how is the fish constituted? In the case of the fish, the head is hardly more than a continuation of the spine, despite the fact that the head is more differentiated. The entire fish is a spine creature. And if we look upon the organization of the fish as a creature belonging to the middle group of the animal kingdom, we have to compare it with the human lymph organization, with man's middle system. If we look at yet higher animals, the mammals, we cannot but compare what they have developed to a specially high degree to the human metabolism and limb system. Take the lion or the camel. Their entire being is dominated by the specially developed organization of limbs and metabolism. Looking at the animal kingdom from this point of view, a remarkable relationship emerges between the three animal groups in the human organization. Number one, organization of the head, lower animals. Organization of the rhythmic system, intermediary animals. Organization of the metabolism and limbs, higher animals. Such an approach gives us also a real insight into the evolution of man and animal. Human development began with something which finally emerged as the head. But this happened during very ancient times, when outer conditions of the earth were entirely different from what they are today. There was as yet plenty of time and opportunity for these early stages, which, oyster-like, were depending on impulses coming from their surroundings, to develop into what has become the present head. Now the head, parasite-like, sits on top of the remaining organism, from which it draws what the oyster still draws from its environment. During the course of evolution, man replaced external earthly surroundings by developing the head as part of the human organism. One can follow this development if one looks at human embryology, which shows that with regard to his head organization, man has undergone a long evolution. The head organization began at a time which is still represented by today's mollusks. Today's mollusks, however, are late arrivals in evolution. As they now have to develop under less favorable outer conditions, they cannot achieve the density of the human head, but have to remain at the stage of a soft-bodied animal surrounded by a hard shell. In today's completely different external conditions, they still represent early stages of man's head organization. The organization of the fish, on the other hand, occurred during a later period of Earth evolution than that of man, and it already met different outer conditions. At that time, man had already reached a stage when he could draw from his own rhythmic system impulses which the fish still had to draw from its surroundings. The organization of the intermediate animal group was added to that of the evolving human being, who, by that time, had reached a certain stage of development. And finally, when man had already begun to develop his limb and metabolic system in its present sense, when his metabolism had become differentiated, leaving only a residue in the head and chest organization, the higher animals began to appear on the earth. This point of view will enable you to understand that the current theory of man's descent is correct, but only with regard to the head. For the head does stem from forebears who had a remote resemblance to the lowest animals of today. And yet these forebears were again quite different from our present-day crustaceans, because these latter creatures have to exist under such different external conditions. Regarding the organization of his middle system, man is descended from forebears who quite definitely were already on the way toward becoming human, and who, regarding their physical organization, resembled the fish. However, the fish species itself arrived too late, and consequently it had no longer enough time to develop the head fully, especially since the fish was restricted to living in the watery element. In this way, we obtain a theory of man's descent which is in accordance with reality. On the other hand, if one does not take into consideration man's threefold organization, one can reach only a one-sided theory, which, however ingenious it may be, simply does not stand up to a thorough and searching investigation. And so we can say, in the ascending order of today's animal species, we can recognize the one-sided development of one particular system of the human organization. The shellfish is a one-sided head animal. The fishes are one-sided chest animals, and the higher mammals have specialized in their development of the metabolic and limb system. We can understand every animal form if we look at each major animal group as having specialized, one-sidedly, in one of the three main systems of man's bodily organization. At the turn of the 18th to 19th century, there were still some people who had a natural feeling for such ideas. But as there was not sufficient knowledge to work them out thoroughly and realistically at that particular time, only the underlying feelings were correct. Oken, readers aside, spelled O-K-E-N, end of readers aside, Oken, one of the German nature philosophers, now held much in contempt, but who, nevertheless, was a very ingenious personality, once made a grotesque-sounding statement. It is, of course, all too easy to ridicule it today, but it was made out of a certain right feeling. Oken declared that the human tongue was an octopus. Well, the human tongue is definitely not an octopus. It is easy enough to make this judgment. But behind Oken's statement, there was a general feeling that one has to look at the lower animals if one wants to gain an understanding of the various forms of the organs in the human head. What I have told you was given for your information, but it is quite possible to present these ideas so that children can also understand them, for children are receptive to the morphological approach to the human being. One can study the various human forms and then find the appropriate analogy to forms in the animal world. In this way, it is definitely possible to awaken in children the feeling that the entire animal kingdom is like a human being, spread out into all the manifold animal forms, or that man is the synthesis of the animal kingdom. In this way, the teacher links the animal world to the human being, as the plant world was related to the earth. Introducing each of these two subjects according to its own individual character, we shall awaken a healthy feeling for the world when, after the age of 9, the child has learned to appreciate the distinction between inner self and outer world. The aim is not so much that the pupils should accumulate a great deal of knowledge, but that we prepare the ground for them to acquire the right feeling for the world. Just think of the kind of things which are done in the name of education, not only as far as pupils are concerned, but also with regard to the training of teachers. Quite dreadful things are happening in teacher training centers, where, in order to pass their exams, candidates are often expected to carry an unnecessary burden of factual knowledge in their heads. In most instances, examination questions demand the kind of knowledge which could be looked up equally well in an encyclopedia. Such memorized facts are of little real value. What is important is that the examiners gain the conviction of a candidate's suitability for the teaching profession, because he or she is capable of teaching out of a real knowledge of man. The question of memory and our attitude toward its development in children is another point of great importance. We must not forget that up to the change of teeth, memory, or the ability to remember, is directly linked to the child's organic development. What a child of that age remembers so easily is brought about by forces which are working at the same time in the process of nutrition and growth. Up to the change of teeth, the child's soul, spiritual, and its physical forces are simply one unity. Therefore, we could make the greatest mistakes if by artificial means we were to try to strengthen the child's memory before it has shed its teeth. We must be clear that before the change of teeth, the child is an imitator, also with regard to the development of its memory. This means that if we behave rightly in its presence, the child will develop its memory according to its predisposition toward physical growth and nutrition. Physical care, of which we shall have to speak later on, and the child's hygiene are the best means for cultivating the child's memory forces. One of the characteristic traits of our materialistic age is that people try to interfere with the young child's natural development by using artificial educational means. Appealing to the child's soul and spiritual element, they want to train its memory already before the 7th year. Some of them even want to go further, which only goes to show how out of touch with reality a materialistic attitude can be. There are mothers, and here I speak from personal experience, who not only ask how they should teach their children before the change of teeth, in a manner befitting only a later age, but who even go as far as asking how one should educate a child before it is born. They ask how the embryo should be educated. All one can say in answer is, let the mother look after herself and her conduct. If she lives healthily and treats herself rightly, the child will develop in a healthy way. Its growth will have to be left to the Creator. This may be rather a radical way of putting it, but it is nevertheless a justifiable one, in view of the sophisticated questions about educational principles which really belong to an older age. On the other hand, we must be clear that with the change of teeth, the soul and spiritual part of the child becomes emancipated from the physical to such an extent that now is the right time for us to plan educational principles, which are to aid the child's faculty of remembering. For this faculty, too, becomes emancipated at this stage. When the child reaches school age, it is right to do something about strengthening its memory, but this needs to be done according to a definite plan. If one burdens the child's memory, that is, if one tries to strengthen it by overloading it, the child's faculty of remembering will only be weakened. Such misdirected efforts will encourage a certain rigidity in later life and a proneness toward prejudices, which such a person will find hard to overcome. If, on the other hand, memory development is disregarded altogether, a child will be deprived of certain means toward developing physical strength. If, when the child reaches school age, nothing is done to train its memory, the consequences will be a tendency toward inflammatory conditions in adolescence. Such a person will easily suffer from inflammations and be liable to catch colds. Causal links of this kind once again show how one has to consider both the physical and the soul-spiritual aspects together. Therefore, memory development demands a certain tact from the teacher, who must avoid doing too much or too little about it. It would be equally wrong to drill the child's memory excessively, as it would be to overlook the question of memory altogether. The answer is neither to damage the child's living interest by enforcing mechanical memorizing, nor to neglect memory building altogether. Let us look at ways of putting these ideas into practice. We can introduce children to the 4 rules of arithmetic, as described in the last lecture. We can give them some understanding of number relationships, according to whether we subtract, divide, add, or multiply, as shown yesterday. But there is always an opportunity of letting the pupils memorize their tables, as long as these are related to the 4 rules in the right way. This will also help them to deal with more complicated number relationships, to be introduced at a later stage. In this respect, it is easy to commit sins by introducing the so-called object lessons. Calculators have been introduced. Footnote: here Rudolf Steiner was referring to various forms of the abacus. End of footnote. I do not wish to be fanatical in any way, and the calculator may have its usefulness. From certain points of view, everything in life is justifiable. But much of what can be gained from the use of thought-out calculating machines can equally well be achieved through the use of the 10 fingers, or, for example, through taking the number of pupils in the class. Do not take it amiss if I tell you that when I see calculators in classrooms, from a spiritual point of view, it strikes me as if I were in a medieval torture chamber. It really is not right to delegate learning processes to mechanical devices simply in order to bypass apparently mechanical memorizing. This is an area where we are facing a especially difficult task in the Waldorf school. I have already told you that we aim at achieving soul economy in our teaching, and consequently we believe it to be beneficial for our pupils if we restrict learning to the classrooms. This means that we give the pupils as little homework as possible. This principle is prompted by yet another motive. Certainly one should aim at developing in the child a feeling for duty, of responsibility, and later on we shall speak about how one can try to bring this about. But what is very damaging is if the teacher makes certain demands upon the pupils which they do not fulfill. And homework, as any other learning done at home, is very conducive to this effect. Parents often complain to us that their children are not given enough homework to do. But we have to consider the fact, and this is absolutely clear to anyone with sufficient insight, that too much homework will cause some pupils to be overtaxed, while others will be tempted to produce slipshod work or simply to evade such tasks. Sometimes it is simply beyond the children's abilities to fulfill the teacher's demands. But the worst thing to happen is that children do not carry out what the teacher has told them to do. Therefore, it would be better to ask less of them than to risk letting them get away with not fulfilling their set tasks. All expectations and demands regarding the training of memory, as well as those involving homework, need to be dealt with by the teachers very tactfully. The development of the pupil's memory depends especially upon the teacher's sensitive perception, and it is largely due to this quality that the right relationship between the teacher and his class will develop. Tomorrow, we shall go into further details about the right attitude toward memory training. The end of Lecture 10.